long I've been here.
But from that frank meeting that you had, I'm just quite curious to know what you personally learned.
The thing for me was, people are prepared to be honest. Might come 3 weeks too late. It's like, look, I'm here to be shot at, of course, from every stakeholder, from fans to the board to media to the staff to the players. Be honest. And I thought we had real good, open and honest conversations about how we can help each other, all of us. There was lots of vulnerability from all parties. There were lots of barriers that were dropped, not that they were built up, they weren't purposely up. I thought there was a lot of open and frank conversations that helped us progress, you know, and understand exactly where we're at and who we are.
Forest Green have lost one of the last 4 games. Why are they a better team now, do you think, than they were maybe a month ago?
Well, obviously Steve's gone in there and he's made them really hard to beat. So on Tuesday night against, obviously, the Wrexham team that are decent, although their away form's patchier than certainly the home form, that they make them, you know, he's made them really hard to beat. And then they'll score the odd goal, and that's exactly what happened on Tuesday night, by the last kick of the game, really. So we've got to understand that there'll be a bit of patience required, because it might not happen after 2 minutes like it did last Saturday. But at the same time, we've got to make sure we are much more resilient, like we have been away from home. And if we are, then we've got a great chance of winning the game. And all them factors have got to come into play, because Steve makes his teams really hard to beat, and that's exactly what he's done so far.
Finally, what sort of afternoon are you expecting?
What sort of afternoon? I'm hoping a successful one.
Yeah, well, we were all hoping for that, David, this afternoon. There is the Mariners head coach chatting with me in the build-up to the game. We've just had a big downpour here in Cleethorpes. It's just eased off a little bit. The players limbering up down below. Some early kickoffs to tell you about. Bristol City 0, Cardiff City 1 in the Championship, and Huddersfield 1, Leeds 1 in the West Yorkshire Derby. So 2 derbies there taking place at the 12:30 matches. And elsewhere in League 2, it's AFC Wimbledon 0, MK Dons 0. AFC Wimbledon next up for the Mariners on Tuesday night. Now, Hull City have 3 more games to play in the next week before a 3-week break. That's due not only to the internationals, but because one of their scheduled matches in March, one of their opponents, Coventry, are through to the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. You might have seen that, of course, just recently. Now, in a week where City have announced another fan trip to Turkey later this month, which Rossignol and his squad will be involved in, what's he planning for that time away, I wonder?
We're going to have a friendly game in one of those days, and we're going to train, but at the same time it gives the players time to relax, time to have some downtime after training and get to know each other, and hopefully some sun, which is really, really important at this stage of the year.
You did one like that, you were literally a couple of weeks into your stint with City, weren't you, the first one?
Yeah, we're staying exactly the same place, same training pitch, and the lads know it really well. It's top. It's a top place to be. I've got to keep them out of the all-inclusive food room. That's going to be a big challenge. But it's amazing. Talanagian are so supportive. It's a magnificent hotel, great facility, and it gives us the opportunity to enjoy what we do, but work really, really hard as well.
Which comes, as I said, during a 3-week break. It was going to be a couple of weeks with the international, and now with Coventry's FA Cup involvement, it makes it 3. Give us your thoughts on that. Are you happy about it?
I don't know.
Was it a good time?
I've got asked the same. Sorry, man. I got asked the same question earlier on. I don't know what difference it's going to make. You've got to adapt. I don't know if it's going to help. I don't know if it's going to be harder. Who knows? But what you've got to do is just adapt and keep moving forward. But our training plan will stay the same. We'll train pretty much every day that week, as we would do leading into Coventry. And then the players will have their downtime when we go to Turkey.
Well, 3 is the magic number, because before that 3-week break, you've got 3 in a week. Preston, the first one. What kind of challenge do they pose?
Yeah, massive challenge. Obviously, Ryan's done a really, really good job. They have a really distinct way of playing that the players believe in. They seem to, when I watch their games, they've got a great spirit. They've got really, really good individual players. They've got a lot of experience now at Championship level. And they're a team that have played together a long time as well. So a lot of strengths. We're going to have to be on it. We're going to have to really respect what they do. But at the same time, I just want us to play our way, like I always say, and then see where it takes us.
He seems to play with a back 3, doesn't he?
He changes. He can play 4, he can play 3. They're quite adaptable tactically. I think in this period where they've got a really, really good run of results, they've been mainly what you would call a back 5 or back 3. But yeah, it's what it is. You know, we're going to have to stand up to a real physical test. and then we're going to have to come through that challenge.
You say about that run results, they've picked up a bit, haven't they? Because they had a bit of a rough sort of November, December. What have you
The
seen?
championship,
from
you can
them?
go on these runs.
You seen something specific with them when you've watched them?
No, I think they've taken their chances. I think moments, they've had really strong moments in games where they've taken the lead and then they've done really well and they've been really resolute to see the games out. Yeah, they're a good team, like every team in this league, including us. You want a really good run, you can go on a really bad one because the league is so difficult. I've just seen Leeds play away at Chelsea and give them an absolute game, you know, and that's the strength of this league. And Preston are where they are in the league for a reason, because they're a very good team. And we're going to have to be aware of their strengths and respect them.
But within that, one of the areas you perhaps look at, 29 goals they've conceded at home, second worst in the championship. Is that an area you've seen you could exploit?
We always, every team we play against, we look at where we can exploit and where we can hurt and where they're strong and where we think there are weaknesses. I don't really like speaking about it. I know the fans want to hear me say we can exploit them here, we can exploit them there. I'd rather keep my mouth shut and do the work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for me, I've got an idea of what Ryan will be saying about my team, and I think he'll have an idea about what I'm saying about his team, and we'll see what happens.
But it is another team that's close to you around in that mix at the moment. How are you seeing it?
Yeah, obviously, people from the outside will look at it, they're 3 points behind us, so it's a massive game. For me, it's another championship game. Honestly, it really is, because it is a points accumulation. It's about getting as many points from 46 games as possible, and this is another really good opportunity for us to do that, as it is for them.
4 straight away wins. The last time the team did that, you were playing, it was back in 2012.
That's a long time ago.
It is a long time ago. You've done it very differently, haven't you, in all of those 4 games in terms of how you've achieved those victories?
You have to. This is the beauty of the championship, because every team you play has different strengths, different styles, and what the players throughout this period, actually throughout the season, I have to say, they've shown real resilience, they've shown real determination, they've shown real spirit, and we'll have to do that for sure against a really good, strong, physical, highly technical team. So yeah, hopefully we'll do the same and see where we end up.
Mike's had a really nice chat with Ryan Alsop. We'll hear that before 3 o'clock here on your Big Match commentary station. But plenty of eyes will be on the attendance at Glanford Park today as Scunthorpe United try to break the record for a regular National League North game. Jimmy Dean won't want his players to get too distracted by that though, as his side face playoff rivals Chester, who are 6 points behind them on the table in 4th. The Iron manager reckons the two clubs have had fairly similar seasons so far.
They're probably where we're at, to be honest with you. They probably would have wanted a little bit more from it, but they're not out of it, they're not done. They've still got a solid chance of promotion. You know, a big club with good players, so probably where we're at. You know, they probably were a little bit more, but they've still got all to play for.
I mean, they're on a decent run at the moment, as we'll get to, but why do you think that they've not been able to mount that proper big and push towards the top?
I don't think they're miles away, are they, Ollie? I wouldn't dismiss them, you know, out of hand. They just probably haven't got the, you know, the wins when they've drew, and they're coming into this on the back of 2 draws. They haven't won some of the games they could have drew, and you know, it's just how it goes. It's similar to us, and let's be honest, we talk about Chester. Tamworth deserve an awful lot of credit as well. I think they've conceded 1 goal in 10 games. Chester are only 6 points behind us, so they're not miles away. So it tells you Tamworth deserve an awful lot of praise.
Chester on a 9-match unbeaten run coming into this one. What's been key to that for them?
Good players. They're coming in on a couple of draws. They've recruited well as well. Recently they brought in Ben Tyler. I think that's what they do. They've got four really good attackers. Good footballers in the side. You know, well drilled by Callum. All the usual stuff you'd expect really with the side doing well.
You mentioned them being well drilled. They've conceded the 2nd fewest goals in the division as well. Why are they so hard to break down?
I think they defend really narrow. You know, they play diamonds. They defend really narrow. They cut off the centre of the pitch. You can have a bit of success in wide areas, but ultimately to defend the box in the centre of the pitch, well, difficult to score against.
The 2-0 defeat back in October, were you at that game? You just come off the spinal surgery, hadn't you?
Yeah, I was there in spirit really, but I wasn't in the dugout, I was in the stands. I think I'll come back the game after that on the Tuesday, properly, but they did a real job on us. You know, they beat us up a bit, they ran us, they bullied us. Yeah, I deserve we won 2-0.
What do you have to do on this occasion to avoid being bullied again then?
The opposite. We have to we have to run hard, and then we have to outplay them. We have to use our crowd, be front-footed, as I alluded to. You know, play the areas that they're not. You know, and fingers crossed we'll get a positive result.
And how important is it as well that you start rebuilding that gap between yourselves and the teams behind you?
I just think, again, Ollie, we don't look down, we don't look up. Let's get us right. We can kind of hit 3-4 wins, then you can start asking me questions about teams behind, teams above. But at the minute, we just have to keep our focus on us. It's obviously important. What I will say, it's important that we win the football match. It's important that we win football matches, because usually then everything else looks after itself, doesn't it?
And it's a big occasion as well, with the club looking on course to break the National League North attendance record as part of its Community Day. How much, firstly, are you looking forward to the occasion of it?
I'm looking forward to being part of a record breaking day, and I think we're about there now. It shows how big the football club is to have the biggest ever step to attendance. It's pretty fantastic, isn't it? But ultimately, I don't enjoy the day if we don't win the football match, and that's the truth. You do the interviews with me after the game, you see my face. We haven't won, I'm usually down. And if we have won, I'm bubbling, I'm buoyant. So to enjoy the game, I need to try and help us win the game, Ollie.
And getting your players to enjoy the game, there are a few that will have played in front of attendances of that size or bigger, others who may have not. How do you get them to perform in front of a bumper crowd like that?
Well, we've spoken about that traditionally. Not just in my tenure, I think going back quite a while now, we haven't always performed with a bigger crowd. We did get a great win against Brackley 1-0 earlier on the season, which was 5,000 plus, but we need to embrace it, we need to use it. You go back to Chester that day, and I did mention the crowd earlier. They really got the crowd behind them and really ran with it. And we need to get that here, we need to get the crowd on side. We give them a bit to do that. There'll be a lot of new faces in there, so that should add a real positive energy, the first football match, and a free football match for some of them. So run with that, get them behind us, play some good football, and fingers crossed we'll get a positive result.
And finally, with 1,000 expected visiting Chester fans, what's your rallying cry to your own supporters ahead of this one?
None really. It's not with regards to Chester. Again, we do us. We've got to give them a bit, and they've shown like last Saturday. We was poor first half. We gave them a bit second half. They gave us a bit, so on and so forth. And it finished with a magical moment, which was Will Evans' header. It'll feel like a proper fixture. Historically, it's a football league fixture. And if we're hitting a crowd of 7,000, we've got to remember 6,000 of those fans are ours. So we're 6-1 with them in the stadium, and we need to make that count. We need to show our voice, out-sing them, out-fight them, and hopefully beat them.
Jimmy Dean, the manager at Scunthorpe United, chatting there with our reporter Ollie Turner. Cardiff City have won 1-0 at Bristol City in the 12:30 game in the Championship. And it's still 1-1 between Huddersfield and Leeds in added time. Wimbledon 0, MK Dons 0-2 in League 2. Let's get a recap of the team news in our 3 games on the way at 3 o'clock. And we're going to kick off with news of one change in our FM game for Hull City at Preston North End. Mike.
Which sees Regan Slater come back in to replace Abdul Sharma, who drops down to the bench. As for that bench, there's Cyrus Christie involved again. He's not been involved, he's not played since New Year's Day, having picked up that injury. Noah Ohio returns as well. That's because no Aaron Conley. He's got a dead leg that means he doesn't make the squad today. Adama Traore is the other player to drop out. That one change then sees City lineup with Allsop in goal, back four of Coyle, Jones, Greaves and Giles, Serian Morton in the holding midfield roles, Philogene, Slater and Zarori supporting Fabio Carvalho as the attacking front four for the Tigers here at Deepdale against Preston.
Patrick Bamford equalises and leads a point at Huddersfield. That is now a confirmed result also in the Championship. John Tonda, what about the 2 changes for Grimsby?
They are Curtis Thompson and Donovan Wilson coming in. Kieran Green dropping to the bench. Justin Abiku out the squad. 3 at the back again for the Mariners. Harvey Cartwright in goal, and Malarkey, Tharm and Rogers, the 3 centre-back, with Harry Clifton and Denver Hume as the wing-backs. The midfield is the area that's changed, with Curtis Thompson sitting in deep with Holohan and Jamie Andrews, and Donovan Wilson joins Danny Rose up front. It looks a stronger bench for Town as well this afternoon. Grimsby Town versus Forest Green Rovers.
Scunthorpe United are looking to exact revenge on Chester this afternoon, who beat the Iron 2-0 at the Diva Stadium in October. Watching this one for us at the Attis Arena, a packed Attis Arena this afternoon. Jed Penberthy.
I can barely hear you. Matt. 2 changes for Scunthorpe United this afternoon. Tom Pugh and Daniel Whitehall return to the team, so as a regular, Prospect Simons in goal, Regan Ogle, Will Evans, Boyce and Denton make up the back line. Kean Scales will sit just in front of them, with Pugh and Butterfield rotating in midfield. on the right, Dion Semi-Ferris on the left, with Danny Whitehall up top. There's Kelly Beeston, fresh off 2 goals in the Lincolnshire County Cup semi-final midweek. He's on the bench today. Danny Elliott, Clark and Ross Barrows from the Attis Arena. The packed Attis Arena, as you say. It's Scunthorpe United versus Chester.
Great to hear the fans in there early at the Attis Arena. Commentary on the way then. Preview 721 on the BBC Sport website and app of the I will hear from Liam McAlinden soon. I'll bring Gary Croft in a moment, but let's get some thoughts from Swanee on City's game at Preston North End. City aiming for a 5th consecutive away win this afternoon. That would be a huge achievement, wouldn't it? Because winning away... So to win 5 on the bounce would be quite something, wouldn't it, at this stage of the season?
It would be at home games, never mind your away games.
Yeah.
Does that suit the way we play? And you look at it thinking it must have some impact on it, the way we can sit back and not have to force games. But will Liam say that? Does he play the same at home as he does away? Possibly, but it's other teams, how they set themselves up against us, because we are in danger now. Like I say, now that you mentioned that earlier on, didn't you, Liam, when he was talking, that teams have been working on us, how to nullify us. Like I say, we've got some quality players out there, and how do you stop us from playing? It's not been easy, a lot of teams can't do it. But I think it's a consistent, we can't do nothing about any other team. All we can do is work hard on what we've got in front of us, what the players we've got to disposal. And like I say, the squad's getting fitter. Like I say, we're getting more of them, he's getting more headaches, which he loves. So like I say, coming today, I feel positive going into today's game. Even though I don't know what sort of Preston team we're going to get. All I know is that if we can play like we did against the first half at Southampton, we would beat anybody in this league.
What constitutes whether they play like that then, do you think?
I just think it was a big game, and it was like a big game atmosphere, which is great for us going into the back end of the season, knowing that we've got some possibly big games coming up if we get into the playoffs, which fingers crossed it'll happen. Knowing that if we come up against big teams, we can perform against them. We can go out there and give it everything we possibly got and match them. Look in the mirror after the game, have you won your individual battle? Like I say, more than not, away from home, especially the last few games, the answer's been yes, it has been. So, yeah, and that only thing as well that comes with that is confidence. So that's, everything's pointing in our favour, especially, which I said earlier, if we can possibly make, it could be a 6-point gap, if Norwich don't get a result today. So, that's an incentive in if nothing else.
Norwich at home to Sunderland. We'll keep our eye on that for you this afternoon. Have you noticed a particular difference in the way that they're playing away from home compared to at the MKM Stadium?
No, no. Like I say, what you do get when you're playing at home is teams just sitting back, and it's hard to break down sometimes. And I think we've seen that. So away from home, when teams are having a go at you, we've picked the gaps. We've played through the lines. We've gone over the one ball over the top. And it's all about the players, which the manager goes on about, making the right decisions at the right time. So whether they are going to play it through or the spaces behind the back, it depends on how the other teams approach us. If they all want to squeeze from the front, when obviously Liam's been saying the spaces behind the back there, if they want to drop off us, let's play through them. But possibly at home where teams are sat back and we've probably found it hard to break down. But I look at our front three there, Zerori, Cavallio and Philogene. Leave them, if you get in that final third, leave them one-on-one. Them three have all got the ability to go beat that man and create something or score themselves a goal.
Cheers, Swanee. Preston haven't lost at Deepdale so far this year. 9 wins, 3 draws and 5 defeats. However, they've conceded more than they've scored at home. 27 versus 29 of the leakiest home defence in the top 10. Hopefully City can get some joy this afternoon. Over in the northwest, let's bring in Gary Croft on Grimsby Town's challenge against Forest Green Rovers. And the 2 changes that are being made, Donovan Wilson getting a rare start. How's he looked to you?
Well, I only saw him once, and he got half a game, and then he got taken off, and it's probably unlucky, really. Obviously another home defeat that he was involved with, and he got caught on the ball, but I didn't think that was particularly his fault. He did sort of drift out of the game as he went on, didn't get the control you'd hope to see for a player playing in that position together as playing. The team we played against, I'm not sure if it was Stockport, but they seemed to get the better of him and sort of know what we were trying to do. So I don't think it was particularly his fault. I'd like to see him again, obviously, today and see what he can do. Obviously, playing against, you'd imagine, lesser opposition. We want to see him get on the ball and control the game and dictate the pattern of play and set things up for us. Be the guy that can get it off the centre halves and get turned and sort of play them balls through a killer ball just to break the lines, and obviously be a tough tackler as well. Someone who can break things down, a bit like what's his name who left us was good at. I don't know his name now. That's no good, is it? What's his name?
You struggle to remember your own name, I can tell you, so
What's his name?
doesn't surprise me.
He went to Bristol Rovers, didn't he? Anyway, he was great. Conte broke things down beautifully. I'd like to see something like that again in that role, if you can.
Good to see you've done your homework this afternoon, Crofty. It's great to have you with us.
Well, if you leave us, I'm not interested, man. You know what I mean?
I know. Shall I turn up in the next game with a name badge so you get the name right? No, and then we'll do one for you as well, and John can have one. John, what about Curtis Thompson coming in? Is it a bit harsh on Kieran Green to see him drop to the bench today, or do you think that that's a warranted change?
I think they'll both probably be needed. I don't think either of them have got 90 minutes in him at the moment. Kieran Green, looked as though he was running a trick a little bit second half last weekend. I think we've seen Thompson, when he played, he hasn't lasted 90 minutes in either of the games, so we could see them both in that sort of position. I think the honest answer is, well, to a certain extent we don't know, because we don't really know what we're going to get from either of them. And Green, he's going to go in and tackle, he's going to put himself about, and sometimes the tackles work and sometimes they don't. As you say, Thompson came in, played really well at Accrington and then struggled here. So, it's a little bit of a gamble, but I think whichever one you chose, it would have been.
AFC Wimbledon have warmed up for their clash with Grimsby on Tuesday with a late winner at home to MK Dons. AFC Wimbledon 1, MK Dons 0. I know that Forest Green, just finally on this game this afternoon, chaps, are second bottom, but they picked up, haven't they, under Steve Cotterill? One defeat in the last four and got, it was a late equaliser, wasn't it, from Wrexham the other night to deny them the victory. Are they a team to be worried about this afternoon, Crofty, do you think?
Well, I mean, we shouldn't really be worried about a team that's sort of in the relegation, but, they are gathering a form, and I think the game they got beat was by Mansfield. I think it was a 0-4, and we all know Mansfield, we've seen them a couple of times, and they're a very good side, so that's not surprising, but yeah, they're picking up form, and I said to 8 points from 6, Town have got 3 points from the last 6, so, when you're gathering that form, we're in range now, we could have been even closer had Wrexham not got that goal, and they'll be determined. I think he'll get them focused. There's a bit of belief there, which is what you need, and the emphasis on Town today. Town have got to come out and set their stall out and gather themselves. I'd just like to see Town be difficult to beat today. That's for me at home. I want to see him work so hard defensively.
Yeah, and to me, that's where the key is to getting something from this game. It might sound a bit obvious, but the last clean sheet at home, September the 2nd.
Oh, that's terrible, isn't it? At home you should be.
I think what you say to Crofty, are you worried about this team? Well, I think you've almost got to say, do you worry about anybody here? And it's not particularly the opposition you're worried about, it's Town. Because you don't know which team's going to turn up. But as I say, there's just no excuses now. You can't afford to do what you've done and play kamikaze football. You've just got to get in there and do your job, stick to it, and grind out a victory.
Follow the Mariners this afternoon on digital radio with John and Gary. We'll hear from Ryan Alsop before 3 o'clock, but a home debut and a first win for new signing Liam McAlinden, capped off playing 3 games in a week since arriving at Scunthorpe United. He says he's pleased to have been given a free week to recover ahead of facing his former club Wrexham's cross-border rivals in Chester.
Yeah, it was great to get a week off. Obviously, we've been able to work on a few bits in training and stuff, and not having a Tuesday game gives us a bit of a break, so we're ready.
Where do you feel you're at fitness-wise since you joined the club?
I feel fine now. Obviously, going straight into a 3-game week is obviously tough at the time, but I think it'll help going forward. I played still a fair bit of football at Wrexham with Resi games and the cup games and stuff, so I was ready to go. So yeah, I feel fine.
And Jimmy Dean spoke about you last week. To quote me, said we've got a top player on our hands here. How close do you feel at the moment to being at your best at the club?
Yeah, obviously I still think I've got a lot more that I can give. Obviously I haven't scored any goals or got any assists or stuff like that yet, so that'll be the next thing to go with a good performance in. As I say, hopefully the next 11 games the support will get to see a better version of me.
Looking back at last weekend, how pleasing was it for you to get that first win under your belt?
Yeah, I think it was obviously a even for the time before me coming in, I think it had got to a point where everyone in the group needed a win and needed just that little bit of a spur on for the last, obviously, 7 games that we've got left. So, in the manner that it come as well, I think that last minute, I think it's a bit of a relief in everyone, the fans and the players and the staff included. So, they're going into a bit of a free week now. We've had a bit of time to relax from last weekend and take a bit of a rest, but then obviously get ourselves ready for another big run in now.
You mentioned it was a relief to some of your teammates. How much has that victory then helped to lift the atmosphere within the camp this week?
Yeah, I think the atmosphere since I've come in has been good anyway, but obviously most of us have been in the game a long time now. You know, when you start being on the wrong side of the results, you're going to need that win and just that goal to come that can spur you on for the rest of the game. So, say the manner that it comes in last minute in a tough, hard-fought game where we can take the well through, I think that'll leave us in good stead now going into a decent run of fixtures.
You visited Glanford Park plenty of times as a visiting player. How did you find your home debut there as a player for Scunthorpe United?
Yeah, it's a stadium that I've been to play at quite a lot, so yeah, I knew the atmosphere was going to be good. I played there in different circumstances as well when they were struggling, so I knew the atmosphere was going to be good and it lived up to it, and then hopefully with the bumper crowd that we're going to get, it'll be even better.
Chester, your former club, Wrexham's fierce rivals. Did you ever experience the cross-border derby while you were at Wrexham?
No, it's not one that I played in, but it's one that you're made fully aware of when you get there. Yeah, it's quite full-blooded, and you get there. You get that even as a player when you're not involved in games that are themselves. So yeah, I mean, it's one that I have picked up, and I was there long enough to know that it is quite fierce. So I'm sure I'll be getting a bit of an airfall from the sideline tomorrow, but. I've been involved in plenty of other derbies before, so I'm sure I'll be okay.
Do you feel that you have to do your former club a favour by beating their arch rivals?
It's one of those. At the time, it wasn't thought of. It was more important that we obviously get the 3 points, and I'm at a different club now. It's not Derby to Scunthorpe. It's just another game. So obviously, it'd be nice in any game to obviously get back on the score sheet or start assisting goals and winning games. But yeah, it would be a nice one if I could do.
Jed Penberthy, our commentator this afternoon for the Iron. How's it looking at the Attis Arena, given that there's so many people going to be in there today?
It's going to be quite a good game, I feel. The atmosphere is already building. It's so loud at the moment. It's really difficult to just trying to speak to Steve next to me. It's honestly, it feels it's got that big game feel today. And you think in second versus fourth, there's only one way this is going. The players are out warming up at the moment. They come out a little bit later than usual, so they're warming up now, and the pitch is holding up quite well. We should be looking for a good afternoon's football.
How is everybody coping, Jed, with trying to get that amount of fans in the ground? Because it's not every week that the Iron get a gate like that these days, is it?
Yeah, so outside there have been marquees, there have been firefighters, there's been sponsors. It's been quite a happy community day. So what the stewards are going to be trying to do is they're going to try and make sure that the crowds get in before 3 o'clock and make sure that everyone is ready and set for the football to go ahead.
Make sure they get them all in, you say, so they're not all in at the moment?
No, not at the moment. So
right.
So before 3 o'clock.
Is there any danger that might affect the kick-off time?
Potentially, yes. Right. because of the crowds, we might be looking at a slightly delayed kick-off at this one, but so nothing official's come out from the club yet.
No. Okay. Well, we'll keep in touch with you, Jed. Jed's our man right across it at the Attis Arena. Let's turn to the Tigers and Hull City's Ryan Alsop is often at the centre of what works well in the way Liam Rossini wants his side to play, and he can also be there when it doesn't always go to plan, of course. Alsop says ultimately it comes down to a trust developed between him and his teammates.
It's massive. I think the style of play we want to play and the style that has got us to where we are now is based on trust and belief in each other and knowing that we can cause people problems in the way that we play and the way that it's set up, and it's important that we show that now more than ever in terms of going forward and making sure that we stick to our principles going forward and making sure that we don't waver from them, because we know that the success has brought us so far and we know that there's more there.
But one example of that, about the way you play and what it tries to set up, is the opening goal at Southampton. We talk about that run of away game. That opening goal is a prime example of it, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, and I think there's many moments throughout the season that you can pick out in terms of playing around the back and it ends up with a shot goal or Yeah, I think there's many moments of that. Obviously, some more of note, some just fizzle away. But in terms of the way we set up in the structure that we try and do, that's a great example of how much of an effect it can have on the opposition, dragging them out of position or creating openings for our front players. And that's we're obviously working on that. We're working on it every day and working to improve on that. But yeah, I think it's showing the success that it can give us.
How good a feeling is that when you pick out an inch-perfect ball like that, it pays off the way?
Yeah, it's brilliant because it's what you work on day in, day out to get that one moment, to get the opportunity to score. And when you do score, it's obviously a little bit more of a better feeling because you've obviously scored a goal, but they're the moments that we work on and try and create in training, and it's nice when it's mirrored on a game day.
On the other side of it, as you said, it's about that trust. Sometimes it doesn't always pay off. How do you almost shut those out and not let them play into your mindset and your psyche?
I think it's knowing that the success that it can bring, and I feel like the positive outcomes far outweigh the negative outcomes that we've had this season. In terms of playing that way, there will be moments like that, like the West Brom goal, for example, where what happens. But in terms of playing the percentages, I feel that the positives from us playing the way we have far outweigh the negatives, and I think it shows in potentially we could have been better off, and that's from playing the way that we play and keeping the trust and belief in that way.
It's really tight around that sixth spot, and it's in below as well, Preston being one of those. What would the win do, given they are such a close rival?
Yeah, it'd be massive to go 5 unbeaten as well. Another win off a team that's potentially chasing the playoffs. It obviously gives you a bit of a buffer. Coming into the run-in, you have to take each opposition on their own merit. So yeah, we'll go there with our game plan, go and play our game, and hopefully come home with our 3 points.
You beat them earlier in the season. You played in that game, didn't you? What do you remember of that one?
I remember it being a tough test, Jay. Oh yeah, it was his wonder goal, wasn't it? One of his wonder goals.
One of his wonder goals.
I remember dominating the game actually, and then it became a nervy end to the game, didn't it? I think I made a save from Ched Evans at the end of the game. So yeah, we know it's going to be a tough test, and it'll be enjoyable, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Manager has a different answer to this, but as I said to him last week, the players are only human beings. Are you looking at the league table?
Yeah, we have a look. But I think it's important that we don't read too much into it and where other teams are, because we know this league can change at the drop of a hat. We see how tight it is all the time, and teams all take points off each other, so it's important that we do focus on ourselves and, as I say, just take each game as it comes.
Ryan Alsop for the Tigers this afternoon in goal at Preston North End. Sunshine and showers in Cleethorpes, so we've had a right old downpour in Scunthorpe. What about over in the northwest at Preston? Mike on Weather Watch this afternoon.
It's all right at the moment. The rain's held off a little bit. We've had a mix of all sorts as we came across up around Saddleworth Moor. There was snow and ice on the hills there, but it's very grey and murky. It looks like there's potential for a downpour at any point, but right now it seems to be holding off. It's a fresh and crisp one though this afternoon in the northwest, I can tell you that.
Thank you. Hopefully you got your long johns on. And Swanee, have you got your... No, let's not even go there about the old heated gilet. We've done that to death, haven't we, on this programme? What sort? I'm beginning to wonder, Mike. Honestly, we're not. I trust you, we're not. What are you expecting then this afternoon? I know, there we go.
I'm hoping players are going to perform on a cold, wet, horrible night or afternoon here in Preston. Like I say, the times certain players you turn up and think, I don't fancy it. It's one of them, it's not the perfect day for football. It's a cold one, but you're just wanting the players to come and thinking, yeah, let's see how close, how far we've come this season. Need to make that next step to gain that gap which we talked about earlier. So see which players fancy it on a cold day over here in Lancashire.
Favourite piece on the BBC. Gary Croft, what are you expecting at Sputtle Park this afternoon as two teams really labouring at the wrong end of the League Two table face each other?
Well, I'm thinking it's going to be a lively start. I think Town have got to sort of put their stamp on the game and go for it a little bit. Also, they've got not leave the back door open, but I also think that Forestry will have it in the heads that if they can nick one early on, it's really going to put the pressure on the Town team psychologically, with the crowd as well, and get the crowd on the Town's back. Hopefully the Town fans will come today and cheer the team no matter what happens and get going. If they can hit the goal today, it's not over. We've got plenty of time to go. Even though they've got points out the last 5-6 games, they're still conceding a lot of goals for us.
But Grimsby don't want to be conceding early, let's be honest. And given what's happened in recent games, John Saunders.
I think it's more important they don't concede early rather than score early, if you see what I mean. I think we've got to keep it really tight, because they've looked good. The last game looked good 5-10 minutes, and then all of a sudden they're 2 down, and then game not over, but it goes a long way to being over, doesn't it?
Steve Toppin, what about you and your thoughts on this game with Chester this afternoon? Can the Iron rediscover their free-scoring early season form when it matters most with 11 to play, do you think?
I think so. The second half, anything to go by last week, it was a real improvement from the first half. I think it's going to be more of a technical, tactical game today. I've done a little bit of research on Chester, and they're not a physical type of team. They do like to build and play out from the back, similar to Scunthorpe. So I think it will be a more technical and tactical type of game. I think the formation, I think we were in Chester changing their formation, maybe playing a 3 or 5 at the back. Could change things for Scunthorpe's outlook. But they need to build on last week, and if they get another 3 points today and build that momentum, I know they've got 3 away games coming up after that, but on paper they're much more winnable than maybe this afternoon.
This is Saturday Sport from BBC Radio Humberside. Let's do this.
BBC Radio Humberside Sport.
Well, we've got an update from the Iron. Kick-off delayed. What can you tell us, Jed?
Yeah.
I've just seen a message on social media from Scunthorpe United. Jed, what can you tell us about a delayed kick-off today?
Yeah, the official announcement's now been made that the kick-off is going to be delayed until 3:15. This is because of the pitch inspection earlier on this afternoon. The referee pushed back the kick-off time. It also coincides with a little bit of stewarding that they're trying to get the crowds in and make sure that everybody is safe before kick-off as well. Because of the big crowds today, we're going to see 15 minutes delay to the start of this one.
So when they get underway at 3:15, you'll be able to hear it on Freeview 721 on the BBC Sport website and app. In the meantime, up until 1/4 hour on Freeview 721, we'll take commentary of our FM game. Hull City at Preston North End. It's the 8th best at home versus the 5th best away in the Championship. Mike White.
Well, it feels like a home from home for City fans, I think, here at Deepdale, who have turned out in their numbers, because Preston, there's a lot of clubs seem to these days are pumping out Elvis and Can't Help Falling in Love with You. The Tigers fans in good voice as they're getting ready for their team to emerge here, where they'll see one change to the side. Slater coming in to replace Irma. He drops down to the bench. No Conley, no Traore on the bench either. Conley has that dead leg. So Cyrus Christie returns among the substitutes. Noah Ohio does as well, as City go in search of a 5th straight away victory for the first time since 1966. The Tigers at Preston here at Deepdale of the Championship.
Swanee alongside Mike for the action. We'll get underway soon. John Tonda finally completing our trio of games. The Mariners facing their closest relegation rival on what could be a pivotal afternoon in the race to stay up. John.
And they make 2 changes. Curtis Thompson, Donovan Wilson coming in. Kieran Green drops to the bench. And no place for Justin Abiku anywhere in the squad. It's 3 at the back again for the Mariners today, with Preston and Hume as the wing backs. Donovan Wilson will partner Rose up front. Big game for town. Mariners versus Forest Green Rovers.
BBC Radio Humberside Sport.
So the teams are out at Deepdale and Blundell Park. They'll be on the way at the Attis Arena for a delayed kick-off at Scunthorpe United. 3:15 is when the Irons' home clash with Chester FC will get underway on Freeview 721 on the BBC Sport website and app. In the meantime, on the aforementioned Freeview 721 and on 95.9 FM with Hull City at Preston North End in the Championship. Whilst on digital, it's Grimsby Town at home to Forest Green Rovers. Gary Croft alongside John Tonda for the Mariners action. Mike White and Peter Swan for the Tigers this afternoon.
Thanks Thanks, Matt. Welcome to Deepdale. The two teams that have just emerged, City in their amber training tops, Preston in their lily white shirts with the blue shorts and blue and white socks. An atmosphere building quite nicely here. It has been all three of our games, as you've been hearing at Blundell Park and at the Attis Arena as well. Our focus here on 95.9 FM and Freeview for the time being until we join the Iron game, which has that delayed kickoff, will be on the Tigers against Preston North End. It is 8 against 6. And City, depending on what happens in the Norwich game as well, have the potential to put a 6-point gap between them and 7th place. Doing it's a different thing, but they have that opportunity against the playoff rival. Was they a playoff rival? Swally, you set aside that you don't think are going to see the distance. You think they'll falter and fade. I think that's the feeling from a lot of people talking to others around here as well. But it's a real opportunity for City.
Yeah, massive opportunity. They need to keep that momentum going forward. I look at Preston, they'll finish mid-table. You get that feel like certain clubs don't you as the season's kicking on, like. And I think we're at that stage now, which is this is pivotal for us today. If we do get that result and get ourselves 4, 5, 6 points clear, this is a massive day. But then, if the results don't go your way, we don't as all of a sudden it's back in the mix again, where you seem to get yourself in a great position to move forward, and then something keeps pulling you back, then you start questioning yourself. So a positive result here today will set us up massively for the rest of the season.
Talking to a couple of our colleagues at BBC Lancashire, they said they've done well, they've taken the chances in that run that seen them go unbeaten in the last 6. They'd had a really difficult November and December. I know Ryan Lowe, the manager, was under a fair bit of pressure as well. You hear him snipping in interviews with the media and things like that, but he looked very relaxed when talking ahead of this game, did Ryan Lowe, before today's game. But yeah, I think the feeling is that they're punching above the weight as far as what they're doing, and it's probably going to catch up with them eventually. But it's still a test and a challenge that's in the way of the Tigers this afternoon, who are doing so well away from home right now. They play with a freedom, Swally, don't they? It seems to help them on the road. The Tigers, let's see if that can continue this afternoon. Former record signing Peter Swan alongside me, Mike White. We're at Deepdale for your FM commentary and Freeview for the time being. We'll get to Stockport United's game as soon as that gets underway on Freeview and online by the BBC Sport website. And it's Preston who get us started. They'll attack right to left towards the Bill Shankly stand, the stand occupied by those very vocal City fans. And it's out for a throw-in away on that far right-hand side. A grey and murky afternoon. Fairly cold as well in Lancashire. But the rain holding off right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some, and maybe even a downpour as the game progresses. City have a throw-in away on that far left-hand side in all amber. Going to be taken by Ryan Giles. Throws it in towards Carvalho. Scored that cracker of a goal against West Brom in the early kick-off last weekend. Finished 1-1 there. City were looking to go 4 straight wins. Looking for 5 unbeaten as well as those 5 away wins. And it's shipped to this near left-hand side to Liam Miller, who's got the sort of bleached blonde hair. Number 23 on his back. It's played back to the keeper, Freddie Woodman. Was at Newcastle, also a under-18 youngster at Palace, as Will Keane, ex-City player, plays the ball to the right side, ball played low into the area, Allsop's there to meet it, and he comes out to collect it. Fast start, when it gone, BBC Radio on the side, it's Saturday Sport, Preston 0, Hull City 0, Swallow.
Yeah, they should have done better there. They should have done better. I'm looking now, I think it was at 4, was it 4, how do you say his name, Mike? Forja? Forja. Went down the right side, and when he come to whip it in, there are 2 Preston players in the middle of the box here, and only Louis Cole picking the ball up, so either side, either a short one or one that's went too long. It just suited Preston, but played it straight into the path for Allsop just to get down and pick that one up nice and easy, but that was an opportunity thrown away there by Preston.
Ball played behind to Allsop, and he's helped out by Morton, who just comes in and then slips it to Jones and then given away by City inside their own half. Here comes Miller, left-hand side of the area. Coyle tracks him. Checks back on his right foot, does Miller. Holds the ball up. He's got some support behind him in Andrew Hughes. Sends a left-footed cross in. That's chested off coolly by Carvalho, and then given away by City again. They need to do something here. Comes to Miller. Tries a shot. Takes a deflection. And Jones is able to mop that up as he thankfully took all the sting out of it and it landed at his feet. You were just worried the deflection was going to send it zipping to Allsop's right as he was committed to his left. But thankfully, City get away with it and they get a goal kick. That was a concern for them.
It was, and there was our main man, Seri in there, really casual, just playing it. You get told not to play square passes, especially on edgy or on 18-yard box, and that's what he did. Just kick the ball away. I don't know what he saw there, because like I said, the pass was never on.
So City restart from their own penalty area with that goal kick, and it's Giles who tries to play it back to Greaves. It's blocked and goes out for a Tigers throw. City have started with Zarori on the right, Philogene on the left in this one. Liam Senior talks all the time about how fluid his attacking players are. They've made one change with Slater coming in for Irma. Again, we talk about legs. You have to think it's a legs thing. There was talk when Irma came in, it was just going to take him a bit of time to get up to speed from a fitness point of view and getting used to playing in the Championship as well, as quality a player as he is, as City get themselves a throw-in away on that far left-hand side as we look at it. City attacking left to right in all amber. So they've got Allsop in goal, back four right to left of Coyle, Jones, Greaves and Giles. Giles in at left back, Matty Jacob, his competition at left back, has signed a new deal this week as City give the ball away again in their own half. Here come Preston, ball into the area, defended by Jones, comes out a shot from range and it's sliced wide by Whiteman. City have got a switch on here, nearly 4 minutes in, and that's a couple of times they've given the ball away in their own half. Preston haven't punished them yet, Peter Swan.
Yeah, Slater on this occasion, a very, very scruffy start. I say we haven't got out of his own half yet, but playing like that, you're not going to get out of your own half, you're just inviting pressure and giving the Preston team a bit of confidence.
Indeed. The two holding midfielders of Seri and Morton just to complete that team use as they're playing it deep again in their own penalty area, just working out of position. Seri gets clattered there as he gives it away.
Referee for the manager.
Yeah, referee has pulled it back. City actually had opportunity there to break away, but he's going to bring it back for the foul on Seri, who got wiped out.
Yeah, but it's I can see Liam on the far side, he'll be fuming about it, because like I say, they're inviting the press on. The press came and they took Seri out, but getting to Seri so tight, he just played the ball around the corner, he got clattered, but that's how tight it was. They needed to get that player in to release the space behind the back of them, which got Hull City away, which got us on the front foot. We're in there on the back four there, and the referee blows up, which, yeah, it was a free kick, but we worked hard to get that space, and referees stopped it in from full four.
Given away again. Preston winning edge of the area. Chance for Whiteman on his left foot, and he just scuffs it into Allsop. City have got to wake up here because they're playing it the way they want to play it, but Preston are getting in the faces and they're making the most of or capitalising on the mistakes to get on the ball. They're not making the most of it by finishing them at the moment.
They are, aren't they? That's a very weak shot. Sometimes you look at the pitch and think, is it doable to play like that? It's very similar to our pitch, and the ball's bobbling around there. We're taking a chance, a gamble. It's not like the Southampton pitch was perfect, that guy on the carpet, and he could trust it. You can't trust this.
Philogene's done well, gets around the outside of a defender, tries to skip a challenge, pokes it down the left for Cavallo. Cross ball comes in towards Slater, headed away, edge of the box. Coyle wanted it, Zarori gets it, slips it to Coyle just inside the area right hand side. Might not get there, he does. Gets the cross in towards the back, and that was knocked down. Cavallo nearly nips in and pinches it from the keeper. But Preston just able to get it away, only as far as Giles though. 25 yards out left side. Laid off for Philogene, who did the hard work to begin with to get this attack going. Pushes towards the goal line, drags it back. So maybe took a touch there off Brown. And then it's laid back to Morton. That just takes the sting out of it. Oh, lovely work from Philogene, who's left the defender standing. Floats across in towards Rory. He leaves it for Coyle. Maybe got a shout. Coyle with a shot on his left foot. And it's wide, not as close as my first raised voice might have suggested. It just curled away, didn't it, for a goal kick?
Great bit of skill on it by Philogene on the left hand side, but that's probably about it. A bit fine. Two teams going forward. It's exciting, but no quality just yet.
No.
If you have a bit of quality, like say Preston for me, they've had 3 crosses that's came in. The Preston's got the ball back. They should have done better. We've had a couple of opportunities there. Should have done better. So it's there. It's bubbling, Mike. It's bubbling.
It is. You can see, but as you said, lacking in quality. And we did say, didn't we, the grey clouds, the rain. I think it's a light drizzle at the moment, but it has started here in Lancashire as it's headed away there by Liam Lindsay at halfway. Greaves sends it back away from his own penalty area. Cavallo goes in for a challenge. That one comes off in last and out for a Preston throw. I'll try and complete that City lineup. Also, as I said, it's Coyle, Jones, Greaves and Giles. Barely a moment to breathe. Surrey and Morton, the holding midfielders. Slater further forward of them. And they started with Zarori on the right, Villaging on the left, and Cavallio playing as the sort of false nine in that attacking four. As the Preston ball is sent long downfield, knocked back by the head of John Michael Surrey. And going back to that foul on him, by the way, they're the kind of, he knows, he's back to the Preston place. He knows probably there's going to be a challenge coming in there, isn't he? But he knew it could get them away if he made contact and
yeah, he'd already played his man. Jumped in the air, waiting for the challenge, wrote the challenge, but obviously given away a free kick, and goes out.
Yeah.
And the referee pulled us back.
Given away again, though, as City trying to force the ball out of their own penalty area. Again, it's that risk and reward, high risk and sometimes high reward, but you can be punished as well, as Miller shows a bit of fancy footwork there to just tap the ball inside and away from his man. Preston have it back in their own half at the moment. It's played forward by Story, then City will win it back. Nice work there. A little step away by Slater to just open up the space and plays in Coyle, then works into this right side to Zarori, who's got bright red boots on it, and the right one just drags over it, looks to push towards the byline. Got a couple of Preston players around him, he goes down, but no foul. And he goes down holding his right foot, but that will be a throw in to Preston. Zarori off the field of play as well. So they should be able to carry on playing. I think that's what the Preston player is saying to the referee. The linesman's checking on Zarori. That's not the linesman's business there, is it?
I don't think there was much in that whatsoever, but it's staying down.
He's staying down at the moment. They'll keep an eye on that one, but
he's off the pitch, so the physio's going to have to come all the way around the pitch to get to him.
Yeah, because
I won't be happy if I'm the physio if he gets up like he is now.
No. Oh, and also
I don't think there was much in it whatsoever.
And Allsop's just hurt himself. The ball was played back to him. He's just launched it out for a throw in at the edge of the area, and he's staying down. Now, is he trying to actually get Zarori back on the field of play, or has he hurt himself as he's launched something away? Has he strained something?
Is Zarori allowed to just walk back on pitch? But the physio's coming on to see Allsop, or the referee's asking for the physio, which is at the other end of the field, because he's halfway around going to see Zarori, which there's nothing wrong with him.
Well,
so he's had to do a full lap of the pitch nearly as a physio to get on.
Not just
and then Allsop gets up.
He's taking his time to get up. Well, that just about sums up.
Just having a fitness.
Yeah,
there.
That sums up the first 10 minutes of this game, doesn't it?
Scruffy.
Scruffy,
yeah. Nobody knows what each other's doing.
And for those who haven't been to Deepdale, let's paint the picture of why Swanee's just explained what's happened there with the physio, where the dugouts are. So we're in the main stand. We are in the Tom Finney stand. It is the main stand. It's where you come in when you enter the ground. But the dressing rooms are in the far right corner from us. The tunnel's over there. The dugouts are in the stand opposite, in front of what's called the Invincibles Pavilion. So obviously the physio was over there. Zarori got injured on this near touchline to us, or certainly went down on this near touchline. And then Ryan Allsop was injured on the far side of the field near his own penalty area, but he's back on his feet. So I wonder if he was just trying to buy a bit of time to get.
That's a God order. Footballers are strange people. I'm glad I'm not one.
And they say keepers are even worse.
Preston's are footballers, they're goalkeepers.
Oh, there we go. Floated into the area, volleyed across into the 6-yard box, and Allsop there in all pink. And the teams are finally out at the Attis Arena. Scunthorpe United taking on Chester in front of a record National League North crowd. Commentary on Freeview Channel 721, online via the BBC Sport website and app. And your commentary comes from Steve Torpey and Jed Penberthy. You're on 95.9 FM. City give the ball away again in their own half. We've said that way too many times so far in a scruffy opening 11 minutes, as Swanee called it. And he's right to do so. City try and win it back with Jones. He stepped in front of his man there, trying to get it from Emil Rees, who's in fine form. He scored 4 in the last 4. And that's out for a Preston throwing on this near left side, which Miller takes quickly. Throws it back to Hughes. I'll give you their side in a second, but it's been that frenetic. There's not been a chance for a break in play. But City win it back at halfway, and a little flick on there by Morton. Gives it to Greaves in an advanced position. Cavallio lays it off for Zarori. Just inside the right edge of the area. Hangs across up towards the back. Won't reach Greaves, and it's headed away by Preston. And that attack breaks down, and flag offside, is it? No, it isn't. It's played into Emil Rees, but he's just not able to control it properly. And it's played back by City to Allsop. That was an opportunity.
Yeah, it's like a good pub football game, isn't it? There's lots of action going on. Like I said, Jacob Greaves nicking the ball there. That's quality and that makes the run. Plays a great ball to Cavalli on a little deft touch out to Zerori on the right side. Just overhit the pass. Zerori plays the ball to the far post. I think we're expecting Greaves to come and attack it, which for me he should have been, but he just stood and expected the ball to come to him. When that's hanging up there above the fullback, go and head it, go smash it.
Well, Reece, we saw him peel away there, and I've been told that's what he'll like to do. He'll get in those positions. Sometimes you're expecting the ball up to him. He'll think it'll stick as a ball forward for Slater to try and chase onto. But Woodman comes out in aqua green goalkeeper kit, sends it out for a City throwing on this near right side. They attack left to right as we look at it here at Deepdale. But he showed nice movement there, Reece, didn't he? Just to peel away, and he was onside.
He was onside, yeah.
I was waiting for the flag to go up in case it was misread, but we were right in line with it, and he made a nice run. Thankfully, City able to deal with it as he couldn't quite control it properly either. Coy were working inside to Morton, can't bring it under control. The ground's certainly going to be a bit slick as the rain comes down, but there's a lot of sandy patches on this Deepdale pitch. It's not conducive, as Swanee was saying, to the most fluid of football, and we've seen already those little bobbles and the fact that it's not running carpet-like, making it tricky as also
bringing pressure on you, isn't it?
Yeah, he dummied the attempted ball away, didn't he? Keane just closed him down. Slater's got 4 white shirts around him. They press high and hard, don't they?
Yeah, every one of them. They have gone as a unit.
Oh, and also nearly gives it away there as Frodjar was, yeah, well he did, but Frodjar couldn't control it. And Preston went it back again. Carvalho looks a frustrated figure as he tries to close down Andrew Hughes. They'll play with a back 3 of Woodman in goal, Story, Lindsay and Hughes the back 3 as I mentioned, Brown, Whiteman, McCann and Miller the midfield 4. Frodjar will play in just behind Reece and the former City player Will Keane. And here come Preston down the left side with Hughes, one of the 3 centre-halves, tries to curl across in. It's a grass cutter that hits the shins of Louis Coyle and bounces away, but Preston keep possession with Story. Slips it forward to a teammate there as it's worked away into a bit of space by Frodjar. Now Miller looking to step away from Coyle, sends a cross that floats over the goal. It was a cross that ended up going goal bound. Also always felt comfortable with it.
End up in the top corner, haven't we? Because Allsop, it was just the flight of the ball. He didn't catch the ball right, and the flight was awkward. So Allsop's like backpedaling, hoping it's just going to go over the crossbar, which it did.
Yeah.
We've seen them nestled in the top corner, haven't we? And then they say to the player, was it a shot or was it a cross?
And what does the player always say?
It was a shot.
Yeah.
This is too dangerous for me. I'm not liking this today, playing out.
Yeah, because of the way Preston are getting in the faces every time City are playing out.
Percentages, they're going to win a couple, they're going to nick a couple offers, aren't they?
Yeah.
And how long we've been going? 15 minutes, and I'm nervous for that.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit edgy at the moment for City. You just need to sharpen up with some of these balls and maybe not play as high risk as they'd like
I won't
to.
think play that. I'd say we need to play higher up the field and to get the ball forward quicker.
Yeah.
Not invite that one.
Yeah.
Because we don't look dangerous ourselves like now when we go forward.
Zerori slips in Morton down the right-hand side, takes a touch, drags it back, keeps possession, does Morton, tries to flick it into the box, maybe a chance for Carvalho, bounces off a defender, might fall to Slater, and then he's volleyed away and out for a throw-in. Carvalho just couldn't turn enough, could he, to get the shot away from close range.
Defender close, back to goal, 7-8 yards out. That's when you're thinking, this is why we brought players to the club, because these have got that bit of brilliance. You're thinking, what's he going to do? Can he do anything? And he couldn't get away with it, just then could he? A bit tight.
Yeah.
That's what you're hoping, though, just that bit of magic.
2 goals in his last 2 games, though, as Zerori just flicks a header on from that throw-in, and it's into the hands of Freddie Woodman. 16 and a half minutes gone. Swanee, that has flown by, but it's been that kind of opening 16 minutes, hasn't it?
Yes, there's a lot going on, hasn't there? There's a lot going on, lad.
Dull goalless, as that's played down the left side. Jones has to come across to cover, just calmly knocks a header back to Ryan Allsop. And he thought about going for the quick restart. I think City fans want them to do so. He rolls it out to Greaves away on that left side, then to Giles. He's got Philogene down the line, but not a good ball from Ryan Giles. And it's out for a Preston throw-in. City's bench today, by the way, a couple of changes to it with Christie returning. Noah Ohio coming in as well to make way. Traore drops out and Aaron Connolly was dealing with a a dead leg going into it. He was a doubt heading into the weekend. So they've got Panda, McLaughlin, Tufan, Doherty, Ohio, Sharp, Jacob, Christie, and Irma. Irma was the player to drop out of the starting 11 from the game against West Brom. Regan Slater replacing him. Throwing Preston, 10 yards inside the City half at the right side. It's going to come through the centre circle at the feet of Andrew Hughes. Or Liam Lindsay, I should say, number 6 on his back. Hughes was 16. It's sent forward, headed out off a Preston player and out for a throw-in as that drizzle continues to come down. The floodlights on already on this Saturday afternoon in March. And you're listening to BBC Radio Humberside. Mike and Swanee in your FM commentary. Grimsby Town at home against Forest Green Rovers. A big game down at the bottom end of League 2 on digital radio as Preston nearly win the ball back in City's penalty area and then just played away by Seri, who wiped something from his eye. Maybe a bit of mud just flicked up into it. And then Coyle scurries into some space. He has it taken from him, but then the Tigers keep it with Cavallio. Moore steps forward. Yeah, he doesn't receive the ball, thankfully. Giles now to Cavallio, who's going to try a shot from range, and it's palmed away by Woodman. A cracking shot again, looking for 3 and 3 as we said, but the keeper equal to it, and it goes out on this near right side for a City corner.
Yeah, it was a great strike. It's one of them where he's hit it and it's like got some movement. Keeper had to just push the ball away for a corner. Didn't want to try and keep hold of that one, but it was a great strike.
Yeah, especially in these conditions. Fancy trying to grab it. Rory will take the corner then. City looking to try and take the lead in this one. Rory floats one towards the back. Greaves is there. Just couldn't get full contact on the header, and it's going to be played downfield by Reese. It bounces awkwardly for Giles, but Coyle's there to help him out, and just chested off by Regan Slater. And Giles will go back to Allsop. And Preston so quick to get out, aren't they, and get in the faces of City. And not giving a load of time on the ball. Greaves will have it just at the edge of his penalty area. Allsop will look for an option. He finds it with Slater, who's got some space to run into. Morton's gone in an advanced position, but it's worked to this near right side to Rory's got Coyle inside him. Still Rory though, drops his shoulder, tries to get the cross. Southampton takes a deflection off the foot of Miller and out for another corner.
Well, we've been on the ropes a bit now. We've got some punches flying, a bit of Southampton now. So we are playing higher up the field. My neck is not sore looking at the left to the right because we are bang on the halfway line. Perfect position.
Yeah.
What would like royalty do?
Very much so. Yeah.
I keep getting a lovely waft of perfume and I keep looking across at you and you winking at me. You're doing it for the wrong reason, Mike.
You've been making all kinds of offers today, Swanee will not go there. Rory from the right hand side, cross ball in, it's headed up in the air. Greaves will knock it back down. Morton scoops it towards goal, but with no real purchase on it. Played away by Preston, and Coyle's header at halfway goes into a Preston player, and they'll try and break away with Reese. Good challenge there from Slater to take it from him. He looks a threat, Reese, doesn't he?
He does, he's got a bit of pace, but Slater did exceptionally well there because he was in the race with him, but he could have gone for the challenge early, which would have given away a free kick. But he waited just for the right time where he could get the slide and hook at the same time and take the ball out for a throw in there and lets his team get back and get settled.
50 grand, Regan Slater is the chant from the City fans behind the goal, acknowledging that tackle for a player who's certainly won himself in the hearts of most City fans, if not all. Ball played away by Preston as it had come back to their keeper, Woodman. It's Alan Brown, the captain. He'll slide Will Keenan, who's got in behind Greaves, right side of the penalty area. Faces up towards goal, sends a cross in, Cole's there to volley it away with the left foot. There's some pace to this game.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Not necessarily the highest of quality, as you said, but it's exciting. Preston are getting a lot of space, aren't they, in key areas, and especially down this left-hand side. It's worked in towards Ali McCann. Gets a cross in, headed away by Greaves. Comes out to Story. City try and play that one away as Morton look to pick out Cavallio. Comes off a Preston player and out for a throw in the Lily White's bench this afternoon. Di Cornell, the sub-keeper. Cunningham, Stewart, Ledson, Woodburn, Holmes, the former Scunthorpe United player, Watmo, Osmajic, and Robbie Brady, the ex-City player, who played 124 times for the Tigers, had great success between 2011 and 2015, a teammate of Liam Rossini's during his time there as well. As the Tigers in all amber get the ball at halfway with Slater. Philogene knocks the ball inside and gives it to a Preston player, but then Slater wins it back. Good work from Regan Slater, then goes in with a challenge that the referee didn't like and says that will be a Preston free kick.
Is that their nickname, Lily Whites?
Yes.
Oh, shocking, isn't it?
It's the colour shirt they wear.
Not the best nickname, is it? It's not though, is it?
That's not really thought about it, to be honest. I've never thought about it, Swanee. Can't even say it's that kind of game where we've got talking about nicknames, because it's been it's a fast-paced one, but it's just we've literally got 5 seconds of 5 seconds of catching your breath. As Preston float that one to this near left side on the angle, headed away by Jones, just inside his area. It's played to Rory, who gives the ball away with a cheap one, and Preston get it back midway inside the City half with Miller, who looks bright on this near left-hand side. Plays it back into his own half towards Ben Whiteman, who had an opportunity earlier in the game but couldn't pick a shot that went either side of Allsop. It was almost like a back pass as much as anything else. City, Philogene just can't keep it in front of Liam Rossini over on that far side, who applauds his teammate, or his player, I should say. And that'll be a throw in to Preston on that right side. 24 minutes in then, Swanee, give us your assessment.
Very, very scruffy, scrappy, entertaining. You can't take your eyes off it. There's something going to happen. It'll probably be a mistake or a deflection that's going to open the game up. But we're still in it with Leicester. Probably gambling too much at the back for me today. I don't mind them playing out from the back. Like I said, Southampton, they're a different class, but the pitch is not set up for it today. But they've lost it again, 5 yards outside his box.
Preston left side, Miller into the area, flicks it off, just tried to lay it off for Frodjar, but City defending it. Still Preston though, back with Whiteman, then back to Lindsay, into Whiteman again, who started his career at Manchester United, then came through a bit later in his younger years at Sheffield United. And it's Lindsay at halfway. Steps into City's half. It's up towards Rees. Good work from Jones and Greaves to combine to take the ball from him.
It was a 1-2, that wasn't it? One got the block, other one took the ball off him.
He's a slight looking figure, isn't he, Rees? But he's been a danger so far as Slater manages to skip through 2 Preston players inside his own half, centre field, then work to the left-hand side to Giles, who's going to try and set Philogene free. The keeper has read that one well, though. He's come out to help out Story. And it's played away by Woodman. Seri's underneath it. Seri will get there. Flicks it to Carvalho. Fouls, says the referee, to play on, says the referee, and Seri has it. Then gives it away. Preston get it back in their own half.
Come on, John, lad.
Too many times we've seen that happen. Coyle's going to have to chase after this one. He does well to get in front of Miller. Just had the half a yard he needed to make sure that he was able to get there before the Preston White player.
Yeah, great defending by Coyle, good pace, just awareness what's around him, knew which way to turn, and just released the ball back into Jones. Again, we give it away again.
Yeah, Philogene tried to play it inside to Giles and just couldn't bring it under control. The City left back, and Preston have it again, just inside City's half. Miller wanted something further forward, instead he goes square, inside to Ali McCann, who's the Edinburgh-born Northern Ireland international. Has played through in a bit of space on the diagonal for Frodjar and played up towards Keane. Jones plays away, Seri to Morton, and it's back to Jones and to this near side to Louis Coyle.
Nothing on for him?
No, and then tries to force one into Carvalho, and Preston win it back again with Miller, who we keep saying looks dangerous, not managed to provide anything yet. Curls across in, this might be a chance, in towards Rees, headed off the top of Greaves' bonds. Played away by Giles. Preston keep it in though, on that far right side. It's hard to get any real flow in this game at the moment, isn't it? It's very bitty and scruffy, as Swanee said. But Preston seeing way too much of the ball. They are the home side, but more than Liam Rossini would want them to have, I would imagine, I guess.
Yeah, and with that, you've got this atmosphere behind you, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just they're believing in it.
Well, they're fancying it, as Swanee said before the game, and I agree with him in the sense that you feel this might be a team that will fade away in the final stages of the playoff running, but you just never know, and seemingly their fans are believing right now. On a run of 6 games,
Well, you've got a chance. They'll keep fighting, what? They just don't believe you got a chance.
Yeah.
Championship's a strange league, isn't it?
They've won 4 of the last 5 of Preston, just 1 loss in the last 8. City looking to complete the league double over Preston for the first time in a while. Here's Rory wins it. Moore gives it to the right side to Coyle, just outside the area, does well to get away from Miller. Lays it off a simple one for Morton, turns it inside for Seri, but that was read by Frodger, and then played away. Jones will head it inside towards Greaves. Will Keane was lurking. Greaves does well to win it back though. Hands on head of a few Preston fans around us, and Greaves will chip it to Philogene, who gets around the outside of Story into the area, tries to drag it back, comes off Story, out for a corner kick to City.
Yeah, great defending by Greaves. Again, interception. Rather than making that challenge and going to ground, stays on his feet, nicks it. He's playing in midfield and he's pushing on and playing a great ball out. He's had a good start as Greaves. That's him, Slater as well. They're exceptional.
Grimsby Town already 1-0 up against Forest Green Rovers at Blundell Park in our digital radio commentary. A big one down at the bottom of League 2. Harvey Rogers with the goal there. Is taken short is the corner. Zarori to Seri. Left hand side, far side of the ground from us. Cross ball in. Up in the air by Preston. It'll drop down in the box. Greaves knocks it down. That comes off the Preston head and out for a corner. Yeah, fan in front of us doesn't agree with that. I think retrospect servers lap is wrong on that one. Taken short. Cavallio to Zarori. Works it inside. Seri curls it towards the back. Philogene's there. Knocks the header back. Maybe a chance for Jones in the 6-yard box, but Preston are dealing with it and play that one away.
Yeah, great ball in. Philogene just peeled off there and he had a choice. We're going to go for goal. It's a narrow angle or just play it back into the path for Jones. And I think Jones was a bit shocked, even though he knew it was coming to him. If that had been a striker, you'd expect him to put the ball away there.
Yeah, it was an opportunity for him, but it remains Preston 0, Hull City 0. Good game, isn't it? It is. A bit hairy at times, yeah, but it's certainly got the excitement that we've kind of come to expect with the chair. We talk about it to the point where sometimes it sounds cliche, but it's why everyone says the Championship is the most exciting division in football. Will it have the excitement of the playoffs at the end of the season for the Tigers? They're shaped up for it right now, but still plenty of work to do. They've got Birmingham to come on Tuesday, then the leaders Leicester at the MKM Stadium on Saturday before that 3-week break. It was going to be 2 due to the international break, but the FA Cup involvement still of Coventry City means that game's going to be moved. Most likely, you would think, sometime in April now. It's the only time it probably can be played for, moved to. City got some interesting games still to come. Leeds United, of course, on Easter Monday. That's now an 8 o'clock kick-off if any of you missed that news earlier in the week. Stoke on Friday. That'll be the first game back after that 3-week break, where they'll go to Turkey as part of the fans trip. A friendly will be played out there as well. Here comes City forward now with Slater. Cavallio going to dink on forward to Philogene. Edge of the area, flicks it on the outside of his right foot. Taken from him though by Brown. Philogene tries to get it back and ends up conceding the throw. And Preston fans wanted a handball decision given against Philogene. It was just tasted.
No, it was handball from the Preston players.
Oh, sorry, the City fans were playing.
City fans, right. It was at the other side of the stadium, it was the other side of the ground. I don't know how many fans is there, 2,000 or 3,000, whatever, he spotted that, and the referee was 10 yards away and he spotted it.
Yeah. Here comes City again, though, as Moore gets it. Giles might fancy one from Ridge. He looks as though he's shaping up for it at one point. Moore to Cavallio. Back to Moore. Curls it on his right foot. Hits a defender just inside the area and bounces away for a throw-in. Giles thought about it for a second, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Philogene just had a little nudge on one of their substitutes, trying to pick the ball up, stood in his way. Yeah, shot him as a gaffer. Old Philogene stood across him, give me the ball.
It's out for a Preston throwing over on that far side. Did I miss something there? Because I thought the shot was deflected away for a throw-in, but anyway. 32 minutes gone. That's flown by, it really has. In a fast-paced game as Keane hangs one up in the air. It'll drop down for Jones, who doesn't deal with it in the best of ways. Dinked into the area. Coyle will just leave that for Alston. Allsop. You can hear the ooze from some of the Preston fans who wanted keen to try and get in there on the end of that. But it's Allsop's ball. And it's goalless in your FM commentary on BBC Radio Humberside. City have won 5 of the last 7. Wins against Sunderland, Millwall, Rotherham, Huddersfield, and of course that one at Southampton. Lost against Swansea, drew against West Brom last week. As Coyle controls it deep in his own half in that right back position. Not too far from the corner flag, just gets a little nudge there from Frojar.
It's going to be another one of them games for Coyle. He's involved, it seems to be involved in everything. Always ends up on the floor. He's always got the muckiest shorts, shirt, socks.
Yeah.
He's been to the walls with his face, hasn't he? His facial injuries this year. But he's 100% week in, week out. You know what you're going to get from him.
Yeah, every single time puts him in for his side. Preston not happy that Ryan Allsop's just nudged the ball about 5 yards further forward. It's going to be taking this free kick from deep in the right back position in City's half, and Allsop will drill it down that right channel. Goes beyond Zarori, so it's easy for Hughes to head away. Now for a Tigers throwing on this near right side. Coyle will just wait for the ball to be sent back and looks for a bit of movement. Has it with Carvalho, who tries to just tap it away from one of the Preston players, but with the pitch and the conditions the way they are, wasn't able to bring it under full control and out for a throw-in.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever going to get the free kick there. Just stepped in front of him, then he went to ground. Minimum amount of touch on his back.
Throw-in intercepted by Coyle as Zarori taps it inside to Moore, but Preston will play that one away and one for Rees to chase after. Covered by Greaves on this near left-hand side for Preston. Rees tries to get around the outside of Greaves, who just stands firm and then almost takes it away. That potentially was a corner. The Preston fans thought so. The linesman's at the other side, the referee was near it and neither have given it, but Preston get it back at halfway with Whiteman.
Done brilliant, Greaves there defensively, but he run the ball out for a corner and got away with it. Who cares?
And here comes City trying to break away with Philogene, who scored the winner in the game at the MKM Stadium earlier in the season in a 1-0 win for the Tigers. Moore, now Seri, midway inside the Preston half. Goes expansive along the ground to the right side. Zarori taking on his man, whips across in towards the back. That's beyond everyone.
Isn't it? If someone wants to come and attack it, probably just a bit over it, but great little dink.
No one in at the back. Philogene sends it back to Giles, sends a cross in. Carvalho is there with a bit of attention around him. Comes out to the edge of the area, chested off by Slater. Now it's with Seri. To Coyle, back to Zarori again, 18 yards out, just away from the angle of the penalty area. Dinked it into Carvalho, tries to thread it back through to Zarori, but Preston block it. City keep possession though, and it's with Coyle on this near right side to Slater, trying to open up this Preston defence. Just tippy-tappy, then worked into a bit of space for Carvalho. Looked to try and feed it through to Morton, and Preston again equal to it. They've dealt with what City have presented them with, and it remains 0-0 as City just can't keep the ball in. Greaves
got on it. It's squirted away from under his foot down the line
and out for a throw-in.
Did I hear Liam Racine when I was on about Seri? I'm going on to a completely different, saying it when we were watching him in the African Nations final. I was laughing watching him because it looked like he was playing in garden with his kids.
Playing with his slippers on.
Playing with his slippers on.
Yeah.
That's how he plays, and nothing's a problem to him, is it?
He's not wrong.
Swings it, plays it, shows again.
Right on cue there. For Swanee's narrative about Seri, and then it's played to this right side to Zarori, who again has that little drag across the ball, but doesn't open up the space this time. Coyle, Seri, dinks it back into Coyle. Coyle on his left foot with a volley. Heading down, might be played away by Preston. And it is. Oh, it's just not dropping for City on those second balls at the moment, is it? Give it away though. Coyle will try and drill it towards Philogene, but again headed away by Preston. And it's back and forth, although City have managed a bit more time.
Great body movement by Jones.
Lovely work from Jones. Mercurial movement from the City centre half. And keeps possession. Zarori looks to try and dink it back in on a 1-2, and then Zarori's given a foul away. Miller goes down clutching.
It's embarrassing.
His right leg.
It is embarrassing. We're right in front of him there. Has he touched him? No. And he's rolling round. You just want to go and pick him up by his ears, don't you? So get on with it. Sorry.
No, I'm not disagreeing. Look, do you know the most damage that's been done in all of that? The pitch. Yeah, the pitch when he was riding around.
And the little divot he's made.
Yeah. It's cutting up like Cheltenham.
Oh, Cheltenham, that's coming soon.
I teed you up for it. I thought, there we go.
That's coming soon. Cheltenham, a couple of weeks.
Oh, Swanee will be there.
Put a smile on my face, even though I already had one.
Yeah, as usual, I'll keep it on my bucket list, waiting for a tick next to it. Whiteman will float this free kick in towards the edge of the area, headed away by Greaves. And it comes out to Frodsham, chips it into the area, volleyed away by Coyle. Not convincingly, but effectively enough, and City will win a free kick. Carvalho's hauled to the ground just outside his own area, and City will have the chance to just breathe for a second. Yeah, it's 0-0.
40 minutes gone.
Yeah, I'll say how, but not necessarily because there's been a glut of chances, Swanee, but just because it's been that kind of game. You're thinking, how has there not been something yet that's led to a goal? Yeah, exactly. Although both sides have had opportunities, haven't they, or certainly half chances in the area. You thought Carvalho might have been able to do something, and if Whiteman does better with his left-footed scuff to
the first
Ryan
cross that
also.
came in, here we go again. This is danger again.
Yeah, working the ball out from their own area though. Greaves will go back to Allsop. He's going to have to play this one away indoors because Will Keane was near him. Headed out for a City throw-in away on that far-hand side into a stand that has a sort of blanket or a sheet across the front saying, build it up with blue and white. City have a throw-in just near halfway. Giles will look to take it. Just thrown down that left side intended for Philogene. Played away by Preston. Greaves is there. Seri into Slater. Does well to shield that one away from McCann and then gets it back to Allsop. He then turns and looks at the referee to say, well, am I not getting a decision there? But instead,
three players. Greaves coming out there. Well played by Slater. Then I'm looking at three of the strikers there. Well, two wide men, Zarori and Philogene, and then Morton has headed run straight down the centre. If Greaves could have found that big long pass, big raking pass.
Yeah, and then Ryan Giles goes in the referee's book because he lost possession, and as he's trying to get back, he just brought the Preston player down and took the foul. Nearly 40 minutes gone in this first half. Still no goals on BBC Radio Humberside, 95.9 FM. Enjoyed it, Swan?
I have enjoyed it. That's it's fun, boy.
Couldn't call it which way this could go just yet. We always suspected it would be this kind of game. Preston in good form, City likewise, as the free kick's taken down the right side. That cross has got a lot of oomph on it. It's kept in play though, is it? No, it curled out and out for a goal kick. Mentioned earlier on, the only other time City have won 5 straight away, or the last time they won 5 straight away from home, was back in 1966. That's in the league only.
What a beautiful year.
I wonder why that was.
Lovely things was created in that year.
Yes. Yeah, football magic. Football history, England winning the World Cup. Oh, sorry, yeah, I see what you mean. So it's all about you, Swanee. Some days it's got to be, because nobody else cares. Heartfelt messages on a postcard too. Peter Swan at BBC Radio Humberside.
Put it on the stamp.
No one wants to fork out for the cost of the stamp for that kind of message, Swanee. Not being funny. Seri inside to Slater, who just has to stretch as well. Yeah. He has. And he's got maybe City moving down this right side. Zarori just cuts it inside. Support, flicks it into Carvalho inside the area. Lays it for Coyle. Inside to Zarori. Zarori with a shot, and that might just go wide off. Yeah, it did take a deflection, and out for a corner away on that far left-hand side. That looked like a potential opportunity there. I was waiting for him to just flash it into the far corner, but the Preston boot denied it.
Yeah, it was like a good little build-up play. Probably first bit of quality we've seen in and around there, like 2 or 3 passes, and it come out to him. We're right behind it, so as soon as it hit that shot there, you could see the deflection. He was trying to get it to bend from left to right, which is an hard one when you turn it with your right foot.
Corner taken short. Zarori into Seri, who tries to get around the outside of Frodsham. Frodsham tries to win the free kick. Referee's having none of it. Not the right play you wanted in that role to be trying to take on the defender, was it?
No, his backless slippers just come off when he tried going past him, didn't he? Just slipped off.
I love the fact that we're now defining the slippers.
He'll come out in his dressing gown second half.
Oh, you could imagine him that, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Silk dressing gown, slippers, cool as you like.
Me and pipe and slippers, think of it in bed. Got to be careful that one, aren't I?
Careful. Yeah, please don't finish the unedited radio version, non-radio version of that song. Whatever you do. With a nod to Holocaust to the beautiful south from Swanee, here's Rory at halfway. City get it back again. Seen plenty of the ball now, aren't they? Now they need to make some of this play.
Yeah, they're finishing the first half better, aren't they?
Yeah. Morton to Giles, now to Philogene, near the angle of the area. Just trying to decide his option. His option is to float it in with the left foot, in towards Carvalho. Tussles well with the defender, but the head is barely a glancing touch and just knocks it back to Freddie Woodman in the Preston goal. 0-0, BBC Radio Humberside, Peter Swan.
Yeah, Carvalho could have been better there. When you got close to the defender, let the ball drop over the defender's head, because he was always going to be favourite to win it, because he had his arm, he had him pinned away from him. So as soon as that ball drops, he could have probably tried the volley. Obviously, I'm trying to tell someone with the quality he's got what to do. Obviously, car being on, but that's what it looked like. He could have let it drop.
Goal Slater has the ball taken from him with a strong challenge, and now Miller edge of the penalty area, he tries a shot, comes off the back of Coyle and away for a Preston corner. Something out of nothing, that.
Never seen as many deflections, have you?
I know.
I started off with the first shot, took 2 deflections, could have gone anywhere, and like 45 minutes in, we're still talking about deflections. A minute ago, we had one on the other side went out for the corner.
We know what's going to happen if there's a goal in the game, don't we? We know how that's coming.
Exactly.
As this corner is going to be taken on this Preston left-hand side, as we look towards the City fans behind that goal, a flag there that says since 1904, Botanic, a big collection of fans from one of the local pubs, other Hull City flags there as well. Corner from the left side, right-footed in towards the back, and there was a header there, came in, bit of a free header, but it's over and out for a goal kick as we enter the final minute of normal time in this first half.
Yeah, I think it was Story once at the right side of the 3 centre half, coming there, towered above everybody. Seems to head the ball with top of his head rather than his forehead. He had to do it forehead there, he's put it back at net. He's got the run on the defenders.
Player who started his career Story at Exeter. It's his 150th league start for Preston North End this afternoon. 26-year-old centre-half. And he had an opportunity to make his mark on that milestone appearance. This one's sent long by Allsop, headed back into City territory by Hughes, into Greaves. Greaves does well to just step in front of it. Great work from Jacob Greaves, made it look easy, and plays it up towards Philogene. Does well to control that as he was running away towards the touchline, keeps the ball in play, then cuts inside, tried to feed it into Carvalho, but it's
another deflection.
Yeah, another one.
Great play by Greaves. He didn't want to get in the wrestle there, did he?
No.
Just like waited to step across him. When the ball bounced, stood across him and then whipped it down the left-hand side for Philogene. I said, I didn't think he didn't need to make the touch either. He could right into his path.
1 minute of added time here as in front of 8,000 fans at the Attis Arena, formerly Glanford Park. Chester have taken the lead on the half hour against Scunthorpe United. The Irons stuttering a little bit when they really do need to pick up as many points as possible if they've got any slim chance of catching Tamworth at the top of the table. City 0-0 here at Preston. Just brightened up a little bit, still a grey cloud or so, but Greaves does well to head that long ball away, but then Coyle loses out, and here come Preston breaking away. They've got a bit of space for Miller into the area, left side, danger for the Tigers. Coyle comes back to cover and blocks that one and puts it out for a corner. Probably be the last play of this first half. He gets a high five from John Michael Serry.
Yeah, that's it. Give the ball away, trying to be positive. But then when he loses it, he tries to get back as quick as he can. I'm looking at Jones and he can come across and help him out. Jones stayed on the same run. Coyle had to cover 40, 50 yards to get that block on there.
Yeah. Corner them left side. Miller will take a little stutter step as he hangs this one up towards the back post. Greaves is there, flicks a header away. Carvalho tries to get in, comes back in the area, still not cleared away yet. Then it is, and then the whistle goes. And a fast, frenetic, furious game that at times, as Swanee used the word, has been scruffy. City had to play the way into the game as well. They had half opportunities. One of them coming to Carvalho, saw his shot saved. Another one where he just couldn't quite get on the turn from close range to maybe slip the ball past the keeper. Preston North End have been denied on a couple of occasions. One in particular where Whiteman just didn't do enough on the shot after City were exposed and opened up in their own penalty area. Whiteman's shot was just scuffed towards Allsop. It's been an open game, but an open game that is yet to produce a goal. It is Preston 0, Hull City 0, Peter Swan.
Yeah, it's an evenly balanced game, and at the moment, let's say, it is scruffy. Both teams are having a go at it, but I don't think the pitch is helping, and let's say there's that many deflections and that many interceptions in the game, you're thinking, something's going to break, it's going to be one of them. But as the manager goes in at half-time, he'll be happy with that, because something to build on.
Half-time here at Deepdale, it is Preston 0, Hull City 0.
All score at the break then at Deepdale. Mike and Swan will be back for the second half on 95.9 FM. Grimsby Town, though, have the lead at home to Forest Green Rovers as 22nd hosts 23rd in League Two. John Tonda.
Indeed, they do. Harvey Rogers with his first goal for the club was an important one as well. Well, let's hope it is anyway. It came after 8 minutes. Town started well, forced quite a few set pieces. And from one of those, the ball was cleared. Rogers stayed in though as Thompson lifted it forward. The Holohan miscued his shot, but it fell straight to Rogers, who put the ball over the keeper and into the net. And Town kept going for a few minutes after that, but then gradually Forest Green started to come into the game. They looked good when they had possession, played it around rather nicely, and there were some rather dangerous moments going across the Town box without Cartwright really having to make off any saves so far. Town really haven't done a lot at the other end either, but a couple of promising moments. Donovan Wilson's looked quite good on his return to the side, but you've got a feeling that there's a long way to go in this game yet. But the half-time score is good. Grimsby Town 1, Forest Green Rovers 0.
We'll have a shortened football forum tonight due to our fourth commentary of the game kicking off at 5:30. It's Hull Kingston Rovers at Salford. We'll go on all frequencies from 5:30. It'll be also on BBC Sound as well. Looking at Hull City's rivals this afternoon, Norwich City 0-0 with Sunderland at half-time. Grimsby Town's rival Sutton are goalless at Tranmere Rovers at the interval. So we're getting underway in the first half at Glanford Park as they were trying to shoehorn in as many fans as possible for the game with Chester, and the Iron are trailing by 1-0 in the game which got underway at 3:15. So we'll take commentary of this at half-time here in our 3 o'clock games. Scunthorpe United trailing Chester then by 1-0. Ben Tollick with that on half an hour. Your commentary team at the Attis Arena, Steve Torpey, your expert summariser, your match commentator, Jed Penberthen.
Hello to everybody who is joining us on DAB, on digital, on FM. It is 1-0 to Chester, and it's been the only shot on target for the visitors that is for the difference so far, but it has been a half where Scunthorpe United have had their chances. Danny Roybal is in possession and he turns, and the first time for him with his back to goal, it's a loose pass, and Joel Taylor is easy there to nick things and get things going again for Chester, who are starting to feel a little more into the game now after a first half an hour where Scunthorpe really dominated, and then that goal has just changed the whole dynamism of this game, Steve Torpey.
Yeah, it has. It was, like I said, 65% possession, everything in the attacking half for Scunthorpe. We always said it was always a threat. Chester on the counter, and that's exactly what happened. Counter-attack from our attacking first, Scunthorpe's attacking third. And like I said, the only shot on target for Chester, and a real sucker punch. But we keep saying this week in, week out, sucker punch got done here, and all the great possession, which not resulted in many clear-cut chances, especially no goals.
Scales in possession in midfield for Scunthorpe. Sent in field now for Tom Pugh, who just stretched as he received the ball. And it seems to have worried him as his pass is easily intercepted by Glendon. And now Chester can come forward. It's 3 in advancing yellow shirts on the right-hand side, kicking from right to left in this one. Back into the path of Whitehouse. So back over to the right-hand side. There's not a lot of pace in this Chester attack, and really they don't need to put much pressure on at the moment. They are a goal to the good, and a ball in, and a silly foul from Tyler Denton, and maybe a chance for Chester to send the ball into the box.
Yeah, he was never going to get that. Denton, he needs to be patient. Don't get frustrated. He's just gone right through the back of the right-sided player and give a foul, probably 15 yards, probably about 30 yards from goal. 10 yards, 15 yards outside the 18-yard box on the right-hand side. But don't get frustrated, even though all the possession, and sometimes it's easier said than done.
And that's why Jimmy Dean really wants to make his words count. He's calling on fans to really be that 12th man, isn't he? He said there was no need to build up this game. It was already big as it is. It's just to get ready to take this free kick. But they've just been quietened lately, and the ball is into the middle. It's headed away by Denton, more up than out, but there is Fitzsimons to come and claim for the eye, and he's been quite quick at trying to distribute it so far today, and he bowls it out to the right-hand side for Regan Ogle. 38 minutes on the clock, still 1-0 to the visitors. Ogle flicks one over the shoulder of the defender, but it's easily cut out, and Dion Sembi-Ferris was almost running nowhere and blind to where the ball was coming from. And Boyce is forced into just heading the ball out of play for a throw into Chester.
We say that, Ogle's in a good position, and he's experienced to over it rather than under it. You under it, the Chester defender heads it and he clears it. If you over it, the worst case scenario runs out for a throw in, but you're still in the attacking third of the pitch. So, even the over it rather than under it all day for me.
And this is the difference between the first half an hour and the last 10 minutes. It's just been all of the zip from Scunthorpe's earlier play has just been dragged out of the game.
Yeah, it's hard to keep that level of intense, persistent possession. It is up throughout the first half. They did it for around about 25 minutes and start to loosen and take the foot off the gas, which is going to happen ultimately. That's when Chester scored, and now they need to start to build it up and using the wide areas like they did for the first 25 minutes of the game.
This is a Chester team that don't concede much at all. They've got the tendency to be able to hang on to games. I was saying earlier, Will Stanway's impressive clean sheet record in between the sticks for the Seals. A real good notion as to why they're in the playoff places. They've got possession in midfield now with Elliot Whitehouse. Shifted the ball to his left, kicking from right to left. Now Tollett turns in midfield away from Scales, tries to poke in Whitehouse, maybe a chance of the arm, but Scales loses his touch in the centre circle just as the counter-attacks look possible. And now Chester can come forward again after a loose pass from Denton. It's all starting to get a little bit scrappy here, 5 minutes to go until the break. Tollett in possession for Chester, who have just seen a lot more of the bowl since the goal. They've certainly got a lot of confidence now. McAlinden is busting a gut trying to win the ball back for Scunthorpe. He's been dragged over to this right-hand side. Looks like Dion Sembi-Ferris has swapped with him. But it's still the visitors in possession, just inside the Scunthorpe half. It's flicked over the right-hand side, but that's far too heavy for Declan Weeks. And it's out for a goal kick to Scunthorpe.
Yeah, he's tried to clip a nice little chip, but he's got too much on it, and with the pitch being so wet, it's just run out for a Scunthorpe goal kick. But you can see their intentions. See, they're trying to pass it and build up play, which they've done relatively well, Chester, especially the last 15 minutes or so.
Danny Whitehall with his back to goal just turns the ball around the corner to Butterfield, who himself loses the touch. I'm not sure whether that's the pitch that's just starting to make itself a factor in this game. But it is a throw into Chester. 5 minutes to go until the break. Remember, Town fans, City fans, Scunny fans, have your say on the football forum. Shortened football forum this afternoon. Sembi-Ferris in possession and rolls it back to Fitzsimons. 08000 665 959. What do you make of the first half an hour and the last 12 minutes or so? As Torp says, you can't keep that intensity for 90 minutes, but you can certainly try and cut out the sloppiness that led to the goal. It's a lovely crossfield ball there by Evans into the path of Ogle. A cushion header into McAlinden on this right-hand side. Square into Butterfield, 25 yards from goal. Shifts it to his left-hand side. Now Pugh. Space for Sembi-Ferris to take on Burke. One-on-one, getting inside the penalty area. Cut over, tight to the touchline. Falls back to Pugh. This is a crossing opportunity. Right-footed, low. Drilled to the edge of the box. Might fall to Scales just as the sun comes out. It might have got in his eyes as his header was not well directed, and Chester just about deal with it, but it goes out for a Scunthorpe throw-in. Positive signs this from the Iron, with a couple of minutes to go until the break on this delayed kick-off at the Attis Arena. McAlinden shifted onto his left foot, falls nicely for Butterfield. His eyes lit up just for a second. It might do here for Denton, and his eyes shouldn't have lit up because he hits the advertising hoardings on the top of the stand. It's still 1-0 to Chester with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think, and then he's raised his hands if it was a deflection on that Denton. So yeah, didn't strike it well. Good power on it, but no direction flow 15-20 yards over the crossbar. I think frustration will be the key word for Scunthorpe. Since the goal, they have lost a little bit, or lack a little bit of energy. I think it's taken its toll, that goal. It's really quite affected them quite badly in terms of their response. They've not responded as well as they should have or could have. And it's disappointing because of all the first half an hour.
Great strong work there by Danny Whitehall. Might be able to break now for Scunthorpe. Right-footed, low goal, and straight into the midriff of the goalkeeper. That was a really good opportunity. It was 3-on-2 momentarily for the Iron, but Danny Whitehall decided to be selfish and drove straight at goal. Still 1-0 to Chester.
Yeah, he's received it around about 35 yards out. Chester defence start to drop off, so you think, okay, I'm going to dribble, and then he took the opportunity, took the shot, probably the right decision. But just doing it was straight in the goalkeeper's hand. So you know, you need to try and find those corners there, a bit of guile and finesse around those areas.
A little bit of urgency from Tyler Denton as he takes the throw quickly, and it's shifted over to the right hand side now for Ogle, who's looking for support, and his kind of aimless ball into midfield is easily cut out on this occasion by Weeks. As 1 minute is added on at the end of this half, it's sent forward towards Catton for Chester, just inside the Scunny half, but the home side are able to deal with it, and shifted over to the left hand side now with Denton. Might be an opportunity now for Senby Ferris to play it in field. Might fall kindly for Scales. He takes a bundle for his trouble, and it's sent over to the right hand side now with Ogle. May be able to find support to his right. That's McAlinden. Liam McAlinden, one-on-one with the defender, sends it in low towards the 6-yard area, and there was the goalkeeper to be able to deal with it, and it's easy, and it's still 1-0 just as we add into injury time.
Yeah, unlucky McAlinden tried to, on his less favourable right foot, and just caught the bottom of the studs of the Chester defender, and gone into the goalkeeper's hands.
So Chester are just looking to, as we just send back to Matt Dean in the studio, it's still 1-0 to Scunthorpe.
Thanks very much. Commentary continuing with Jed on Freeview 721, the BBC Sport website. And our fourth commentary is Hull Kings. Headline news is that Joe Burgess is starting against his former employer this afternoon. We'll get the full team details from Richard Stead once he's in position at the Salford Community Stadium. Players back out then at Deepdale and Blundell Park for our digital and FM matches. So we'll split our frequencies now. If you want the Mariners, you'll need to be on DAB digital radio. Grimsby leading 1-0 against Forest Green Rovers. Harvey Rogers with the goal on 9 minutes, whilst it's goalless in our FM game. Hull City at Preston North End. Gary Croft and John Tonder on digital. Mike White and Peter Swan on FM. I'll talk to you again for the Football Forum from 5.
Thanks, Matt. Players not out here just yet, but Swanee is alongside me as the City subs just warm up on the pitch. Fast and Furious Swanee. It's not just a film, it's that first 45 minutes. Maybe not blessed with top quality all the time, but it was an enjoyable watch, wasn't it?
It was enjoyable, yeah. I'm thinking now going to the second half, give it 5-10 minutes and then it might have to be, it's going to be a game from like Ohio, do you know, a bit of a focal point that just going to do something different to get the ball up and in and around him. I know it bounces off him at times, but just something different.
It's not sticking, is it, at the moment?
No, not at all.
We'll see what Liam Rosenior has got up his sleeve. What will Liam Rosenior have seen that will give him a bit of optimism? What will have concerned him the most in that first 40 minutes?
I think he'll be happy that it's still 0-0. Like I said, they're more concerned they've not really created much. Defensively, playing out, they've not really broke through the lines yet. So it's probably today's is probably the one of the only games I've not really seen any long diagonal balls over the top, which when I thought of the pitch, it'd be one of them sort of games. But yeah, I think if anything, he's probably looking for a couple of opportunities that came, but he's never played it. So I'm thinking, yeah, let's try and get him behind the back of him, and that might mean pushing probably Giles higher up the field, probably being him on at left back and just pushing him higher up. Just different options, but I think if the starters here, obviously, there's been no changes as we look at the moment.
Teams just going out. They've been very clever with their press, haven't they?
They've pressed from the start, haven't they?
They have. They've done, you said about those diagonal balls, they've done that and got in City's faces in City's own half, but not left a lot of space in behind to catch them, have they?
Yeah, but with them all squeezing up, that gives you the opportunity to go long. Like I say, it's just getting that ball out your feet and finding that big diagonal to get either Zarori in on one side or Philogene on the other.
Yeah.
I think we'll see more of that in the second half.
Let's hope so. City will get it started. Back underway here at Deepdale. Goalless in that first 45 minutes. But with plenty of excitement, plenty of energy, just no goals as Carvalho will try and swing one away to the right side to Zarori. Who, interestingly, by the way, Zarori started the game and started this second half on the right side. Alan Brown's the left of their four midfield, isn't he? Four-man midfield. They've got three at the back. Apparently, Zarori had Brown on toast when they played. Burnley played him last season. Interesting that they've not put him on him so far in this game. Zarori playing out on the right, Brown on this left side. He's the one closest to Jaden Philogene at the moment. As Carvalho tries to get away in his own half, but Preston win it back in those lily white shirts to the nickname as we welcome Scunthorpe United listeners as they finally reached their half-time in a delayed kick-off. 1-0 down against Chester in front of a packed crowd at the Attis Arena. Hull City 0-0 here at Preston for those joining us. We're on 95.9 FM as well. Grimsby Town on digital radio. We've got rugby league commentary to come at 5:30 with Hull KR at Salford. Here's Preston, left-hand side with Miller. Plays a ball into the area. Reese turns away, squares the ball into the 6-yard box. Greaves left it. Giles was there to deal with it. Plays it away. Coyle gets fouled. City free kick. That just relieves some of the pressure. Peter Swan.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Greaves there. If he plays at that, he's smashing into the back of his own net, and he just gambled. You could see, we're not close, but you could just see probably the look on his face when he's let it go, thinking, I hope one of the old players is stood behind back of me. Fortunate for him, he was.
Just seeing a replay of it on the big screen that's hovering above the City fans. Well, it's all about perspective. Maybe not a big screen compared to some, but it's
not a big screen. It's like a little portable television.
Perspective, Swanee. It's a bit of a way from us.
It's a massive screen. It's in your front room. It's like a portable if you're at a stadium.
I've heard that is your telly size.
Oh yeah, the house isn't that big.
Still in the caravan.
Yeah.
City concede a free kick this time away on that far side. The Preston left us. So as Swanee and I look at it, we're in the Tom Finney stand, the main stand here at Deepdale. The City fans away to our left in the Bill Shankly stand. It's sort of 4 open corners, but those corners are sort of, I say, half blocked off by floodlight stanchions. We've got scaffolding on the top of each of the roof, each of the 4 roofs. And Greaves wins a free kick as this one's sent off, and he just sets a whack for his trouble. That'll be a Tigers ball. So yeah, City fans away to our left-hand side. City attacking that goal in this second half in all amber. Preston, Allsop's giving the ball away. Greaves in with Morton with a challenge. Here's a chance maybe in the area. Maybe an opportunity for Whiteman. He's pushed it wide. No, he hasn't. It's come off Seri, I think. Whiteman with the inside of his right foot. He's taken a touch and gone wide for a corner. And again, playing out from the back. City giving the ball away. Preston not able to make them pay. 3 minutes gone. It's Preston 0, Hull City 0.
I felt nervous today that they're playing out from the back and they're just giving the ball away. But again, what happens there? A deflection saves us from a goal. So people in front of her jumps up, expecting that to hit the back of the net. I think
Go away with that. Very much so. Here's Frodjar, plays the ball in centrally. Out to the right side, Miller hangs across towards the back. Whiteman knocks it down. Greaves sends it into the back of Philogene, shouts the handball. Even Swanee thought so, out for another corner.
He headed it against his hand, I don't think he knew much about it.
Preston fell in front of us, straight up, arms in the air, claiming it.
He's the one that should have been a Specsavers earlier, if you remember.
Yeah, fair point. Other good opticians are available. Corner for Preston on that left side. We've had 4 minutes of this second half and it's started how we finished. Miller hangs this cross in, also can't get out from a body of players, goes in to try and punch it, runs through, and it's out for a City goal kick. He just couldn't get himself away, could he?
No, couldn't get through the bodies to get that punch on it, and his hands up looking for a free kick there, but it wasn't.
Well, we said it was a lively first half. It's started off that way in this second, but again, just been what's happening here, taking the time City to take the goal kick. Preston fans not happy about it. Referee just gives him a little nudge. Philogene goes down holding his face. Didn't quite see what happened there. It was just out of our vision. And Philogene will be checked on by the referee. You see anything, Swanee?
No.
No. Because it was coming towards him, wasn't it? As we saw him go down. I just saw him out my sort of peripheral vision.
I think he run past him too quick, and it was the wind that probably caught him.
Is that what we're going with?
Yeah. But he was down so near the edge of the train station there.
Edge of the platform.
Edge of the platform, yeah.
He's checking his mouth, he's checking the teeth. Shrugs his shoulders and looks at the referees. The ball's played back to Walsop, and again, working it out. You see the fan down in front of us, he's playing every ball, he's jumping. Every time City play out from the back, he sees an opportunity.
He's squeezing, he's
pressing.
pressing.
He is. He's very much the 12th man for Preston at the moment. It's City winning the ball back in their own half. Coyle can't quite get it away, helped out by Jones to Zaroury. Preston winning back in their own half. Yeah, very much on top. And City have got to try and repel them here. Ball stabbed into the area. Chance for Preston as a shot saved by Allsop. He'll dab it in the second attempt. Shout for penalty from the Preston fans.
That was out of all of them.
Keane went down.
Back. Allsop spilled it. The lad goes through. Creed pulled his shirt back, and he just did enough to stop him.
City at the other end is a challenge in on Philogene. That will be a Tigers corner. The boos ring out from the Preston fans. They're not happy that they didn't get the penalty decision that Swanee thought was a Preston decision. So, corner taken quickly. Morton on this left side. Giles curls one in beyond Jones, out to the edge of the area, and Preston should be able to clear it away as you're not fit to referee. Is the chant from the fans. Thomas Bramall of Manchester is the official in charge.
Doing a cracking job, lad. Keep going. I thought that was a nailed on.
Yeah.
I thought if he's that close, he's got to have seen that.
There was a shout for it, definitely. As that was 6 minutes into the second half. The referee Thomas Bramall has been in charge of a few Premier League games this season and last as well. And that ball goes out for a City goal kick. He was the referee for the Tigers' win at Stoke earlier in the season, that 3-1 victory. So foul on Keane, you say, yeah? Should have been a penalty.
Yeah. I say the shot came in. He's run past Greaves. Oh, he was trying to run past Greaves and just grabs his shirt. And you could see Keane slow down. He was desperate to get to it. You could see him slow down for the 2 or 3 strides.
Well, also taking his eye, he's going to get booked here, isn't he? The referee's coming across to him. He went to take it, then stopped, then looked as though he was going to touch him with his hands. And the referee comes right up to Allsop, who's a yard off his line, tells him to get on with it. He's run 30 yards to say, get on with it.
Yeah.
And then didn't book him. The ball's placed dead centre on the edge of the 6-yard box as it slipped to Greaves, out to Giles. Giles tries to play it down the line, comes off a Preston playing out for a throw-in. Philogene wanted to get on with it quickly, but 2 Preston players were watching Cavallo all the way. It's got a bit of spice about this one, Swanee.
Yeah, the referee's caused it.
Yeah, it's heating things up for this home crowd at Deepdale. The Tigers fans behind the goal, joining in the fun.
Better ball.
Oh, needed by Cavallo. If a better ball is played to Zaroury, he's got a chance. As City win it back at halfway with Morton. Now Seri. Seri to Zaroury. Steps inside away from Miller. 10 yards inside the Preston half. Morton lays it off for Seri, who sweeps it to this left side to Greaves, just in the centre circle. Now Giles. Giles has got Philogene, who might look to try and create something here, but he's got a couple of Preston players around him. Shows too much to one of them. Still manages to keep possession. Good work from Philogene. Giles has got Morton in support. 30 yards out. Plays it inside. Coyle might fancy it. Coyle with a shot just wide from the City captain. It's close. They thought it was a corner to the City players.
Thought he took a deflection.
And it's a goal kick to Preston. He caught it nicely enough, didn't he?
Quite as sweet as. Thought he took a deflection as well.
What a game here at Deepdale. It finished 0-0 between these two sides last season when it was still shotable, whatever that was. But Preston gave City a bit of a torrid time that day by all accounts. I didn't do the game, but it was 0-0, unlike the season before where City won 4-1. And here come Preston trying to break down the right side, but Reese is prevented by Greaves, and then Seri can't find Giles and gives away a throw-in, and City play themselves into unnecessary trouble. On 95.9 FM. Currently on Freeview Channel 721 as well. We'll be back at the Attis Arena for second half commentary of the Iron. If you joined us late for that, that kicked off at 3:15 due to a delay getting the crowd in there, so we'll not leaving you out, Iron fans. We'll be back with that one shortly. Here come Preston down the left side with Miller, who's looked dangerous. Ball into the area to Keane. Comes off Seri. It's a corner for Preston. 0-0.
Yeah, he just saw the danger and steps across there, and no other option than just decide to put the ball out for the Preston corner. It's a strange lead. Leicester getting beat at home to QPR.
Yeah, Southampton
League was
losing, weren't they?
Southampton was full getting beat.
Yeah. Corner from left side for Preston. Ball into the area, might drop down, it's hooked away by Zarori. Plays it out to this right side. Preston in white and blue, attacking left to right as we look at it from the Tom Finney stand here at Deepdale, as Reese just peels inside and shields it away from Philogene. Whiteman down the line for Reese. Reese thought about crossing, but Seri looked to block him. Seri gets a touch on it to another Preston corner. 56 minutes gone, still goalless. I'll say it again, how?
Just keep putting the pressure on it. You just feel someone's got to break. Someone's got to deflect and go in on it. Everything else is deflecting and gone the other way.
Miller with the corner, which he'll take from this right side, a right footer. One of the Preston fans away to our right-hand side. And Miller goes in towards the front of the 6-yard box. A glancing header there. Has blocked and out for another corner.
Yeah.
Huge set piece, didn't he?
Yeah, decent set piece. I think it was Hughes that just got across the front post, got a flick on it, and the Philogene behind him just either chested or stomached out.
Corner again, yeah. Corner again. Miller will take it this right side. Preston at 0-0 on BBC Radio Humberside. Hummel towards the back of the 6-yard box this time. Greaves flicks a header away to that left-hand side. Whiteman will just let it go out for a Preston throw-in. They've not lost at home in the last 4 since losing to Sheffield Wednesday over Christmas by a goal to 0. They've won 3 of the last 4 at home in the league, drawing the other one, which is more than the previous 9 here at Deepdale, where they only managed 2 wins, 2 draws and 5 defeats. So they've certainly picked things up under Ryan Lowe. As the home side float this to this near right side to the captain, Alan Brown tries a curling cross. It deflects off Giles. Yeah, there's been plenty of those. Fired away by City, but Preston get it back again with Brown, number 8 on his back. Just glides infield and then shifts it to that left-hand side to Miller. Constantly looking to get on the ball, cuts in on his right foot. Ball played inside, chips into the area intended again for Miller, but good work from Coyle. So Rory comes in there. Handball is the shout again from some of the fans closer to it, and the one closest to us who's a good, 100 yards away?
He's seen everything that's not there.
Seen everything, claiming everything. His friend alongside him just looking and smiling, and the occasional shake of the head. Here come Preston again. Ball crossed into the area. King can't control it. Shot from the edge of the area, blocked by Morton. It was Fodjar who got in there. Zarori's done well. Turns away from the Preston man and he gets away. They're getting numbers back though. Zarori across halfway. It was a tired run from the Moroccan, wasn't it?
He was tired. He was tired.
Out for a throw-in. City ball just in front of Liam Rossini's technical area. He's looking leggy, isn't he, Zarori, today?
Yeah. I'm like, we haven't seen the same as you, to be fair.
Coyle with this throw-in, just Sent it in towards Carvalho, lays it off for Zarori, taps it into Slater, knocks it off to Coyle, who's going to go back to his own half to Jones, and again that Preston press. He's quick to get in the faces of the Tigers as also slides it into Moore. Provides an option for Jones if he wants to send it back. Instead he goes to Coyle down the right side as the ball's kept in, not out for a throw in. Scunthorpe United players back out at the Attis Arena. Let's get you away on Freeview and online via BBC Sport for Scunthorpe United against Chester with Steve Torpey and Jed Penberthy. And here City come forward, nice layoff by Morton. Giles into the area left hand side, tries to square a ball across. Can Philogene get there? It's intended for Carvalho initially, and Preston are able to clear that one away. And City get it back though with Greaves. Morton down the line to Philogene, box off the challenge of Reese into the penalty area left hand side. Philogene tries to slide it, it's palmed off the hand of the left hand of the keeper, and Slater just can't get there. That was a real chance for the Tigers. Still City ball though, nearly an hour gone.
Philogene's player. Just turn gear on it.
Here he is. Philogene tries a shot, another deflection. Carvalho thought about the overhead kick, doesn't get there, but it's headed away and out for a corner. Philogene's just stepped it up a notch, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has changed gear, hasn't he? Took down break off. Like I said, he's freewheeling at the moment. Get the ball to him as much as you possibly can. Easy match winner today. That was a great ball in there. Good goalkeeping. But I don't know, I think it was Slater that was trying to get in there, was it the wrong side?
Yeah.
It was good defending, I'm not saying Slater, but before that Slater made a great run when Philogene went in there, and Philogene picked the wrong pass. It looks for Carvalho between three Preston players that couldn't find him.
Corner left side to Rory, whips it into the 6-yard box. Keeper wanted that one but clearly didn't shout as the defender heads that one away. Comes out to Carvalho on this left hand side, now Zarori. Carvalho makes a run, still Zarori, chips it in, headed away from the front of the 6-yard box, and Wilkins there to mop up. Takes it right to the corner, slides it down to Frojar, and his touch puts it out for a City throw-in, which Seri wants to take quickly. Keeper did well to get down on that save.
Yeah, it was a great save. He just needed his defender help around him to help him out, which he did.
Slater was close to it though. Here's Giles for City in all amber. Now Zarori dinked it into Carvalho. Thought about playing the 1-2 but keeps possession and then just stumbles to the ground and can't pick out a teammate, and Preston will try and come away with it on the counter away on that far left hand side. Philogene helps City win a throw-in.
He gets on with it quick and then gives it away.
But City keep possession. Preston can't deal with that effectively, so Coyle has it. Didn't have an option square, so goes behind him to Jones in his own half. I think that Preston fan we keep referring to in front of us will he'll implode if City score.
Yeah, it'll storm out one.
Here's Greaves to Giles. Giles will try and set Morton free. He's made a lovely little run on the angle. City have got numbers forward if they can make something of it. Morton tries to pick out Philogene, who comes into control it, flicks it off for Coyle. Coyle into the area, pushes towards the byline, just going away from goal. Hangs across back into the area. That one's headed away by Whiteman. Out as far as Seri. Shoot is the shout from the City fans. To Philogene on his left foot, tries a shot, another deflection. And Preston can clear that one away only as far as Seri, midway inside the Preston half. Still 0-0. But we've got quite the game here at Deepdale in a playoff battle between Preston and the Tigers. Coyle on the right side, slips it through to Morton. 3 Preston players around him. Now Philogene away on that right. Coyle again, 18 yards out. Now Philogene into Carvalho. First time ball out to Coyle. Needs to open up some space here. He does so with Philogene. He's got Giles in support. He might fancy it from here. 25 yards out. That hits the defender. Not quite a deflection, but still a touch off a Preston player. Giles to the byline. Tries to drag it back. Keeps the ball in play. Giles has done well. Across the face of the goal. Comes back out the edge of the 6-yard box and he's played away by Preston. And City are starting to turn the screw a little bit.
Yeah, we're looking the better team, aren't we now?
Jones.
Keep this pressure on. Get it forward. Come on.
Play back towards
They're not squeezing now where they were pushing in the first half. But more like just sat back, expecting this coming on.
Can City make this possession pay? So Rory has now come over to this left-hand side. We mentioned earlier about the fact that he had Brown on toes when Burnley played them last season. Let's see if he can have some joy this afternoon in this second half. We've had 63.5 minutes of the game, and it's been an exciting one to watch without any goals so far. Here comes City as the fans made themselves heard again in the away end. Here's Rory, looking to try and take on Brown. Pushes to the goal line, floats across towards the back. There's too much on that one. Coyle should be able to get there and keep it in play, and does. and then knocks it back to Philogene. 25 yards out. Now Seri. Seri digs it into the area. Coyle tries to make the run. Coyle goes down. No free kick.
Yeah, they're running into each other, I think.
Yeah.
Coyle and King both ended up on the floor together.
Some games, Swanee.
Some games around the country, like Southampton have gone 3-2 up at Birmingham. Ipswich have took 1-0 up at Plymouth, which is great to see, obviously.
Yeah, Ipswich.
There's a lot going on.
You'll enjoy it from the Plymouth point of view, as there's a change about to be made, and we're going to see, probably not surprising, Zarori going off to be replaced by Abdul Sherma. Swanee, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we said that was spotted. It looks a bit lagging there. Like him. It's probably good opportunity for him to go on and show what he's got again. With that dynamic sort of player, isn't he?
Yeah. Irma was the player to drop out. You can see why Liam Rosini went with the midfield three that he went with, can't you? Of Slater, Seri, Morton and Slater further forward for that energy. It's that kind of game, isn't it?
Yeah. Now probably Slater will sit back a bit and let's have a look, see what he's going to do there.
Yeah, will he drop Slater in? At the moment, no, it looks like you don't really know until he gets underway. It looks like Seri might sit and maybe Slater and Morton's getting into some advanced positions, isn't he? He's making a couple of nice runs.
Yeah, he's getting forward more than he did in the first half.
Yeah. Philogene's come back to this left side. And Irma seemingly away to the right. We'll see as the second half progresses. Header there from Slater, just knocks it forward, but Preston win it back at halfway. And try and drive forward with Miller, who's always positive, isn't he? Number 23 over on that left-hand side.
He was in the first half, wasn't he?
He was more so, yeah. Here's Brown on his near right touchline. Plenty of muddied shirts as the rain's relented now, but it's just got a mucky feel about it today, hasn't it? The pitch and everything.
It was like that coming over Pennines, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Great day there.
Someone in the press room said it's kind of, it was almost as old school a first half as you'd get in terms of style of play. It was just like in either side playing 4-4-2. Preston have a throw-in on the left-hand side. Preston at home have won 9, drawn 3 and lost 5, but they have conceded the second most in the Championship, 29 goals. No goals yet. And here come Preston trying to push down the left side. Good work from Coyle. Read that well. Wins it back. Here's a first touch for... I thought it was going to be a first touch for Irma. I was waiting for Cavallio to just play it into him, and he never actually managed it because he was fouled, and it's a free kick. Preston are going to make a double change. They're going to bring on... See who's coming on. Dwayne Holmes will come on for Throckyer. I was giving 2 different pronunciations. I was doing it without the K. And the other one, is it Will King going off?
Yeah, number 7.
And Malutin Osmajic will come on. I'll tell you about it. Yes.
Tell me about him then.
Montenegrin international, 24-year-old. Yes. Signed from Cadiz in La Liga, played 1 game in La Liga before joining at the beginning of the season. Played 26 times before today, so Osmajic on for the former City player Will Keane, and Dwayne Holmes, ex-Scunthorpe United. He's back involved, hasn't played recently due to injury. There's a couple of changes there. City have just brought Irma on recently for Zarori, the only change so far. 68 minutes gone, just past the 3/4 stage of the game, and still waiting for our first goal, but certainly not a dull 0-0 by any stretch of the imagination. Can City break the deadlock? There's Irma to just go in with a challenge, puts it out for a Preston throw-in. A shortened football forum at the end of the game. We've got Rugby League commentary on the way at 5:30 in Super League. Kingston Rovers in action at Salford, 3rd game of the season for the Robins. More Super League commentary tomorrow to come here on BBC Radio Humberside as Hull FC look for their first win of the season as they take on the London Broncos. Programme gets underway at 2 o'clock. Don't forget, BBC Radio Humberside, the home of breakfast with Kofi Smart, 6 o'clock Monday to Friday. You can listen on your radio, also on BBC Sounds. That's where you can listen back to various programmes, and you can listen to the pre and post match of these games as well. All the interviews available on BBC Sounds as Preston win the ball back in the City half at 0-0. Ball fed into the edge of the area to Holmes. Here's Whiteman on his left foot. Whiteman with a shot. Again, it's a team one, and easy for Allsop to deal with. First involvement for Dwayne Holmes, who can be a best of a player. He's got some quality about him.
He is a pester. I like him though.
Yeah.
I think that took a deflection in the old coin. He went to close it down, it come off his chest and straight into the arms of Allsop.
You might be right. I'm just wondering at that point we were just going to see deflections in our sleep now. Not been that many. City just forced back, what, 5 yards? Referee saying, oh, there we are. Thought he was going to make him go further. He nicked 5 yards. Sort of dull gold boots on Ryan Giles. He plants them on that touchline and then just throws the ball into Seri. Comes back to Giles again, works it back to Allsop in bright highlighter pen pink. Morton slips the ball to Seri. Dinks it over the top of a Preston player to Giles on this left hand side. He's got room to surge forward. Still Giles, keeps going. 18 yards out, left side of the area. Squares the ball in, was trying to pick out Irma. Comes off a Preston player and out for a City corner. You're right, you mentioned, for those old school listeners by the way, you mentioned Dennis Irwin last week. I'm seeing where you're coming from with it. He's got that about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, just a steady away player that always produces.
Yeah.
Never lets you down.
Corner for City, left hand side in front of the away fans. In that stand, Bill Shankly stand. Irma will take it, number 50 on his back, left footed, curls it in, Greaves comes in, he's headed away by Preston, and Reese is there in a bit of space to peel away over on that far left hand side. He plays an early ball, swings it back from left to right to Miller. Giles comes back to just halt his progress, couldn't quite advance with it. He's got a couple of City players around him, Miller, and he's done well to get past both Irma and Carvalho. Cross coming in from the right-hand side. Jones heads into the edge of the area. Chance, he's well blocked. Reeves threw himself in front of McCann's volley, and it's run away into that left-hand side. Still Preston in white and blue. 0-0 here on BBC Radio Humberside. 71.5 minutes gone, and it's been all action. Here's Reese. Tries to turn it back, blocked by Irma. Reese recovers. Then he's played down the line to him again. Looks to take on Coyle. And the Danish number 19 is tackled by Coyle there out for a Preston throw-in.
Got to go back to that Miller wing player down this right-hand side. 3 goal-safe players around him. Managed to skip past them, and then not just that, he was probably on the byline, whipped a fantastic ball in for someone to come and attack it right down the centre, and nobody did.
Is McCann, left-hand side, cross ball in, Allsop just there. Yeah, good work from Allsop. It was precise and decisive, wasn't it, from the City stopper as he looks to send a long ball away for Philogene to chase after. He just gets nudged out the way fairly, says the referee, and out for a Preston throw. Philogene nearly ended up in Burnley there, he went that far out.
I'm at Burnley tomorrow.
You are, aren't you? Don't get yourself involved like the last time you were there.
No, well, they're only playing Bournemouth.
Yeah, not Plymouth this time, hence the reason Swanee got himself in bother. It was Preston. Brown on the right side. It's not like you, somehow.
I got bad, that's what happened. I got bad for waving to Plymouth fans, but I waved in a funny way.
Sarcastically.
It got me bad.
Not like you to ever wind up the Plymouth fans. Can't wait for our trip last day of the season. We had to take security detail with us when we...
I hope that's to get us promoted. Going to playoffs. Really nice.
Let's hope it's not going down to the wire like that. As ball forward, chested off by Brown. Greaves.
Would you not take that? Would the fans take that, going down to the last game?
You would, as long as you had the guarantee it was going to happen.
Yeah, not guaranteed, no, but I'd take it to the last game. Going to Plymouth knowing you need to win to get playoffs.
Just a bit nervy. Here's Preston trying to cause a problem for City and their playoff chances for the time being. As Seri fires that one away and out for a throw on this near right-hand side. That's lifted the Preston fans again. They're just seeing a bit more of the ball against Swanee, aren't they?
It's just in waves, isn't it?
Brown, cross ball into the area, and Reese is up there. Beats Jones to it, but heads it wide.
Jones did enough.
Yeah. And his presence felt, and Reese couldn't get a clear head on it. Some atmosphere. Always a good ground to come. It's been modernised a lot, but it's regarded as one of the old school grounds in football, obviously, Deepdale, as Allsop's going to drill this one away, but straight down the middle. And Story's there to just control it and knock it back to Woodman. August 2021, last time City won here, mentioned it earlier, that 4-1 victory. As City give the ball away in their own half, and it's Brown. Bit of space away on the left side, trying to play to Hughes. Just manages to get there, then Miller wants it, gets it, lays it back behind to McCann. The shot was blocked. Grieve just threw himself in the way a couple of minutes ago, didn't he, that McCann shot? Otherwise, also had something to do.
Some good performances out there.
Yeah. Like I said, keep saying it, it's been an enjoyable watch. Hopefully it's been an enjoyable listen on BBC Radio Humberside. Thanks for being with us as Preston win it back again in the City half. Holmes slides it down the line. Surrey will just guide that one out. And out for a goal kick.
It's just that final pass for both teams, isn't it? And get that clear shot on goal. None of them had the opportunity, really. It's been entertainment. We've not been on the edge of the seats, have we, with chances?
No, not like that. It's just very open. Plenty of, there's been a pace and an energy about it, but as you said, not loads of clear-cut chances. Goal kick taken short by City. Greaves to Allsop, who sends it away. Philogene might just get there. Oh, he doesn't. If he didn't, he's setting Giles away free. And Carvalho can't win it back from Brown, and Preston might try and get forward again. Inside to Whiteman. Got the look of the bounce there. Giles was free. Here come Preston in from the left-hand side, and that one's sent flying into the stand behind the goal. And it's out for a Tigers goal kick. 0-0.
Yeah, 12, 30 minutes to go, and I still feel like there's a winner somewhere. Don't know how, because it's not been a game of chances, but you just feel like there's something different. Making a substitution there.
Something similar, isn't it? Surrey's going to come off. Billy Sharp will come on. Still searching to try and hit that 250th goal in English League football. On he comes, Surrey goes off. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, probably just legs. But I said he did a couple of early doors, and I said he's got better as the game went on, didn't he?
Yeah.
But that's a positive move. Putting Billy Sharp on up top.
So Morton and Slater will sit. Carvalho just coming across to give a message to Philogene. So Philogene's playing left, Irma's playing the right of that attacking in front of four, isn't it?
In the middle.
Yeah.
Come on, Billy.
Can he do it? Can he reach that milestone goal at an important time as Morton worked off the ball too easily by Dwayne Holmes, and Preston have it midway inside the City half. He turns to face the penalty here. He tries a shot. Deflection off the back of Greaves. Surprise, surprise. Irma brings it under control, push it past one man, then Preston get it back. And the home side have it again in their own half. BBC Radio Humberside, Saturday Sport, a long one through until 8 o'clock tonight. We don't get your team's reaction on before the rugby gets underway. It'll be at half-time in the Rovers game, and we'll try and bring some up full-time as well, and it will be available online. We'll post the links on X, on social media. Please, Morton, City have the ball in Preston's half. Irma lays it off for Coyle. Coyle, 20 yards out, showed too much to the Preston man and loses possession. And the whole side have it back
to play
again.
it back to Irma to do something with it on the edge of the box, because he's got the tricks.
Yeah.
Coyle as a defender is like wanting to pass it to him, and just as he was going to play him, he just moved out of his vision. And he got caught in two minds, so it wasn't really Coyle's fault, that, to be fair.
No. We're talking about busy plays with energy. Irma's one of them, isn't he? And he hopefully can provide that bit of a spark. He's not quite got involved just yet. We've got 12 minutes left for stoppage time. Ball back by Brown to the keeper, Woodman. Strikes it long. Up towards Reese. Good work from Grease to get a footing, but then bounces off a City player and comes into Preston. Ball crossed into the area for Holmes. It runs through the box. Holmes will pick it up. Then Miller near the angle of the area, left-hand side, on his right foot, tries a shot. Great save from Allsop. That's going top corner, but Allsop palms that one away with his right hand, and City should be able to clear the lines. That was incredible stuff from the City keeper.
Yeah, the 1.5 on it. He saw it all the way, and he just shuffled his feet across and at full stretched. I think it was his right hand he actually pushed the ball away.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, that was flying into the top corner. You were right, Mike.
It's for a keeper, it's almost the hand you'd expect it to go left hand, wouldn't you? And he's just come right across with the right, palmed it away. And it was Miller again, wasn't it?
Yes, quality, Anthony Miller. He's been good for them, their best player.
Great save from Ryan Allsop to keep it at 0-0 in a game that has been excitement from minute one. As you said, scruffy at times, but it's certainly been an enjoyable watch. Can City find the breakthrough in the final 11 minutes of the game, plus any added on time? Greaves to Giles. Giles will try and send Sharp away. Lindsay just steps in front of him, heads that one out for a Tigers throw-in on this near left-hand side. Give your reaction to Matt Dean in that Shorten Football Forum, 08000 665959. Or text 81333 for RH at the start of your message as Lindsay now fouls Sharp midway inside the Preston half, and it's a City free kick. You fancy a goal in this, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I fancy a goal. I do.
You're thinking either way. I know which one you prefer, but you're thinking it could go either way still at the moment.
It could go either way. Yeah. Both teams are creating half chances. It's just that who's got that bit of class. Going to put it on the button for someone to pull the trigger.
Free kick's going to be taken. It's
scored against Huddersfield. Last kick of the game from a set piece to a similar position. Yeah.
Ball played into the area, but easy for the keeper. Too easy.
Not with a cross like that, lad. Now they're having a go.
Yeah, I'm going to try and play it forward quickly, but Irma's there doing the defensive work. Just has to readjust his boot, which Reece seemed to catch. Slater pushed in the back, but able to get the ball back to Allsop. So I think it's more space in front of him, and Preston less inclined to get right in the face and press, aren't they?
They're not pressing as much, which is allowing us out more.
Yeah. Now Greaves, just inside his own half, slides it across to Jones. He's got Mord in support. It goes to Coyle, who plays it first time up towards Irma. That one, again, takes a deflection, goes into the path of Miller. Preston have it just inside the City half. Now Miller again, looking to open up some space. We've got two City players around him. 18 yards out, left-hand side. More ball played into the area. McCann drags it back. Giles is in there and flies that one away. Oh, that looked a bit of a danger at one point, but Giles read the danger and plays it away. And Preston have possession again. Just at halfway. City trying to get out at the moment. And into Preston. Ball puts high into the penalty area. All top ball. Good work from Ryan Giles, that's one.
It was, yeah. Again, they've defended ever so well when the ball's come in the box, making a quick break now.
Trying to set Sharp free. Sharp just can't get it out from under him. City might win it back though with Carvalho, but it just runs to Alan Brown, and he's able to turn it back. Scunthorpe United trailing 2-1 at home to Chester in front of a record National League North crowd. In our preview and online commentary, Grimsby Town still 1-0 up on digital to Forest Green Rovers. Here it's Hull City 0-0 at Preston as Coyle's dragged down, trying to get away from his man, and that will be a booking surely.
Yes,
from here.
Get us on the button. Come on, Greavesy, Jonesy.
McCann, I think, was booked, isn't it? Ali McCann, ex-St Johnston youngster. Yellow card for him. Can City find a quality delivery into the box here to cause problems for Preston at 0-0 on BBC Radio Humberside? Way on that right-hand side, Irma's over it. But City players lined up just inside the penalty area. Philogene unmarked at the moment at the back. It would take some ball to pick him out right now, but Irma with a chance to deliver a quality ball in, and that's not it. It doesn't beat the first man at the front of the penalty area, headed away. The groan from Swanee will tell you all you need to know.
Not the best always. As if that was like a kid trying to cross a ball. He's not strong enough to get as far as he wanted there.
Also, will try and send Philogene away. Gets him behind the defender, then Story comes across him to recover. Philogene and Story having a little tussle. Philogene says his shirt was being pulled. Checking Philogene is the one that gets penalised.
Yeah, and it didn't need to really, because like the pressure's on there, he's going to make a decision. The ball's not going to run out, so he's just going to hold his ground. He's going to try and play it against your legs, move him out of the way, and pick the piece up behind the back of it.
Just got worse for the iron at the Attis Arena. Ian McAlinden, who we heard from before the game, he's been sent off for a dangerous challenge. They trail by 2-1 and down to 10 men. What you want when you manage to attract a record crowd. Woodman with the free kick to Preston from his own half, headed away by Greaves. Sharp beaten to it by Lindsay. Giles will just try and watch this ball out for a throw-in on this near right touchline as City. Still 0-0 here at Preston in the FM commentary on BBC Radio Humberside. Forum on the way before rugby league commentary at Salford for Hull KR. Slater goes up for it. Brown's in there. Greaves plays it away. Preston fans again jumping up and down, trying to get decisions. Tottenham just gets told to calm down. Cross ball into the area. Giles, he sliced that one. He couldn't quite get it. He knew there was a player in behind him. He was in around the penalty spot. He sliced it. He's put it out for a corner. 5 minutes left of normal time. 0-0.
Yeah, the dodgy one was bounced just in front of him, and it's with his weaker foot. He just had a swing at it, and it's gone out for a corner. Could have easily looped over Allsop's head there.
Yeah, he couldn't catch it on the half volley. He's used it bounced first, didn't it? And then he almost gets under it. Corner from the left side. Miller whips this one in. Sharp's in there. Good, strong header away, and he gets clattered for it. Allsop's down. Pro, then he jumps up quickly. Sharp sort of shakes his head, shakes off the cobwebs, and he drops back into position. Goal kick, is it, or a free kick?
He's having a word with the big lad that's come on.
Yeah, Osmani. And here's the next change for City. It's going to be Ozan Tufan that comes on to replace Fabio Carvalho. There'll be no third goal in 3 games for him. But Ozan Tufan comes on for his 350th career game. The Turkish international, 74th in a City jersey, and his 30th of the season. Tufan on, he might get a chance here. He's just beaten to the header. Slater says, you can have that. Ryan Giles, who slides to this near left side to Philogene, works the ball inside to Tufan. He's got the black gloves on. Needs it on a chilly day like this. Wish I had mine. There's Coyle. Coyle into Tufan again. What can he create? Just plays it on the diagonal to the right side to Morton. Morton stabs it into the area towards the 6-yard box. It was intended for Tufan, but too far ahead of him. And it's the keeper's ball, and it's 0-0. And we've got just over 3 minutes left before added on time.
It was a good ball, but just too much weight on the pass by Morton. He saw the danger. He saw where Tufan had run, but over at the pass and didn't need to. So you didn't have to get it past the player or anything.
Oh, Greaves. Catches that glancing header after the keeper launched it long downfield. It goes out for a Preston throw-in on this right side. But Brown's going to take. Former Cork youngster, Ireland international, Alan Brown. Just rubs his hands a bit and then decides to leave it for Dwayne Holmes, who comes across the take. He doesn't want the one that's in play. He goes to the little cone that houses the extra balls for the multi-ball system. Wipes the moisture off the ball with his jersey. He gestures where he wants one of his teammates. Then goes long and launches it towards the angle of the 6-yard box. It's flicked backwards, and Allsop just puts that one in the air, unchallenged. Makes the City ball. Well, Osmajic has gone down. The referee just says, let's just calm things down here. He's trying to claim Osmajic that
he's caught him as well. He's caught him.
Right.
He tried to get away. He's run in front of him, and he's like probably face to face, but he's gone down as if he's hit him with a hammer or something.
Yeah. Well, the referee seemingly has spotted that. He's maybe just going to have a quick word with Ryan Allsop as well, is he? No, he's going to go drop ball. Yeah, so the referee wasn't buying it from Osmajic, was he? And it's Allsop's ball. He just bounces it a couple of times, plays the mud from his boots, and then strikes a right foot downfield. And Sharp beaten to it. They can't control it, out for a Preston throw-in. It's got a little bit scrappy against Swansea, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the final stages.
Yeah.
And you just wonder.
We've been wondering 90 minutes what's going to happen.
I know.
It's hard to read, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'm certainly not for 1 second going to say this one's going to peter out to a 0-0 draw, because you still feel there's something left in this game. The way it's gone, as Greaves just knocked a simple header back to Ryan Allsop. Boos from the Preston fans for the City keeper. As we finally, for the first time today, get a little sneaky view of a bit of blue sky above Deepdale. It's still predominantly grey and wet and miserable. As Allsop sends it downfield. Sharp beaten to it. Ball into Tufan. Played forward. Preston cleared that one away, but only into a amber shirt of a City player. It's with Coyle. Down to Irma. A little bit similar at times with the long curly floppy head of the Irma and Coyle. Irma works it inside to Giles. Giles with a shot. Low shot just wide. Goal kick.
It won't be long before he's on the score sheet, Giles. He gets himself in some good positions and he's not scared of pulling the trigger.
4 extra minutes of added on time here. He's fancied it a couple of times, Giles, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And they've given him the space to try it. Just there, he was always, I think the way Preston were lined up, he was always having to pull it away, wasn't he? Made it harder for the shot. 0-0 then. Will it stay like that as we're into the final 4 minutes? It's added on time here on BBC Radio Humberside at Deepdale. Reaction to come as soon as we can get it. We've got to go to the far side of the ground, so it may take a little bit of time, but we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. Live if possible, if not, potentially at half-time in the Hull Kingston Rovers game as Osmajic tries to get away from Greaves and Giles and then fouls Greaves, says the linesman. Osmajic just looks down on Greaves, who then stands up to join him, and despite Osmajic being a bit of a sizable player, Greaves towers over him, and City get the free kick. 3 minutes left. I'll say it again, Swansea, breathless stuff this game.
It's been cracking. Enjoying it.
Yeah. How would a point sit with you?
Yeah, I'll take it now. Obviously, the last minute of the game, you take it. But it's like been an hard-fought battle between two teams. I expected none of us, or I expected the quality we've got, one of our players to produce that bit of magic to go on and win you the 3 points. That's what I've said all along. When games are that evenly balanced, that's what you need. A Cavalli or a Philogene just to go on a run and do something. Even Tufan that's come on. We've got quality out there. Just need it to drop to the right player.
Yeah. A point would be enough to keep City in the top 6, because despite Norwich scoring in the 81st minute against Sunderland, they would still be a point behind the Tigers in the league standings. Preston would remain, obviously, with a draw, 3 points behind City, as it was going into this one. As Allsop sent it away up towards Sharp. Morgan can't quite get there. Preston have it in their own half. Reese is offside, so he has to lead that one. Holmes will chase after it though. Jones will play that one away. Out for a throw-in, is it? No, it's kept in. And then eventually it does go out just inside the Preston half. 0-0. 08000 is the number to give Matt Dean a call and chat to him about it. How are you seeing things for City right now? 2 more games to go before that 3-week break. Birmingham on Tuesday night. We'll be at the MKM Stadium for that, and then the Leaders Leicester on Saturday. Commentary of that one as well. We are still the leaders, despite the fact they're doing the best of blow at Leicester. Ipswich up to 2nd in the table. Leeds drawing earlier today against Huddersfield. Throwing for Preston, and we're about to hit the final minute of the 4 added on time.
It's a long throw from, is it Dwyer?
Yeah, Dwayne Holmes will fancy it, only over on that far side. Nearly tunnel in the corner of the ground. And you can see fans almost on the edge of the seat with this one. Holmes will hang this one up in the air from the throw-in. Coyle heads it up in the air, drops down, headed cleared by Morton. Sharp can't get there, comes out to Miller. Miller near the angle of the penalty area, left-hand side. Final 30 seconds. Here's Holmes. Holmes, dummies Irma, still Holmes, tries a shot, gets under it and scoops it out. And well wide and out for a goal kick. And that Swanee, I think, will be just about that.
Yeah.
Two-day man of match, it's got to be there, Miller, hasn't it?
Well, Ian Lindsay, the central of the three defenders. Miller's been very good for them though, hasn't he? You thought he was going to be the one that could unpick something. He doesn't, because this one comes to an end without a goal to break the deadlock. City have come to a playoff rival in Preston North End and maintained the 3-point gap, and City will maintain their position in the playoff places despite Norwich leading against Sunderland. A game that was fast and furious and exciting. At times it was scruffy, but at all times you felt like there was something potentially was going to happen in it. In the end, it wasn't a goal that came along, but it certainly had entertainment for the crowd who have watched it here this afternoon at Deepdale. It's one to talk about if you're a City fan. Is it one you felt you could have taken more from, or will you take the point? We'll find out what Liam Rossini feels about it after the game as well. Give your reaction to Matt Dean on the Football Forum. Swanee, give us your thoughts on a game that's finished Preston 0, Hull City 0.
Yeah, we might have had more possession, but it was an evenly balanced game. I think there's been 15 goal attempts by both teams, 4 attempts on target by both teams. That just shows how evenly the game was. Scrappy at times, but entertaining as much as well. And it's like Matt Liam will say, if you can't go on and win the game, you don't lose it, and that's what they've done today. So it's another point closer to the playoffs, so we are sitting in there, so that's another game ticked off. So that's the positive. It's not going to have lost it. But was it a game that we should have won on the performance? I'd say no. I think it was even balance, very similar to the West Brom game. But yeah, they give it a good shout. Let's say Preston knew how we played. They pressed from the front. Let's say tried making mistakes, but they didn't capitalise on it. And with the South, and really clear opportunities for both teams. So I think a point for both teams. And Liam, deep down, they'll probably be happy with that when he sits back and looks at the game again. Yeah, he'd like to think what he could have changed and gone on and tried and won it. He tried making substitutions, positive ones, and it didn't happen. But they did lose the game, and that's the main thing. And I say it's another point closer.
5 unbeaten and still in the top 6 tonight in the Championship. City continue moving towards trying to secure that playoff place in the Championship. Have your say on the Shortened Football Forum before the rugby gets underway. We will get reaction from here at Deepdale as well. More from Swanee to come in just a few minutes' time. But here, it's finished in your FM commentary in the Championship. Preston North End 0, Hull City 0.
Do give us your thoughts on Hull City's 0-0 draw at Preston this afternoon. Norwich have beaten Sunderland by 1-0. Reaction to come. Let's get some thoughts on Grimsby Town's afternoon from John Tonda.
Grimsby Town 1, Forest Green Rovers 0. Well, they had to survive an onslaught in this second half, but it was a weird onslaught really, because despite all the possession that Forest Green had and all the attacking that Forest Green had, they hardly had a shot on target. I don't think Harvey Cartwright had one to save, and that was because of some brilliant defending by Town, particularly the back three, Toby Malarkey, Doug Tharman and Harvey Rogers, but also Danny Rose back there helping when he needed to. How outstanding he was for Town this afternoon. And it was all about the victory in the end, and you could tell that from the players' reaction at the end. The all-important goal coming after 8 minutes. Thompson put a cross forward, held up by Wilson, who did well on his return, came back to Hollahad, who miscued his shot, but it fell nicely for Harvey Rogers to smash in his first goal for the Mariners, and what a key goal it was. A couple of close things for the visitors in the first half, and then in the second half there was another one. Farm sliced the ball horribly across his goal, and it looked like it was going to go in, but just went wide for a corner. Cartwright missed a cross that came over as well, and there were some anxious moments, but as I say, they dug in, and they dug in, and they did what they needed to do, and that was get 3 points. Grimsby Town 1, Forest Green Rovers 0.
Scunthorpe United have equalised at home to Chester FC in the late kick-off in National League North. Jacob Butterfield on 82 minutes, the Iron down to 10. Commentary continuing on that one. Over on Freeview 721 and the BBC Sport website and app. They've played 82 minutes there. Let's get some thoughts then from Swanee and Crofty. Swanee, how's this one left you feeling this afternoon? The 0-0 draw at Preston.
Yeah, I'm happy with the point. The way the game seemed to sort itself out, I think it was evenly balanced. Let's say goal attempt match for both teams. Both had half opportunities. Nobody had clear-cut opportunities. The fort, and Liam will say that at the end of the game, it wasn't there today. But if you can't score, you don't get beat. And I say that's one thing they'll have. It's a bit of a grit. It's another point closer to where they want to be. It still keeps in the top 6, so that's another positive to take away from it. So yeah, I think it'll be deep down. They'll be quite happy with that.
How indebted are they to Ryan Alsop for the clean sheet this afternoon?
Yeah, he had 2 or 3 opportunities, 2 or 3 saves he had to make, a couple of deflections, and one that he pulled off in the top corner. It was great. You'd expect him to save it, you know what I mean? But he had to be done. It was like a full stretch. So defensive blocks were there when needed to be. I've never seen as many deflections in a game. Whether it's shots, crosses, everything seemed to have a deflection on it. But end of the day, Liam's sitting there with an extra point more than he had this morning.
Who was your man of the match?
The man of the match, I'll say Slater from that first half performance. I thought he battled on in there. He broke up play, and even Greaves at the back. I thought he was outstanding the amount of times he interceptions and got himself in the midfield and overloaded areas. So nobody really outstanding, but I thought for me I'll go with Greaves and Slater.
Thanks, Swanee. City stays 6th in the Championship, a point clear of 7th place Norwich, 56 from 35. Grimsby Town have moved up a place to 21st, 6 points clear. Gary Croft, how big a win is that for the Mariners against second bottom Forest Green this afternoon, do you think?
Massive, isn't it? It's absolutely massive. They've dug in. It's not been nothing to do with David Artell's new way of playing and playing out from the back today. He sent the team out there just to win at all costs, really. Very defensively minded, just getting back in shape, not really offering a lot going forward. In the early stage of the game, we started really well. They were pressurising, but it was from back to front. There was no playing through the lines, and that's where they got the goal at the start, because they didn't look like they could offer much else through the rest of the game. Once they got in front, just rear guard action to defend and be organised and be disciplined, and we probably could have done the same that quite a few games ago, to be fair. That's what the crowd were yearning for, and you know, even though we didn't put in a performance, the crowd loved that, the 3 points, and David Artell, you know, the most relieved man in the pitch, to see that go through and be the final result. But it was quite an impressive Forest Green side, to be honest. They knocked the ball about quite well, but Town didn't really give them any really shots on goal. I can only think of maybe one in the first half, and nearly an own goal in the second half where they came anywhere close. Apart from that, there was always a Town head on the ball, there was always a Town block, and always Town players closing the ball down. So, you know, I'm really pleased for the team, and hopefully that can kick-start them now for the rest of the season.
An unlikely match winner this afternoon in Harvey Rogers. What did you make of the quality of his finish in the first half?
It was fantastic, wasn't it? You know, Sarah Ralph doing something like that, he just sort of dropped in quite nicely. He sort of had to reach out for it and just hooked it on it. I don't suppose he picked his spot when he hit it, but it looked like an absolute peach, rocketed into the top corner out of the keeper's reach, and you know, that's probably where it was going to come from on a day like this. But you know, you look around for your heroes today, and it isn't Danny Rose going forward doing anything great going forward. It's Danny Rose closing down, blocking people, playing the ball down the line, putting people under pressure, heading balls out at his own near post. It was him, and it was also other players. Holohan, the one who was always on the end of things, defending stuff. I thought the lad, Varm, centre-half as well, blocked loads of things near post, got himself in some good positions because he's heading back into the side. But
who was your man of the match then?
Well, I mean, John sort of talked me into Danny Rose, and he does do so much. You know.
It's very persuasive, John.
Yeah, I know. And to be fair to him, yeah, you talk about commitment, you talk about leadership. He's got the armband, and I think he did a good job of doing that. But the back three were great as well, defending everything, and Thompson did quite well. Sitting there in midfield as well. So it's just, I think it was just real good discipline, good teamwork, and they all pulled together. But you got to say, probably Danny Rose sets the example for them all with the way he works so hard.
Give us your thoughts this afternoon. 81333 is the text message number. I can see messages that are coming through already. I'll reach yours if you sent one in imminently here on the Football Forum. It's a shortened one tonight. We're through till 5:30 when we'll get into our fourth commentary of the game, which we'll preview in a moment.
BBC Radio Humberside Sports Football Forum.
The local headlines: Hull City draw, Grimsby Town win, and Scunthorpe United are currently 2-2 in the closing stages of their game with Chester FC over on Freeview 7-1 on the BBC Sport website and app. Let's round up the local headlines though. Hull City went to one of their rivals, Preston North End, aiming for a 5th consecutive away win this afternoon. It wasn't to be. City settling for the point in Lancashire.
This one comes to an end without a goal to break the deadlock. City have come to a playoff rival in Preston North End and maintain the 3-point gap, and City will maintain their position in the playoff places despite Norwich leading against Sunderland. A game that was fast and furious and exciting. At times it was scruffy, but at all times you felt like there was something potentially was going to happen in it. In the end, it wasn't a goal that came along, but it certainly had entertainment for the crowd who have watched it here this afternoon at Deepdale.
I want your thoughts on that. What do you make of the game? What do you make of the draw? Happy with that? City remain unbeaten, now 5 without defeat, and as Mike mentioned, they're staying in a playoff spot. Big week ahead though. Birmingham at home on Tuesday. They've lost 4-3 at home to Southampton this afternoon. And then it's of course the leaders Leicester City next weekend at the MKM Stadium before that break. But I want your thoughts on 08000 665 You'll have to move quick to get your calls in. We're live with a football chat until 5:30. We're talking Grimsby Town and their winning afternoon. They've gone 6 points clear of the relegation zone with games in hand today after beating Forest Green Rovers, who are second bottom by 1-0, and it's an unlikely winner for the Mariners this afternoon.
Curtis Thompson chases it back and loops it forward, and Wilson will try and get in there. Manhandled out a bit though, but he gets it back to Holland, who hits it across, and there's a poke and there's a goal, and it's Harvey Rogers with his first for the Mariners, just stretching out. He hadn't gone back after the long throw was cleared, and Rogers stretches forward. He gets his first Mariners goal, and what an important goal it could be. Grimsby Town 1, Forest Green Rovers 0.
And that's the goal that makes the difference for the Mariners, who can breathe a sigh after this. Next up for Town, AFC Wimbledon away on Tuesday night. AFC Wimbledon's lunchtime match saw them beat MK Dons by 1-0, so they'll get into that one in a winning heart. What are your thoughts though tonight if you're making your way away from Blundell Park to the fans panel very soon? Scunthorpe United still playing, still 2-2 for the Iron at home to Chester FC before a new National League North record crowd of 7,488. Our fourth commentary of the day here on Saturday Sport from BBC Radio Humberside comes from the Betfred Super League. Hull Kingston Rovers looking to maintain their 100% start to the season, chasing their best ever start to a season with a 3rd consecutive win. Let's go to the Salford Community Stadium for a pre-match thought or two from Richard Stead, your match commentator. Afternoon, Rich.
Afternoon, Matt. We've just had a sleet storm here in Salford, which was a nice way to welcome us to the northwest. Hull Kingston Rovers have made 4 changes from that team that won against Leeds Rhinos last week. Parcell back from suspension, Hadley and Luckley back from injury. Sam Luckley's first appearance of 2024. And interestingly enough, Joe Burgess gets his first start against his former club. I'm told that's just the rotation policy. Niall Evans could have kept his place, but they've thrown Burgess back in at his former employers after he left. And it wasn't that friendly, was it, Matt, as you'll remember? So that's interesting. Salford are strong. This is the toughest test that I think the Robins have had this year. Salford at home is harder than entertaining Leeds or travelling to Hull FC based on what we've seen. But they should have enough, and they've got as good a chance as they've had for a long time for winning those first 3 games of the season.
Joe Burgess' exit from Salford wasn't that friendly, an understatement from Richard Stead there. Of course, he had his contract terminated, you'll remember. It's set up for a decent late afternoon game then in the northwest. All to come from 5:30 on all frequencies. In the meantime, though, we're talking about this afternoon's football. Preston North End 0, Hull City 0, and Grimsby Town 1, Forest Green Rovers 0. Tim's in West Hull, he's been in touch with the programme. He says, well played City, respect. Thanks very much, Tim, for your thoughts. California Mariner has sent us a message on X. Massive win for the Mariners this afternoon. It wasn't pretty, but we have a solid defensive ground to build on now. Need to get another 4 points this week, and then things might look a little less precarious. Nice that Grimsby Town haven't ruined my Saturday for once. Thank you very much. More messages to come. Once we've had a classified roundup here on the Football Forum, starting in the Premier League. Brentford 2, Chelsea 2, Everton 1, West Ham United 3, Fulham 3, Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Newcastle United 3, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, Nottingham Forest 0, Liverpool 1, Tottenham Hotspur 3, Crystal Palace 1. The Championship. Bristol City 0, Cardiff City 1, Huddersfield Town 1, Leeds United 1. Birmingham City 3, Southampton 4, Leicester City 1, Queen's Park Rangers 2, Millwall 1, Watford 0, Norwich City 1, Sunderland 0, Plymouth Argyle 0, Ipswich Town 2, Preston North End 0, Hull City 0, Rotherham United 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Stoke City 2, Middlesbrough 0, Swansea City 2, Blackburn Rovers 1, League 1. Bolton Wanderers 2, Cambridge United 0, Carlisle United 1, Reading 3, Cheltenham Town 0, Burton Albion 0, Derby County 3, Port Vale 0, Fleetwood Town 4, Wigan Athletic 2, Leyton Orient 0, Bristol Rovers 1, Lincoln City 0, Stevenage 0, Northampton Town 1, Charlton Athletic 1, Peterborough United 2, Exeter City 1, Portsmouth 2, Oxford United 1, Shrewsbury Town 0, Blackpool 2, Wycombe Wanderers 2, Barnsley 4. League 2, AFC Wimbledon 1, MK Dons 0. The games between Bradford City and Notts County, Colchester United and Stockport, and Crawley and Barrow all postponed due to waterlogged pitches. Crewe Alexandra 2, Morecambe 3, Grimsby Town 1, Forest Green Rovers 0. Newport County 0, Mansfield Town 1, Salford City 0, Gillingham 2, Swindon Town 1, Harrogate Town 1, Tranmere Rovers 1, Sutton United 0, Walsall 3, Doncaster Rovers 1, Wrexham 4, Accrington Stanley 0. National League North, the game between Alfreton and Gloucester City postponed. Boston United 1, Spennymoor Town 2, Brackley Town 0, Farsley Celtic 0, Buxton 0, Scarborough Athletic 0, Chorley Town 2, Rusholme Olympic 1, Curzon Ashton 1, Hereford 0, Darlington 3, Banbury United 1, King's Lynn Town 3, South Shields 1. The game between Scunthorpe United and Chester still playing. It's currently 2-2. That on Freeview 721 on the BBC Sport website and app. Southport 0, Peterborough Sports 0. Tamworth 3, Blythe Spartans 1. And Warrington Town 2, Bishop Stortford 1.
Have your say on your team.
Call 08000 66 5959.
Text A1333, starting your message with RH.
Tweet at Humberside Sport.
Email humberside.sport@bbc.co.uk.
BBC Radio Humberside.
Let's hear from you then. 08000 66 5959 is the free phone number. What do you reckon? Let's go to Jan, who's a City fan. Now then, Jan, how are you tonight?
Thank you. Sat back in the car, waiting to move.
All right.
The traffic. Yeah.
Yeah, what sort of afternoon have you had then?
It was all right. I mean, it wasn't a classic by any stretch. Two teams who didn't want to lose, probably, really. I don't think either team had really a close cut chance. Allsop made one save late in the second half, a really good save, but other than that, I think, respect the point and move on.
Yeah, it was important not to lose today, wasn't it, against one of the rivals?
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
that's key. And City becoming a hard team to beat now, 5 without a loss, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you concede a corner, 18 months ago we used to dread corners. You just sit and think, well, it'll be okay, it doesn't matter. And yeah, they are defensively were very strong. I think sort of my comment would be, I have no problem with the playing it out from the back at all. And I think sometimes I'll sort of get a little bit of unfair criticism because he doesn't move it more quickly, which I agree he should. But actually, there's no movement for him to move it to anybody, to anybody. And a couple of times we nearly came unstuck today. But as I say, we move on with Birmingham on Tuesday.
Liam, again, went without a recognised striker. Would you have started with one today? Maybe Ohio?
I've seen all the hype about he should start, and we were there when he scored that goal. I'm not seeing enough of him, but it clearly isn't working. I mean, today brought really sharp on late on instead of, I presume, Ohio. He must see something in training that that we don't see. But it's not working. The really sharp. It's actually not working because we've got no recognised striker. Sort of my feeling is that we're reluctant to have a shot from outside the box, so we try and walk it in. And quite often, the ball's taken off us before we actually get to the shot. That seems to be what happened today for me, anyway.
You brought Billy Sharp on, didn't he, in the second half? Why do you think that well, first of all, how do you think he did? And the second part of the question was, why do you think he prefers Sharp over Ohio?
I genuinely don't know. Not sure what Ohio's touch is like, what we know when he's got the ball. I mean, certainly today, in general, I would say our second touch wasn't great. There was a lot of losing the ball. Equally, Preston did as well. So I'm not sure because it didn't seem to work with Billy Sharp. He's stronger, but then we need to play the ball to him so that he can, turn and face goal and shoot. But it didn't happen really. He didn't get a chance today at all.
No. Regan Slater was the only change, wasn't he, in the side today? How did he do? Swanee was impressed with him. What about you?
Yeah, well, I mean, my man of the match, head and shoulders, was Louis Coyle. He was absolutely superb today, but played a very, very good game. So, I had no issue with him coming in. Ozan, when he came on, was absolutely fine. I agree with you. Maybe we need a striker, but somebody with an eye for the goal that just rather than trying to walk it in all the time.
Matty Jacobs' new contract, hasn't he, Jan, in the last couple of days? I want a thought from you on him. Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? It seems a long time ago, doesn't it, since that Sheffield Wednesday game when he came in to make his debut.
And then he scored that late goal, didn't he, at the in the game. And I do remember his granddad. I'm just not quite sure if I'm that old that I saw him play. When did Jeff last play? If anybody knows, I might well have done. But so pleased for the young lad, because another one that's come through from the under-8, didn't he, and stayed with us all the way through. And that's building for the future for me, so I'm happy with that, very happy.
Are you one of those lucky fans that's going to be heading off to Turkey soon, Jan?
Oh, gosh, yes, I am.
You are? Oh, right. Fantastic.
Yeah. So, yeah.
You can top of your town.
Pardon? Yeah, absolutely. I haven't publicised it, but I did chat to one or two people today to see if anybody we knew was going, and we have seen a couple more. But yeah, my husband got the, really sorry, it's better next time, but I got the, you're on the plane, congratulations.
Well done.
Yeah, we are.
Did you go last time?
No, we didn't.
Well, I went out there last time, Jan, and I went out there with them last time. It was fantastic. So you'll have a great time. They'll really look after you.
Laura Beach, I think, and we've not been to this hotel, but we've been to Laura Beach. Very nice. So yeah, we're absolutely looking forward to it. Yeah. So.
Right, how you go, Jan? Yeah, I'm sure you are. Appreciate your thoughts this afternoon.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, Birmingham at home. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you. That's Jan. Let's go and hear from Leah Rossini. Get some live reaction here on the Football Forum. He's talking to Mike after the 0-0 draw at Preston.
Matt, thank you. Live with Liam Rossini here, pitchside at Deepdale on BBC Radio Humberside. Liam, thanks for your time. How do you see a point today?
Hard-fought, physical, winter battle delay with the players' attitude. Felt if we'd have had a little bit more calmness in our play, which is hard to do when you come away from home against a team that play really in a way that it's really, really difficult to play against to get rhythm in the game. If we took advantage of the moments we had in the opposition's half, then we could have come away with a win. But again, there's players giving everything. You know, we keep saying about us improving. I think that's a game we possibly could have lost earlier in the season because we didn't learn on the job. The restarts, long throws, dealing with set plays. Thought the players stood up to it really, really well. And yeah, obviously disappointed not to win the game, but really, really pleased with the application of the players.
It was played at some pace, wasn't it?
There's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line. You have to remember Preston are in great form. You could sense in the stadium the energy of the team, of the stadium, what a big game it was for them to try and push up towards us. And I felt after the first 10-15 minutes, which is always hard on both halves, you have to see that out. And I felt once we did see that out and we played our football and we controlled the game, we looked like a real threat, but we just couldn't get the goal, and that's a real shame.
That was the thing, you had to repel that initially, didn't you, and deal with that opening sort of period, like you said, in both halves. What did you need to do? What did you want to see a little bit differently from your side in those moments?
No, I felt it's really hard. So I'll be honest, the game plan was to try and make the game our game. You know, we knew coming here, we worked on it for the last 2 days. I played with 3 midfield players, so I think you need an extra midfield play to deal with their direct play and try and win second balls and settle the game. And all we worked on all week was getting pressure on at the top end to stop the balls coming into our box, but then trying to control the game by making it our game. And actually what I'm asking the players to do, and it's a brave thing for them to try and do, is to take the ball down. Is to take the ball down and not just kick it back and becomes a fight. Because if we make the game a fight against big, physical, strong, aggressive teams like Preston, that's not our game. That's not our strength. So we made mistakes trying to do it, but when we did do it, we opened the game up. We just couldn't quite get that goal that I think our play deserved.
Yeah, where did you feel the opportunities might come as the game?
In the wide areas, I felt in transition, because they leave 3 at the back and they really go for it. They leave 2 up the pitch at all times. I just felt that we needed to switch play a little bit more. We'd come to one side, and because we wanted to score, which is great, we didn't show the patience to get to the other side of the pitch where our overload was. And that's something we spoke about just now in the dressing room. It's something we can address moving forward.
How difficult did they make it in terms of making it tight on you to try and get that ball out in the early period?
Credit to Ryan, man. They're a really, really difficult team to play against. If you see the results they've had here against top teams, they make it difficult, you know. So we knew coming here that they had a really strong game plan. They were trying to stop us getting into our flow, into our rhythm of the game. But once we did do that, and once we quelled their threat, which they do have, that's why they are in the league, it was a good professional away performance without the goal, but the light blue clean sheet.
You touched on it a little bit in terms of midfield. You made just the one change, didn't you, bringing Regan in?
Yeah, and I just felt Abdusha's done great. And when I spoke to Abdusha a couple of days ago, we've got to bear in mind he's not played much football. And I had a really good conversation with him in midweek at training, and he said he's feeling a little bit fatigued, which is normal because the intensity of this level and the intensity of training and everything has gone up probably twice as much as what he's used to. So he comes into contention to start on Tuesday. Like I said, I've got a squad. Ozan comes on for 5-10 minutes. Dharma didn't even make the squad today. He comes right back into my thinking. And yeah, I'm really, really happy with the group that I've got.
The fans, the atmosphere was cracking. It was an entertaining game. We enjoyed the game, even though there were no goals in it. But the crowd seemed at one point they were going to influence it. There was a few decisions there. Were you thinking there was something going to go against you at one point?
No, there was nothing that could have gone against. There was the right decisions every time. But this is such a difficult place to come. Preston have a great home record, and what I was really pleased with overall, but I think we can be even better at, was our calmness. You know, to stay calm, to see the threat out, because, like, let's be honest, Preston are a very, very good team at what they do. They get the ball in the box early, they play long, they look for second balls, they stick it back down your throat. And I've seen teams wilt, and we didn't wilt under that pressure today, and that's a really, really pleasing thing.
No Aaron Connolly in the squad. You told me the other day he was dealing with a dead leg. Is that what kept him out?
Yeah, so Aaron, for me, needs to get fit. We penciled in a game on Tuesday, had a dead leg and couldn't play. He needs to be fitter, like I said, with Noah. So he wasn't. I didn't select him for the squad today, and we need to build up his fitness, because now we're getting to the sharp end of the season. I can't rely on players who are 80% fitness. I need 100% from everyone, and we've been working really hard with the fringe players who haven't quite played a game for a few weeks or months. On Tuesday we had a behind closed doors game because I need them ready. So Aaron needs to do more training sessions. He needs to come up to speed. It's not his fault. He's been injured, but at the same time I need fully fit players ready to come into the group.
How much a concern is that he picks up little things all the time?
It's by fortune, whatever it is, but it's not. I can't pick players who don't have the sharpness, especially at the top end, especially when I have the squad that I've got. So we're working really, really hard trying to get him up to speed, because I know in Aaron we've got something. He's an outstanding player at this level, and he's someone who can make a difference.
What's he saying to you?
Nothing. He's getting on with his job. That's what it is. Every single player is disappointed when they're not in the squad or they're not selected for the first 11. But part of the job is to train hard every day, to train at your maximum. And I feel for him because he hasn't had that run that he probably wants.
Thanks for your time, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Liam Rossigny there chatting with Mike White. So, a draw for Hull City this afternoon. Scunthorpe United have been in action. We'll get post-match reaction to the 2-2 draw with Chester FC at half-time in our fourth commentary of the day, which is on the way from Salford. Hull Kingston Rovers there, and we'll be there in a few short moments' time. But let's get some post-match thoughts from David Artell, whose Grimsby Town side have managed to record their first win of 2024 this afternoon to go 6 points clear of their relegation rivals and second bottom Forest Green with games in hand after beating them 1-0 at Blue Park this afternoon.
Well, David, a lot of people said that was a must-win game, but you did win it, so that was an answer for them.
Yeah, I say in a way, it's not a game that's going to define our season, win, lose or draw, but we want to win it. And if that means, you know, the media and say it's must win, then I understand the reason why they turn it that way. Listen, we're getting into sort of the weeds of, you know, just words really. What I would say is I thought we had 13, 14 warriors out there. It wasn't particularly pretty. I can't remember when we were shot on our goal. We defended like men in a game that will help us. We know we've got that kind of resilience in us. We know we've got them kind of players. But we haven't shown it at home, or away from home really. Today we've managed to do that at home. We've scored a great goal. We've been fairly solid. In fact, like I say, I don't think they've had a. I generally can't remember. You might tell me different. I don't know, John. But I can't remember them having a chance or a shot at goal. Because, like I said, our defensive shape that we've worked hard on this last 2 or 3 weeks was really good. So we've got to continue to do that, and then mix that with a bit more quality on the ball. And if we do that, then we're not just going to be in that sort of mid-block and let the opposition have the ball as much. So lots of positives, a hell of a lot of positives after recent home performances, and plenty still to work on.
You did say that before the game, and you just said it again there, it's not a result or a game that's going to define your season. In a way, hopefully now you can define your season.
Yeah, listen, I'm not. I don't want to sound as though I'm trying to pick words or holes in what you're saying, because what you're saying is completely true. But at the same time, we know we've had that performance in us. We know that the results haven't really reflected our performance. You know, if you ask me today, did we play better on the ball against Doncaster, for example? Yes, we did. A lot better. But then the result was much more important today than necessarily the performance. So, and we've got to make sure that we keep a very close eye on performance as well as results. I will take results in the short term over performance, but we've got to know that that's got a shelf life really, because it catches up with you in the end. So we've got to keep improving in what we're doing. And like I said, I think today was a massive improvement defensively, not just because we got a clean sheet or didn't concede 5, the actual understanding of the roles against the ball. But because we concentrate on that so much, it takes it away from in possession. So hopefully we'll be able to, now we've got where we're at, you know, but we've got to make sure that we get that balance right so that we can still understand our roles off the ball and become better in possession, and that will lead to continued results and a build. I spoke last week about still being in the trench and building them foundations. Hopefully that's another spade full of muck out of it, and so we can get some concrete in the place.
It's Bob the Builder, sorry. David Artell chatting with John Tonda. So Grimsby Town beating Forest Green Rovers 1-0, a first home clean sheet since September for the Mariners. We'll get player reaction from Deepdale and Blundell Park, likewise from the Attis Arena as well. We're live until 8 o'clock tonight. Scunthorpe United drawing 2-2. Rivals Tamworth have beaten Blythe 3-1 and Chorley have won 2-1 at home to Rushall Olympics. So the Irons stay second, 12 points off top. They are now 4 points clear of third place Chorley. Next up for the Iron, Darlington away on Tuesday night. We'll be there for that one. But our fourth commentary of the game comes live now from Super League. Hull Kingston Rovers going for their best ever start to a Super League season with 3 wins from 3 there at Salford this afternoon. And at the Salford Community Stadium for us, your expert summariser Nick Pinkney, your match commentator Richard Stead.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yes, welcome to a grey-skied Salford. Heavy clouds hang over us. We've had a heavy sleet shower around about an hour ago. We're set fair at the moment. There's 1 or 2 puddles on the pitch, but apart from that, it doesn't look too bad. 4 changes for Hull Kingston Rovers. Dean Hadley and Matt Parcell and Sam Luckley. We expected those. Hadley and Luckley coming back from injury, Parcell from suspension, Luckley's first appearance of 2024. Joe Burgess comes in on the wing against his former employers to replace Niall Evans. We're just told that's rotation. Interestingly enough, and we're just waiting for some confirmation on this, we've just watched Ryan Briley, the Salford fullback, walking quite gingerly down the tunnel, separately to the rest of his team, with the physio. Now, whether that means he isn't playing or not, we'll have to wait and see. I'll give you the 2 full 17s. Hicker at fullback, Burgess opposite, Gildan Hall, May and Lewis, Hadley, Litton, Whitbread, Tanganoa, Batchelor and Minchella, Sue King, Parcell and Luckley. Staunton is the 18th man. For the Red Devils, as my team sheet reads, Fryland, Hankinson, McDonald, Lafay and Cross, Custom Sneed, Ormonrod, Borough, Singleton, Stone, Watkins and Shorrocks, Atkin, Buniyayua, Wright and Kellywell. I think that Hull Kingston Rovers have too much up front for the Red Devils. We'll have to wait and see. What do you think, opinion?
It's right about Riley.
Yeah, the hands come out, hasn't he?
Yeah, you did so, Richard. Very, very strong hockey outfit. One of the strongest I've seen take the field in Super League for the Red and White in my time watching them. Real strength across the park, real strength off the bench. It's a real, they've got such a rich diversity of player that they can choose from. You take 4 out and you put 4 in. Of more quality, it's an envious situation that we're carrying. So yeah, but this is not going to work, Richard, like shadow of a doubt. Something happens with our pushovers.
And Chris Atkins starts at fullback for Salford. Ryan Briley doesn't play, so Briley out, Atkins at fullback, Kai Morgan into the 17, so some very late in the warm-up drama there. So a line through Briley, and Morgan will be the man on the bench. Atkin will play at fullback, and it's the Salford Red Devils who have the only possession of this game. That's not ideal for them, but that's a positive, I guess, for Kingston Rovers, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The Rovers have got some good start. Defensively, Rovers have been really, really good. Really taking me very little away, really strong. In yardage, if you like, or stopping the opponents coming out of their own end. They've got to get this rusty attack, a little bit more fluid tonight. That's the area where there's got to be improvement on it.
Sneed will put a kick up, end of the first set for the Salford Red Devils, and Petahiku collects and ploughs his way through the puddles there up towards his own 30-metre line. Now it's handed by Litton towards Ryan Hall, who will carry that ball up to and over the 40. Might get a few boos here because Joe Burgess is coming for a carry. He's got the ball. And no, not the right to react.
Worse than running.
No. I was expecting, come on, you were as well, sure. I wasn't. Yeah.
Nobody running.
6 again, holding down there by Ormonrod, so Burgess wins the penalty with his first involvement of the game. And the ball is carried further along there by Dean Hadley. Now it's in the hands of James Batchelor for Hull Kingston Rovers. He will take the ball up towards the Salford 30, and Litton waits. Brings the pass to Minchella. Minchella in turn finds Mikey and kick over chance here. Ryan Hall steaming through, Atkin to beat. Good covering tackle there from Atkin on Ryan Hall, but OKR are 3 metres away from the line. That's a throw in there to Lewis, and Lewis will pick up the ball and run with it. Gildart was the man in dummy half, and the Robins are still 2 or 3 metres away, but more centrally positioned here as Jez Litton waits for the ball to be played. He'll pass it right. Now it's in Minchella's hands. He throws a little dummy and cuts back in towards the goalpost. He's brought down 8 metres from the line. Here's a chance for OKR then. Last tackle. Where's it going to go? Tyrone May waits. Oh, it's a poor pass from dummy half, and the ball is collected by Mark Sneed, and Litton basically drops it.
Yeah, cracking finish from OKR after the kick. Richard wasn't it. Nobody home from Salford. Rovers saw that, got the ball over to Ryan Hall. It was the bounce that beat him. He just couldn't take it on the first because he had people on his inside to be able to, you know, draw the ball back and give it on the inside. But just wanted to make a great start and great vision.
Cross will bring the ball up towards the Salford 20, and Craig Cuss waits. Knowing who passed the ball, it's going to be a Salford forward run, and Amir Burrow is the man who is orchestrating things at dummy half. This time he picks the pass to Nene McDonald, and he will take the ball towards that halfway line. Burrow waits. This time it's in the hands of Shorrocks. Here's a kick from Sneed, high in the sky, and Hiku is underneath it, doesn't want to know, lets the ball bounce, bounces once, twice, and he's back behind his own goal line, and he will meet a wall of red-shirted defenders as he brings that ball back out. Was he right to let it go, Nick, or did he?
He had plenty of time to sort of get away with it, but the water that time all night he's going to have to take some. So he may as well have got his colours on that one before they get a bit tougher. So, yeah, it's not a great start in that respect, so we'll see how it carries on.
Ryan Hall with a carry, now it's taken forward by OKR through towards the 40. Build up there, now it's Dean Hadley who is tackled between the 40 and halfway, defending goodbye on the road. Jez Litton will kick from the left of the ruck, and Chris Atkin, former Robin, collects the ball inside his own 20, brings it back, and Litton and Lewis lead an energetic kick chase, and Salford are already looking a bit tough for 6 or 7 players, not back behind the play.
Yeah, some real solid contacts, and we're watching basically, our heads are turned to the right-hand side, but most of the time watching Salford trying to get out their own half, because Rovers' defence is so tough, so solid. Salford will go and get match back time after time, so Salford having to kick out their own end. It's a real good start defensively as well.
Sneed will pass the ball to Lafayette, he will take it up towards the Salford 30. Shorrocks again along the line, and he will feed that ball to the right-hand side where Brad Singleton will be tackled by 3 blue-shirted defenders, including Minchella. Burrow to Sneed. Good kick pressure on Sneed, but he gets that ball away, and it bounces off the shins of Petter Hiku, and he will pick it up and will turn it towards the 40-metre line. No scorers yet. BBC Radio Humberside on this Saturday early evening kickoff. Wins earlier on for Leeds Rhinos against the Catalans Dragons in the other game of the afternoon. Now it's taken forward again by OKR, and Kalepi Sangano is the man entrusted with that carry. Here's Minchella to May. Shows it to his right-hand side, dumps it off the upper check. The dummy runner there was James Batchelor. And OKR on the Salford 40. And it's passed by Burgess, and it's a little bit up towards the right shoulder. If we're picking real fine faults, then Burgess acknowledges it, but Batchelor puts his hands up to say it was my error. I think that was more the pass, Nick.
Yeah, we can have a look at it. Yeah, quite the best. It was a bit of a, I think, sort of a hands run there, Burgess. But anyway, great chance for Salford to finally get out their own hand, right up the ball in hand. But yes, really let off that from Hawking. It was really turning the scroll. Salford, as you said, Richard, Salford's back the ball a little bit because it's tough stuff coming out your own end. Just, you know, constantly, the Rovers really stingy. So just playing games with Max Steele there a little bit naughty, but such is sports.
Yep, teammates last year, enemies this year on different sides of the line. As Burrow passes the ball to the right-hand side, Tim Lafayette will take that ball up to and over his own 40. Cade Cuss waits the dummy half this time, and now it's in the hands of Nene McDonald. And Burrow is back in. And he will look to his left and feed the ball there along the line. Shorrocks to Orman Rod. And Orman Rod is tackled by a combination of Hadley and Whitbread. There's Borough to Shorrocks, now Sneed. Sneed in turn finds Sam Stone, who is toppled inside the Hull KR40 by Tyrone May and Tom Opacek. Borough again, along the line, Sneed. Sneed finds Orman Rod, who nearly punctures a hole in the defence, but Dean Hadley does well. Sneed will kick, and it will hang over Burgess, who will leap and take that ball. And Hull Kingston Rovers will start inside their own 10. The defender there was still afar.
Yeah, good early take from Burgess at the back.
That's a good offload as well as Opacek to the scoop from dummy half, and it's taken forward a little bit further there by Hull Kingston Rovers up towards the 20. Good metres after initial contact. Petter Hiku was the man who got on the end of that. This is Ryan Hall, runs into the welcoming arms of Callum Watkins, who does the defending there inside the 40. Lytton to Minchella. Minchella will carry the ball strongly towards halfway where Mark Sneed and Amir Borough do the defending. Here's Jez Lytton. Looks to Tyrone May. May will kick. Atkin has to scramble to centre field, catches the ball on his chest and brings it back. He will get rid of it though. To Chris Hankinson, and Salford will again start inside their own 20.
So a real good set of six, Richard. Just going through the systems and the process of getting to a kick. Just a real smart kick from Tyrone May, a cracking chase on the back of it. In Salford, about 25 off the goal line.
Well, the thermometer says 4 degrees here, but you can clearly see players' breath, and you can't reach for Bob Lats and Scouts in both ends of the ground. It's a chilly evening here in the northwest as Borough will try and get that ball away. No, he can't. Whitbread does the defending with Hadley, and Shorrocks waits. He will pass this to Singleton. And Singleton along the line there to Callum Watkins. That was a good little move there by Salford, but they've used their tackles and they're still 40 out. Sneed hangs the ball high. Petter Hiku again lets the ball bounce. Looks as though he lost that in the flight to me, Nick.
He's going to get away with that all night, Richard, isn't he? You know, we'll see. Look, he's experienced enough to know what he can and can't do, so hopefully when he needs to be, a catch is going to take the catch. We'll soon find out.
Gildart will carry the ball up towards halfway. No scorers yet. BBC Radio Humberside. Rather unhelpfully, the official clock isn't on, but on the big screen at the far end, it indicates we've got nearly 10 minutes gone in this game. Here is Lytton. Lytton will pass the ball there to Hiku. Hiku will pick it up. Say pass it, kind of rolled out the back door, and Hiku is tackled inside the Salford 40. Couple left here for the Robins. Jez Lytton will pass the ball to Dean Hadley. Hadley runs there up the middle, and he's tackled on the Salford 30 in centre field. This is the last. Here's Lytton. Lytton to Lewis. Lewis will arrow a kick high, and he will entice the Salford defence out. It's been allowed to bounce. Now it's hacked forward by Lewis again. Ryan Hall kicks in. It's football this, and then there's a sloppy looking pass from Kelechi Tanganoa, and Salford will fall on the ball on their own 30-metre line.
Yeah, this referee wasn't it to finish for sure, but they're in the right areas, Richard. They've just got to tidy things up in the last third of the Hull half. You know, defensively very strong at the moment. They get some good kicks with a good structure in the in their exit play, so they've just got to put that final piece of the puzzle together.
Well, there's a lost ball there, and then McDonald, or perhaps one of his teammates on that far side has dropped that ball there, much to the enjoyment of the Hull Kingston Rovers players. Whitbread was the man putting on the pressure. There was McDonald, and he's lost that ball in contact there.
Yeah, it's a very heavy pitch, which is standing water that we can see off our left-hand side. You know, there was a really heavy sleet storm, if you like, before kick-off, and you know, these players, it's going to be greasy, it's going to be wet, there's going to be balls dropped. We've seen that over the last, you know, three rounds of subway so far, so there's going to be plenty in this game, I'm sure.
Here's Jez Lytton to Opacek. Opacek will take the ball up towards the Salford 40. Tyrone May waits. Passes it to Whitbread. Whitbread with not as much involvement, not a criticism, it's just the work has gone the way of some of the other Hull forwards so far in this game. There's 6 against all Kingston Rovers. And the arm waved by referee Tom Grant to indicate Jez Litton will win another 6 again, running straight to the markers who were square there. And then the tackle is completed 20 out in front of the goalpost by Shorts. Oh, that's a really poor pass from Tyrone May around the bootlaces of Jai Whitbread, and for the second time in the game, a bit of poor execution of a pass when Hull Kingston Rovers were in the ascendancy, is handing the ball back to the Red Devils.
Yeah, just repeating myself again, Richard got to target that last third of the field. I'm not okay, that was a real lazy pass from Tyrone May again. I don't think he picked it up correctly, and when he went to pass it, he just went all wrong, didn't it? The Whitbread has to pick it up on the run. It's not happening, and ball goes to floor. Softly kind of let off the hook again. It's not a bad place to turn over, Richard, but the Rovers should be turning the screw. And allowing Softly off the hook in some respects.
13 minutes gone, BBC Radio Humberside. Nick Pinley and myself, Richard stayed here through until around about 7:30 for this later kick-off between the Red Devils and the Robins. Pointless at the moment as Amir Burrow takes a scurry up to the left-hand side of the ruck, and the defending is done by Opichet. Stone in at dummy half to Sneed. Now it's Shorrocks. Decent hit by Whitbread on Shorrocks. And Tanganoa is the second man in, Michelle the third. And the tackle is completed. A little bit too much mucking around there. It's a penalty to the Salford Red Devils.
Yeah, if you haven't already noticed, we've got some very vocal Salford supporters right behind us, so in case it gets a little bit crucial, I'll apologise now. But yeah, I mean, look, we're going to get that, Richard, with all those good penalties in the game, but they can be so telling in the modern game. A penalty can make all the difference in getting the team, the momentum that it needs. Salford needs to get out of the corner, because basically Salford have just had the entire game so far. The first 14 minutes of this game, just trying to get out their own half, so, this could be a selling point for them.
Do you think I might get a free? You were making me, Watkins, McDonald will drive the ball into the Hull Kingston Rovers 40, where Dean Hadley does the defending. Borough shows it to a couple of his teammates, but passes to Singleton, who tries to burrow his way under the defender there, who was Dean Hadley. Now Amir Borough will pass the ball to Sneed. Sneed finds Watkins. Watkins is tackled. Around about 20 out. Borough to Shorrocks. Shorrocks along the line there, and that's Ormanrod. Jack Ormanrod is still going there, and it's taken 3 Hull Kingston Rovers defenders to haul him down 10 from the line. Borough to Sneed. Little kick chance for Salford. Try for Salford maybe. Cross seems to have won the foot race. Litton came in. Salford celebrate. Referee will check with the video referee here. It goes up as a try. Goes up as a try. Tom Grant thinks it is. All of Aaron Moore think. Did Dion Cross win the race there against Hull Kingston Rovers and the dead ball line? We'll look at the big screen and we'll have a look to see if it is indeed a try. Cross seemed pretty convinced. I mean, why wouldn't he be? But he seemed pretty convinced.
Yeah, he gets the ball first. I mean, the referee's right on the spot. He needs to go to the video ref. I think it's Salford's try. He was actually blocked from the distance. I think it must have done. Yeah, great response from Salford, as I said. Penalties make such a difference in the modern game and can turn things on the head like we've just seen there. Okay, I've been pressing for the first 15 minutes of the game and come away with nothing apart from errors in the final third. And then Salford just take one opportunity and get it right. Cracking kick, just grubbered onto the line. As I said, the pitch is incredibly wet, so it scoots through onto the in goal, and Salford are first to react because the Salford defenders had to come up into the line to stop the Salford person coming through, and Richard will give you the result.
Yeah, try given. Dion Cross has broken the deadlock in the 15th minute here in Salford. The Red Devils lead by 4 points to 0 with a Mark Sneed kick to come, and he's just toweling himself down, getting some words of advice from Christian Inu. Not a bad goal kicker himself, of course. And in fact, Salford have been blessed in that department for a number of years, haven't they? Inu and then Sneed. And Hankinson is not too shabby if Sneed's radar is off. And Salford will try to make 4 points 6. Well, you would have to say, probably if we had the stats in front of us, Hull KR would be ahead on most of them, but on the important statistic of the scoreboard, the Red Devils have had one chance, and they've taken that chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Robert's guilty, obviously, Richard, of just incompleting, sets that you could come away with points. In this game, and if that's the way it's going to go, then it's going to be a difficult night for them. They're going to have to start to tidy up. But we've already said that's an area of Hull KR's game that really needs to tidy up, is what they do down in the final third. And tonight's no exception to that so far.
Mark Sneed, who's been reminded of his past times in the west of the city by the Rovers fans, will angle that ball through and ironically salutes the whole Kingston Rovers fans there. Sneed enjoyed that and gestures to the away support, who number 1,200. 1,200 Robins have made the journey.
Yeah, fantastic turnout, Richard. I was only thinking, in these conditions, we've had a pretty hefty hold up on the M62 as well, so yeah, good job from the Red and Whites to get in tonight.
Yeah, Nick and I came the scenic route via Greetland and Ripon and the like due to an accident, it would appear, on the M62, which seemed to close it in both directions between 22 and 24. Carried forward by Tim Lafai, up towards the 20. Borough passes the ball there to Stone, and Stone is pushed a few metres backwards again. Burgess involved, as is Opacek in the defence there for KR. Oh, Borough there, spotted Burgess running away from Marker and just gaining a few metres. Now Lafai will pass the ball here to Shorrocks. Shorrocks is upended by a combination of Hadley and Minchella. This is the Salford last. Sneed kick to come from 30 out from his own goal line. Again looks for Petiku. Petiku again lets the ball bounce. It bounces up into his chest and he'll bring it back.
Again, Richard, that time, as I said, look, I'm banking on his experience, telling him that he's got time to do that. It is, as I said, it is incredibly damp, incredibly wet out there, incredibly greasy on the ball, so his experience is telling to let that ball bounce while he's got time to do so.
I just think if he's going to let it bounce, Salford are going to keep kicking and kicking.
Of course they are.
It's Jez Litton in the dummy half, and the carry forward there was from Gildart. Here comes Burgess, stopped by Shorrocks and Orman Rod, and Stone makes 3. Burgess will play the ball just outside the Salford 40. Litton scurries away and manages to avoid the first tackle from Shorrocks. Orman Rod gets him on the second attempt. This is the last. May will look for Lewis. Lewis will look to hang this high, and over in bomb, and it's a decent kick. Oh, is he taking him in the air there, Tanganoa? I think Tanganoa's taken Hankinson in the air. Not much, but I think he's made contact before Hankinson's feet have reached the floor. Certainly a penalty.
Yeah, for sure. That's a goal. He's not in contact. Nothing to worry about. Just too early. Just too early.
Well, Salford will get a penalty here, and they'll make an interchange as well. Will Salford? Shane Wright is jogging on. Orman Rod is coming off, and the referee is deep in conversation with Chris Atkin, who I think Atkin came in and pushed.
Hankinson's an incredible one. He's tucked his legs up. I mean, he would have hit the floor usually. He's tucked his legs up just enough for Tanganoa to hit him just before he makes contact with the floor. So, but yeah, get it right.
Well, I think I did.
Get it right there. Not you. Get it right, Tanganoa.
Yeah.
You better get it right in that situation, because again, you put yourself on the back foot.
Nene McDonald will tap and take the ball up towards the 40. And again, Borough will jog in. As Hull Kingston Rovers may look to make an interchange shortly. The bench appears to be limbering up and warming up. Now Sneed to the right has got Atkin. Atkin finds Lafai, runs at May, and May tucks into his breadbasket there, and Minchella does the tidying up as now Borough will pass via Sneed along the line to Singleton. Looks to offload the ball there, and it's a messy little passage there, and Whitbread has managed to jump on the loose ball. Sneed will do the
Whitbread, Richard. There's other Salford players around there. Whitbread beat them all to it. That's desire for you.
Yeah, and carried forward by Opacek. Again, Sneed involved in the defence. Lewis to Hadley. And Hadley will try and offload Willie. Now he's all wrapped up. Decent defence on him there by Shane Wright and Shorrocks. And now along the line, Tangano has missed it. So he's put the ball down, conceded a penalty, and put the ball down. So not the happiest 5 minutes for Kalepi Tanganoa.
Yeah, really sloppy. Mikey Lewis had defenders coming in at him and just trying a real short pass, which if Tanganoa had taken it might have been in a little bit of space. Because there was Salford defenders coming in at Mikey Lewis, so there must have been space somewhere, but Tanganoa couldn't take the ball in, and Salford get with a cracking opportunity to attack the Rovers' line.
Salford are running a pretty high mullet to man ratio, aren't they? I think they'll be up there in Super League terms. There's a few sporting their haircuts as the ball...
Nothing to be proud of.
No, the ball is back in play, and Sneed will pass the ball to the left edge, and Lafay will take it forward. And he's tackled there by May and Opacek. Now Burrin again. He will feed the pass towards Stone, and Stone is tackled. 30 yards. Defending done there by Opacek and Batcher. Here comes Shorrocks. Shorrocks will be upended 20 metres from the Hull Kingston Rovers goalpost. He's centre field at the moment. Borough sends it left to Sneed. Kick forward. It's the kick again, and this time Burgess is able to turn, but he has to run the ball dead. And it will be a goal line dropout forced by another kick from Sneed. I know when we've watched teams against Joe Burgess' sides in the past, Nick, you've picked up on the fact he's got a pretty big turning circle. I think Salford have as well.
Well, there's a reason, Richard, isn't there? They know him better than most, and they go into his weakness, which is his turning circle. He doesn't turn quick at all.
Oh, Lewis has dropped out. Sorry, just to interrupt, Lafayette as well. One bounce and he stops that on the 20.
Yeah, they know him better than most, and they know his turning circle isn't great, or his ability to turn fast isn't great, and they're definitely playing at it with a little kicks over the top of him.
Right with the first carry. Now Cust will pass the ball along the line to Singleton. A couple of former Wigan men there combining. Now it's Borough to Cust, and Cust will feed the ball there to Watkins. And he's tackled just outside the 10. Cust again, very much to the fore in this set. Shorrocks is tackled. It's a decent tackle as well there from Minchella, needed to be. Salford in the Hull KR 10. Sneed kicks again. Ball bounces. Tyrone May does ever so well and gets that ball. Sneed pounces on him straight away. Well read by May.
Yeah, great pick-up. Trapped him, was on it before anybody else could get there, because there was Salford players in and around that, but Tyrone really dealt with that incredibly well. And yeah, Rovers got a big job of work to do to get back, you know, into the momentum of this, Richard, and get back on top, because it's been Salford for the last 10 minutes have been on top in this game.
Burgess has had a carry. Lewis too. Now Dean Hadley will take the ball and gain a good 10 metres up towards the 40. Jez Litton, hands on knees, waits for the ball to be placed. Singleton is the defender, and well,
that's going to help them for sure.
Salford are offside with play. 24 minutes. The Red Devils lead by 6 points to nil. Try from Dion Cross, converted by Mark Sneed.
Yeah, look, 6 points down here, Rovers, Richard. There's no need to panic. They just need to gather themselves, compose, and just start and complete and put Salford under some pressure, and just, you know, keep some field position, keep Salford down in their own half, and just keep turning that screw.
Lewis will pass the ball to Whitbread. Singleton ran out to put a big hit on there, but Whitbread saw him coming and stepped round him, so the tackle is completed there by Wright. Now it's in the hands of Hadley. Hadley will be tackled about 12 metres from the goal line. Here's Tyrone May. May to Lewis. Good kick. Tanganoa's on the end of this one, is he? No, Atkin comes across, and Atkin dives at the feet of Kalepi Tanganoa, and it's a good piece of defensive work, but has he lost the ball or grounded it in goal there? Over on the far side, I think he's grounded it in goal. It'll be a goal line drop.
I think they buried him, Richard, if I'm honest. There was that many Rovers players flying in at him there. He took a heavy hit from Tanganoa, challenged him for the ball, and then 2 Rovers players hit him back into his own goal area as well. So yeah, he got well and truly looked after there, did that kid.
He was brave, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Salford will drop the ball out from beneath their own upright. 6 points to the good in this game, with 15 minutes to the half-time interval. Mark Sneed with a long drop out to halfway, and Lewis collects and passes to Whitbread. Bunny Ayuar is about to be introduced to proceedings. Here is Hadley with a carry. He's tackled by Wright. Plays the ball inside the 30. Litton will find May. May shows it to Whitbread, then reverses his focus of attack and carries that ball back towards centre field, and Shane Wright does the defending. 20 out from the goal line, and Minchella will feed it to Hadley. Hadley runs hard at Borough.
At the line, Hadley, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's tackled 15 out. Singleton involved as well. Litton to Minchella, now it's May. May does well with the footwork there, rounds Cust. Cuts back in, puts a kick in. Lewis is chasing, he's not going to get there, and the ball will run dead, and it will be a 7-tackle restart on the 20.
Better, Richard. It could have been better, but better than what we've seen. They've got to the kick. Yeah, it was a bit long, but they had chasers on it. If it had been right, it had been a try. So it's better than what we've seen.
Singleton is the man who makes way for Bunny Ayua, who has a penalty or two, and him Salford as a team averaged 10 penalties. Rovers 3.5. And I would say that's probably how the penalty count's looking like shaping up at the moment as well. Rovers certainly winning theirs. Borough will put a kick in from the right of the ruck. It's a big deep kick, and it will turn Ryan Hall around. He'll have to pick it up, will he? No, he's got the time to let the ball run dead, and it will be a Hull Kingston Rovers possession, admittedly on their own 10.
Yeah, bags of experience from Ryan Hall there. Lots of patience waiting for that ball just to trickle over the sideline. We can't see that from this far away, of course, but he was worried on it and knew exactly where that ball was going to be, so yeah, good play from Ryan Hall.
Double interchange incoming for Hull Kingston Rovers. We're about to see Sue and Luckley enter the field of play for Whitbread and Hadley. Hadley in particular, good opening stint there in the engine room as Batchelor brings the ball up towards the 20. Sue made quite the impact last week. Can he do the same tonight? First carry is to take the ball out of his own 30. Plates to Litton, and here comes another good carry from the second interchange, Luckley. He's tackled 5 metres from halfway. Litton this time to Minchella. Minchella will bobble his own way towards the Salford half, and he's hauled down by a combination of Wright and Shorrocks. Stone involved as well. Now it's a kick from Lewis under pressure from Watkins, and Atkin comes to play. Oh, he bounced that once, it's come loose, and Tyrone May is the second man there. Surely the first knock on is Atkins.
Yeah, it's got
to be Hull Kingston Rovers head and feed, you would think.
That's why May wasn't bothered about taking the ball, really smart. And Tyrone May knew that as soon as it bounced off him into Tyrone May could make a play for the ball, and he did. He doesn't match if the ball goes to the floor. It still means it's a knock-on from Salford.
Well, here's another chance for Hull Kingston Rovers. Petter Hiku will feed this scrum. Are they going to run what they're running here then? Because May and Lewis are stood next to each other. There's a little bit of training ground. They're going left. May, there. The runner is Gildart. Gildart is tackled just outside the 10. Litton will coax the ball out of Gildart, and he gets it there. And Hull Kingston Rovers carry that ball to within 5 metres of the line. It was a decent carry there from Jesse Sue. Here's Lewis. Lewis looks for Ryan Hall on this occasion, and Hall is tackled by Bunny Ayua, 5 metres from the goal line. Here's Lewis to Litton. Luckley will be tackled inside the 10. Still going Sam Luckley. 4 red-shirted defenders needed to bring him down. He'll play this ball 5 out. Litton looks to the right. Here's Minchella to Tyrone May. There's a few gaps here. Oh, goodness me, Bunny Ayua there.
He had to do that, Rich. That was a try. That was a try. The Rovers play went straight through the hole, left by Ayua. If he hadn't got the ball, he'd have been under the sticks with the Rovers man.
Yeah, he just he punched it, didn't he? Really?
Yeah. That's all he could do. He'd already sold himself to it, hadn't he? So he had to get his hands to it. If he hadn't have done it, no man's land.
I nearly called it an attempted interception. That's why I went all about. I think I'd have had trade descriptions on. It was a slap down, a punch, and Nick, quite rightly, they're describing it as Petter Hiku feeds the ball through the scrum. Here is May again, and he will carry this ball back in along the 10-metre line. Salford's defence is good. We're in the 30th minute. Salford leads 6-0. Litton to Luckley, there's 6 more. And that's about the 4th 6 again, isn't it? From a Salford point of view, Batchelor gets it. Scrapping from Luckley, but it came out backwards. And the ball will be played here on the 10-metre line by Batchelor. Litton looking for gaps, looking for runners. He'll feed the ball to Lewis. Lewis along the line there to Hickey. Again, it's slapped down, this time by Nene McDonald. And Hull Kingston Rovers will have 6 more.
Yeah, I mean, look, the catching them, Richard, there's no doubts about Hankinson, I think, who had to slap that one down. But, yeah, the catching them, Rich, it's just a matter of time, before, the play comes off, isn't it? Because they're really knocking at the door, okay, and they're 2-man over that Hankinson just had no choice. He had to come in and do what he did. It was, Rubs was in the corner, but Rubs just got to keep battling away, got to keep putting away this top of the line.
Head and feed then, just outside the 10. Hickey will play it through. Here is May. May there is stopped by 3 Salford defenders, 10 metres from the goal line. Lewis is a dummy half. He's got 3 men to his right, goes left, finds Luckley. Luckley runs straight at Buniyayuar and Shorrocks as well. He's tackled 8 metres from the goalpost. Here is Litton. Litton to May. May there looking for a gap. Sneed's got hold of his shirt there, but he gets that ball out towards Minchella. Minchella finds Lewis. Lewis to Hickey. Hickey steps back in field looking for a gap, and Petter Hickey is tackled by Mark Sneed. He busies himself in defence, doesn't he, Sneed? And he's involved again there with Buniyayuar. Litton this time to Sue. Sue to within 3 metres of the line. Good defence there from Salford. Borough involved and Atkin as well. Now a kick from Litton. Nutmegs Atkin. It's going to have too much on it. And again, it'll be a 7-tackle restart on the 20.
Yeah, just that extra 10 metres doesn't make such a difference. And Salford get on the front foot. But Rovers are knocking on the door, which they've just got to get it right. They've got to get it right. But Salford doing it incredibly well, really, to stop Rovers from getting over the line again.
McDonald has taken a carry. Now Hankinson ready. Did he get caught there? I think he did. I think he did. I think he got caught on the chin there by an arm from potentially Jez Litton. Let's have a look. It's a penalty to Salford, and he just, he gets caught. 4 round edge to the side of the face. Referee stops the clock. Mark Sneed is in deep discussions with his teammates here, and Matt Parcell is going to come on to replace Jez Litton to give the number 9 a bit of a breather around the half-time interval. So that's the 3rd Hull Kingston Rovers interchange. Tim Lafai will tap for Salford. He'll charge in towards the 20s. Good strong carry from the Red Devils number 4. Borough is in. The defender there was Batchelor. Here's Sneed again. Buniyayuar. He will be tackled inside the 20. Defending done on that occasion by Minchella. Borough to his left-hand side, and Wright is the man who is tackled. On the 10, Jesse Sue, one of those defenders involved there from Hull KR. They're 6 again. Bit too slow clearing the ruck, the Robins. Atkin will be stopped 10 metres out. This time it was Batchelor who was able to do the defending. Wright along the line, popped up by Cust. Here comes Nene McDonald. He will take the ball to within touching distance of the goal line, but no further. Now it's taken on by the Red Devils through Shorrocks to Sneed. Out to Lafai. And Lafai's got a gap here. That's great work by Opacek. Great work by Opacek defensively. Ball is played. Sneed will kick. Lewis comes to take. He can't. And the ball will run dead, and it will be another goal line dropout.
Yeah, good play from Salford, nearly catching Rovers on the edge. George Burgess looked a little bit in no man's land. That's a good job. Lafai didn't go to the edge because Burgess had turned in on Lafai, and the winger was free, but yeah, he didn't get his hands free and get the ball away, so it was up to Max Sneed to get a little chip over the top. Rovers dealt with it, but they've got to do another set of 6 coming out the line. They can do another score before half-time, Richard.
We heard from Liam Rossini, the Hull City manager, and David Artell of Grimsby Town before kick-off. There wasn't time to hear from the Scunthorpe United boss, Jimmy Dean, but we will at half-time in this game. As the ball is passed by Stone towards Shorrocks, as the clock ticks down towards the final 5 minutes in this first half on BBC Radio Humberside, and Salford lead by 6 points to 0. Here's Sneed to Cust. Oh, that's good play. Here's Callum Watkins, and that's a good tackle on Watkins over on that far side.
They got it all wrong.
Gildart was the man who did the defending. Cust there, far side chance. Hankinson, has he grounded the ball? Referee says yes, and Chris Hankinson scores Salford second. Initially great play from Callum Watkins to open up that left edge of Hull Kingston Rovers. It was a bit of a wobbly pass by Cust out to the right edge. Hankinson saved the number 6's Bacon, took it low, kept the ball going, kept his momentum going, and scored Salford second. 10-0, kick to come.
Yeah, looks a bit stepped on both edges. Okay, I've got to say, Richard, Burgess looks all at sea out here. There's a couple of times where I thought he needs to get on his chalk because he's miles off it, and the Salford bring us right on his chalk, and the same at the other side. Sometimes some of them opening passes, Rich, they really can catch defenders down. Hankinson did incredible to pick that up, but the tackle before Mikey Lewis was all at sea, flew off the line, got it all wrong, and Watkins nearly went through. So, okay, I've got to tidy up the edge play and the edge defence.
Well, I know we're only in game 3, but this is the most that Rovers have trailed in a game. They were initially down against Leeds.
Okay, I don't think there's any dramas, Richard. I just think, okay, I've got to switch on their attack, and they haven't yet. You know, but Salford have defended incredibly well on the flip side of that.
As Mark Sneed again will take his time over this conversion attempt. Seems as though the temperature's dropped a notch or two here in Salford. Say that we're in Eccles, really, aren't we? As the ball is on the kicking tee. And Sneed rearranges his shirt, shorts and socks, and then poises himself over this 2 extra point opportunity. And the Red Devils have made a little circle there. They're having a chat among themselves about what needs to be done going into the back end of this game. Rovers are stood by the left-hand side of the uprights, waiting for the Sneed conversion attempt. Left-footed, on its way, he's having a look, he's not sure. He doesn't need to have a look, and again, he salutes the Hull Kingston Rovers fans, and it's 12 points to 0.
Yeah, Rovers obviously taken by surprise by this. They were expecting to be a little more dominant in this game, not to be. Salford have been good, soaked up a lot of Hull KR pressure. I mean, Hull KR have had a fair amount of chances, there's no doubts about that. But Salford have been good enough to come up with plays, desperate plays sometimes, but plays nonetheless in order to, to repel Rovers. And on the other flip side of it, they've come up with the plays to be able to break Rovers down at the other side of the field.
Lewis's restart collected by Bunny Yayua, who will take the ball up to his own 20. Cross, who scored the first try, will try and gain a few metres, but he's maybe lost 1 or 2 there due to some good defence from Parcell. Here comes Watkins. He's tackled by Parcell before he can get up towards the 30. And Borough will this time send Shorrocks on his way. And Shorrocks, I'm glad Ackers has gone out and nearly got myself into all sorts of bother a few years ago in a piece of commentary involving Shorrocks, Ackers and Bullock. Well, they weren't all playing on the same team, but
would have been, though, wouldn't it?
It would have been, yeah.
The football that never was.
Wow. As Sneed will kick that ball forward. And Pettick, who has collected it after a couple of bounces, and he brings it back, and that's when Hiku looks really strong when he's running with the ball. This time the defending is done by the scorer of the second try, Hankinson. Here comes Ryan Hall. Hall up to and out of the 20. Referee thinks about blowing for a penalty. Referee does blow for a penalty. And it's Bunny Yayua who's penalised. Into the final 2 minutes of this first half, Red Devils lead the Robins by 12 points to 0.
Yeah, plenty of time to get a score on the board, but coming from the position they're in, it's going to be tough.
Oh dear, someone's just taken that right on the head. That kick to touch. Oh dear, poor the young man, he's very upset. Absolutely nailed there by Mikey Lewis. As the ball is carried by Luckley. And he will pass the ball to Jesse Sue. Sue will take it in towards the 40. Now Parcell will pass the ball here to Lewis. Lewis finds Tanganoa, and Tanganoa is tackled just outside the 20. Defending done by Bunny Ayua. Parcell runs away from the right of the ruck, and he's sat on his bottom on the 20 there. Defending done by Bunny Ayua and Sam Stone. Lewis to May. May looks to his right. Feeds it to Hiku. Ball and all tackle there from Dion Cross. It was a good one, misses the last. Here's Burgess to Tyrone May. Little kick there, he's looking for Gildout. The ball is knocked down there, and I think it might be a dropout here. I think the Salford man rose the highest, and Salford will take as much time off the clock as they can here. And Hull Kingston Rovers, the clock has been stopped. Hull Kingston Rovers will have 38 seconds.
Yeah, 3 players, maybe 4. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, there's a lot of laboured players from Hull KR. Peter Hickle being one of them, which I've got to say. Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he looks at half pace to me.
Had a good strong carry back there, but I think you're right. Apart from that, there's not been a lot, has there?
He looks at half pace to me, which...
What's the delay for here? Why is the referee talking to
the breath back?
The Salford players? Oh, he's just getting verified that it was indeed a goal line dropout. I suppose if the technology's there, it's not going to take you too long. Why not ask Aaron Moore to have a quick look? And that means that Mark Sneed will drop the ball out from beneath the uprights. And Hull Kingston Rovers will attempt to have a little flurry here to finish off the first half. Lewis gets it 40 out. Here comes Luckley. Luckley there is tackled. 30 from the Salford line. They wrestle him onto his back though to slow the play the ball down. Here's Parcell. Parcell finds Sue. Sue takes the ball up to the 20 and the clock ticks past the 20 seconds to go point. Jesse Sue's lost the ball. Jesse Sue's lost the ball. And that will be that as far as the first half is concerned. There'll be no time to feed this scrum, and the Red Devils will run back into the changing rooms at the interval. Very pleased with their first 40 minutes. They've kept the Robins pointless, and they lead by 12 points to 0. Cross and Hankinson with the scores. One on the left edge, one on the right edge. Both converted by Sneed, who acknowledged the Robins crowd after both successful conversions. A little bit of pantomime going on there. But the Red Devils will have smiles on their faces because, and they deserve it, they lead by 12 points to 0.
Yeah, look, Richard, it's a strange old game, this one, because Rovers very dominant in most areas, just cannot get over the line. Just can't come up with a play to break Salford down. On the flip side of that, Salford have come up with 2 opportunities to 2 scores, which puts them 12-0 in the lead at this moment in time. There's plenty more to come from Rovers, but they've got to tidy up, Richard. They've got to find the right options, the right structure in order to break Salford down. But Salford, again, defending very, very well, but they're doing a lot of it, Richard. So Rovers have just got to keep plugging away, Richard. It'll come at some point, but they might be out of the game before it does.
You said there's plenty more to come. I don't think they've shown a lot.
No, they haven't. That's what I'm saying.
Attacking-wise,
no, not at all. They're scruffy, Richard. Very, very scruffy with ball in hand. But they've spent a lot of time attacking the Salford line. They put Salford under a lot of pressure. They just can't find the right keys to the door, if you like. Hopefully it'll come at some point. But some of them players out there just need to get distracted a bit more.
Do they need a plan B, or do you just stick to what you've been doing and it'll come off?
I'm pretty much sure you don't change anything you're doing at half time. There's not enough time to do so. You just got to do the things you're supposed to be doing better. And okay, I could do that because we've seen in the 2 previous games they've been better than what we've seen them tonight with ball in hand. Tonight they took another step back with ball in hand. Defensively they've been okay. Obviously the try scoring attempts from Salford on the edge, both of them, good kicks, and a bit of a bounce pass, if you like, to Atkinson. So nothing too much to worry about, but who's going to score next?
Nick, thank you. More from Nick in the second half. 12-0 here. Let's look back at one of our football commentaries from earlier in the afternoon. A league record crowd at the Attis Arena had quite the eventful afternoon as Scunthorpe United drew 2-2 against fellow playoff contenders Chester. The Iron found the equaliser with just 10 men on the pitch after Liam McAlinden received a straight red card. Manager Jimmy Dean has been speaking to Jed Penberthy.
Jimmy, a bonkers day from start to finish. Could we just quickly touch on what happened pre-match, the delayed kick-off? What was the reason behind that, and how did that affect your preparations?
It just the numbers of fans coming in, and the rain. To be honest with you, it wasn't just the fans. There was a lot of rain. The ref, to be fair, he dealt with it really well. He didn't let us come out, then put us back in. He told us early doors, it's going to be 15 minutes back. Let the pitch dry out a little bit because we had a downpour. And obviously get the fans into the ground. So he handled that really well.
And just how did that affect your warm-up? So did he tell you really early?
Yeah.
He noticed you came out quite late.
That's what I mean. It didn't affect the warm-up. We just went in, told the player, settled it back down, and then just put the times back.
Ideal. So we'll get into the game itself. From start to finish, it was incredible, really. What were your thoughts on it?
I thought we started really well. First 20-25. We got in numerous times. We was getting overloads in wide areas. Making count, getting behind without really creating that gilt edge. And I made a couple of halfies, and then against some run of play. They obviously got the goal. It was a bit of a kick in the teeth. It was a poor one to concede. And I thought for the 10-15 minutes after that, we went into our shells a little bit. Didn't get on the ball, didn't do the stuff that was working before that. Not that they was better than us at that point, because I don't think there was. But we weren't in the intensity like we were. But half time come at a good time. We got them in, settled them back down. And I thought we was a better team in the second half. Again, it was a real poor goal to concede. One ball down the middle. Thompson got there, great tackle. It forced him, he taps into an empty net. Get the red card as well. It's just difficult to take. Keep me on the mind of these decisions. I thought the boys were absolutely sensational. They went and got the equaliser. A great goal from Jakey. And then to make it 2-2. And then obviously at the end, just got to give the penalty. I think if there's anyone bad, Danny White in the league, it's a penalty. I've asked him after and he said, well, it's his game going down, but he's not going to go down if he's in on goal. He's the second top goal scorer in the league. And obviously when Alfie hit the bar, the roof comes off, the tap goes in. I thought there was a late tackle there as well on Alfie, just because he's hit the bar, he hasn't given it, and that's wrong again because it's forced Alfie to play sooner. I thought that was really poor from the official.
Yeah, hundreds of talking points today. We'll start with the 2 goals that you did score. And first of all, fantastic header from Liam, and second of all, a crucial finish from Jacob as well.
I missed that off the first goal there when I was doing my hypnosis of the game. But yeah, we've worked all week on getting balls into the box, crossing more. I think you've seen that the last 2 or 3 days, balls into good areas. Maybe 6'1", can control a header and Dion hits it with every delivery. So, it was a great goal. I thought the first one, and it come as well from breaking the lines, which we was doing at the start of the first half, which we stopped doing a little bit. 1-2 with Jakey, I think it was, played down there, great delivery. And as you said, a great header. The second one, we dropped Jakey back into the pivot to try and control the game, and I thought he was sensational in there, to be honest with you. And he just skipped by a couple of tackles, and I think everyone's expecting him to put his foot through it like he does. He breaks across, barrel breaks in there, one of the 2. And he just put a little bit of side foot into the corner. 2 fantastic goals from our perspective.
What's your reaction? Because when that second goal goes in, you're well on top, you've got all the momentum, and then we've got to wait for 10 minutes for everything to sort out itself in the stand.
Yeah, look, it wasn't ideal, but emotions are high. These people live in the football club, and I was in the same mode as them. So I'm not gonna say it in order to do it now. And to be honest with you, it didn't stop the direction of the game at all. After that, there was more of the same. I thought, the penalty again, Dion sensational, dropped him into right back. Easy thing to do then, probably would be to take him off for Ross Barrows and try and hold on, but we did. We went for the game, and then obviously the one where Alfie's hit the bar, which I think was another cross from Dion. Don't quite me on that, but more great wing play from Dion. And it's just fell to Alfie, unfortunately. How's your luck?
What have you said to Liam? Obviously, he's got the joy of scoring his first goal, and then 5 minutes later he goes into a challenge that maybe he shouldn't have done.
I haven't spoken to him about it really. Look, it looked harsh red in real time. I haven't seen it back. I need to see it back and then have a chat. I mean, I don't think it was anything malicious, whatever it was. If the foot's high, he's trying. I think he's played the ball. But if he's given it, it's because his foot's high. But like I said, I'm speculating because I need to see it clearly.
It was very feisty from that moment on. What were your thoughts about kind of the reactions from the players on the pitch and the fans and everything? They say emotions are high, but at times it almost descended into chaos.
To be honest, I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was fantastic, and know, to be part of it, and be part of the emotion, and people caring for the football clubs, and the players giving everything. You know, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
And again, we saw last week you brought off Regan Ogle, brought on Tom Pugh. This week, take off Regan Ogle, bring on Danny Elliott. There's brave substitutions.
There were brave substitutions, and like I say, it was brave. I think not to bring Dion off when we got 2-2, but you know we was in this tendency. You know, Regan, I think you see first half there was 3 or 4 recovery runs in here where he showed the best of his skill set. Where he broke up the counter attacks. You know, but again, going forward, I just wanted to get a little bit more quality on the delivery. You know, I thought Tommy gave a real good account of himself. He turned the ball over for the goal, which, you know, I know he'd be frustrated with, but in the same context, we want him to play that pass. We want him to be confident to play that pass, play what you see. And you know, after that, I think we can do better with it. You know, it was a soft goal to concede.
Alfie again, obviously 2 goals in midweek, comes on as it's a solid performance. It could have been the match winner. You've got so much depth now.
Yeah, we've got players back. We've got players back. I mean, the captain weren't here today, but we've got players back. And I think we're really well set there. I think we're really well set to go and attack this league. We've got 10 games left. 6 in the against teams in the bottom 6. Or before today, there was only 1 team in the top half before today, which was Hereford. We've got them down here. I think we're well set to go and attack the league. I think the players are showing what they're about. I went in there to do them today, and there's not many times we've won lots of football matches this season. That's obvious, but there's not many times we've come in deal with that kind of adversity. Normally, we win a game because we're better, because we control the ball, we control the tempo, we've controlled the chances. You know, we've played with 10 men today against a side that's unbeaten 10. You know, much the better team. I thought dominated the second half and deserved to win the game. Just unfortunate to be able to cut the bad decisions and concede a couple of poor goals.
How are you looking to kind of like keep that momentum, keep that dynamism now that Liam's out?
I don't know whether the next game or 7 days. We've got a game Tuesday. Yeah, then we need to see whether it was a red card, whether we can appeal. But like you just said, there's great depth. The boys are all buying in. I think that'll happen naturally. Yeah.
And then obviously 7,500 in here today, community today. Thinking about kind of 6 months ago where you didn't think a day like this was possible. What were your thoughts about today?
I quite emotional at the end there. You know, going right back to what you was talking about and where the club's come from. I've obviously been part of this for a year, but it's a special place and there's lots of special people involved in it. And you know, 7,500 shows how much this football club needs to so many people. They turned out the numbers today. I think we put on a good show for them. I think it was a fantastic advert for the league. I think it was a fantastic game of football. And I think they've seen a group of people who care about their football club as much as they do. So, you know, I would entice them to come back.
Kofi smiles at breakfast.
The post office back in the spotlight. You know, when things like this happen to one person, it affects, you know, the people closest to them as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. And you know, living in Bridlington, it was one of those places where you're very close to people. There's a lot of people that know you.
And obviously, you cannot put a price on wrongdoing, can you? You know, the impact in your life.
I can't tell you how happy I will be the first day that I no longer think about the post office, have to say the post office. Get up on a morning, first thought in your head is post office.
Kofi smiles at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6.
BBC Radio Humberside.
Rugby League Live.
BBC Radio Humberside Sport.
Kofi's back Monday morning from 6 o'clock. Fiona Mills will wake you up tomorrow morning. On Saturday night tonight, Hannah Sackville, Brian and Upload. We will join that programme when we brought you reaction from this game. And then at BBC introducing between 8 and 10 with Jericho Keys. We've got 40 minutes of Super League rugby left this evening. And it's 12-0 to the Salford Red Devils. Nick, you've had 10 minutes to sort of chew over your thoughts in that first 40. What do Hull Kingston Rovers need to do in this second half to turn that deficit around?
I think they've got to be patient, Richard. I know that everybody wants Wokout to get on parity as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, that ain't always how it goes, is it? You know, Robs have got to be patient. They've got to break Salford down. In order to do that, they need to get repetitively just take the gas out of Salford by keeping possession. They've just let Salford off the hook too many times, too early in the tackle count, Richard. They've got to get to the end of the tackle count, and they've got to keep Salford under pressure and come up with some players to break them down. And they will. You know, there's kicks, there's lots of kick options that Robs could come up with that they haven't in that first half. It's been a little bit too heavy, hasn't it? The kicking game's gone over the dead in goal a couple of times. So there's opportunity for OKR to change things up and just to be a little bit more patient. They've got to do that whilst, you know, stopping Salford from getting anything on the other end. So, yeah, you know, I'm sure Robs will pull points in the second half, Richard. They've just got to, you know, do it pretty sharpish and, you know, get back in this game.
Are there one or two players sat watching this who played last week, who played in week one, who might feel a little bit lucky not to be playing? Matty Staunton, well, this is the
downside to rotation, isn't it? It leaves people with that opportunity to say that we shouldn't have done this, we shouldn't have changed the team. Why have we changed the team this week? You leave yourself open to that when you have a rotation policy, which OKR must have with what we've seen tonight. So, but this is a strong team, Richard. So, you know, there's no real excuses there, is there? To be fair.
No, I agree with that. 12-0 then. Tries coming from Cross and Hankinson. Sneed with the conversions, and all this with Ryan Briley pulling out very late in the warm-up. So Salford have done very, very well to take this lead against Hull Kingston Rovers, who would have been favourites coming into this game. The Robins back out led by Minchella. Salford led out by Callum Watkins, and we're just seconds away from getting underway in this second half then. And it will be Hull Kingston Rovers wearing their dark blue shirts, shorts and socks with light blue trim, running from right to left in front of us. And Salford, red shirts, white shorts, white socks, defending the end occupied by the Hull Kingston Rovers, travelling 1200. And referee comes back out as well, that's Tom Graham. The video referee is Aaron Moore. And we are about to get back underway here. And
we're about to see how good Willie Peters' half-time team talks now, Richard, aren't we? That's what we're about to see.
Well, I know at 6-0, I wasn't sure, you know, you said wrong way to, I said the first time they've been under a bit of pressure. I think it's 10 now. But it is a different thing that they've had to face for the first time tonight. They've not trailed at the break, they've not been held pointless in a half. You know, there's different things. Game 3, I realise, I'm not trying to be saying you learn things, don't you, at this stage of the season, as Lewis collects the restart and passes the ball to Jesse Sue, who is gobbled up defensively there by Callum Watkins and King Vuniayua. Here comes Ryan Hall. Hall will take that ball out of the 20, and Salford are able to do the defending. Shorrocks is the main man there in that tackle, along with Borough. Now it's a little run towards the right-hand side from Sam Luckley, and he will take the ball up towards the 30. Matt Parcell, a dummy half, shows the ball to Minchella, passes to Jesse Sue, second involvement in the set, and he's tackled again by the Salford defence, shy of the 40. Parcell avoids the arm of Vuniayua, passes to Lewis. Lewis with a good kick there, turns Atkin around. Atkin's going to have to go back into his own 10. What's the kick chase like? Pretty good. Lewis is able to nab him there inside the 10, and that's made a decent end to the set there.
Yeah, good chase, good kick, good 76 from OKR. Let's see what they're doing here now, Richard. This is how it kind of all started the first half, isn't it? You know, they put Salford under a lot of pressure, wasn't able to post points. But Salford got out with penalties, didn't they? So, OKR just got to just do the same thing, you know, just exactly the same as that, but try and just, you know, sustain possession while they're down there.
Stone takes the ball up towards the 20. Borough will pass it this time to Sneed, who hit early. It's an attempted 40-20 that from Sneed. Hiku comes galloping across, and Hiku gets there. That was tackle 2, wasn't it? I don't know whether Mark Sneed's teammates will thank him for that one. It hasn't come off, and Hiku is dumped down inside his own half, and it's a penalty.
Nah, no, it's not, Richard.
No.
Crazy decision. Nothing in that from Salford at all.
Well,
Rovers will take it though.
Absolutely. Kicking early in the tackle count after a deep kick from Mikey Lewis, and now Lewis will get the opportunity to put boot to ball, and Hull KR will tap round at about 30 out.
Nico still looks half-pissed to me, Richard. I know that you know, I'm waiting for something from this bloke, but I've seen nothing so far. You know, he's got to bring something. He's got to bring more than what he's brought at the moment, let me put it like that.
Jesse Sue takes the ball into the 30. Matt Parcell will look to his right. You see Sam Luckley. Luckley with a good gallop there. Bumps chests with Joe Shorrocks. And he's taken down inside the Salford 20. Here's Parcell to Tyrone May. Mikey Lewis. Tanganoa again can't collect the ball. And, oh, there's a little bit of faffing around there afterwards. And that's Cade Cust, who was getting in Tanganoa's face. Maybe pointing out the fact that's his third error of the game. And then he gets an arm round him from Minchella. It will be a Salford head and feed.
Yeah, it goes, uses the short pass, off the shoulder pass to Tanganoa, and he had defenders in front of him and they had men out the back. There was loaded out the back. It's always easy for me to say the other option was better, I suppose, isn't it? But I think it was on that occasion, to be honest, if you ask Tanganoa.
Well, Salford will feed the scrum as a helicopter comes into land at the small airport, which is just near the ground here. And Rovers have pushed there. They've pushed the scrum and they've pushed someone over. And I think Jesse Sue might have conceded a penalty here. What does the referee say? There's
I don't know, to be honest.
a melee of bodies. Is he just going to reset? Well, Rovers went for the shove there, didn't they? And I think it was Burrow who ended up on his backside. But
it was all a bit of a mess.
Cade Cust will put the ball through. And Burrow will feed the ball towards the left-hand side where it's taken forward by Salford. Now it's in the hands of Wright.
Line speed.
Yeah.
Great line speed from OKR.
And Wright is immediately tackled by Sue. Burrow waits again. This time he picks out Watkins. And Watkins is stopped just short of the 30. Burrow along the line to Shorrocks. That's Vuniayua. Dismisses Tyrone May there, swats him away. Tackle is completed by Luckley and Batchelor. Now it's handed along the line to Lafay via Sneed, and it's six more, and Lafay is tackled just short of the halfway line. In fact, he'll be a metre shy of it as he plays the ball. Here is Salford trying to bring the ball into Kingston Rovers territory through King Vuniayua, and he does just. Jesse Sue manages to make the tackle. Burr again looks for Sneed, and Sneed will take the ball up towards the line and passes it there to Tim Lafay. Lafay is taken down, 40 out. The defender on that occasion was Batchelor. Now it's in the hands of Shorrocks, and Shorrocks will be stopped on the Hull Kingston Rovers 40. Defending done by Minchella. Burrow to the left again to Sneed, and Sneed will kick. Batchelor came to press. Burgess is turned around again. Oh, he's knocked on. He's knocked on as Burgess. And not a case of many happy returns to Salford for Joe Burgess just yet.
They're kicking to him every time, Richard. They're kicking behind him every time. As I've said, they know it better than we do, so they know where his frailties lie. And unfortunately, they found him out on a couple of occasions tonight. So, yeah, the switcheroo from Willie Peters not really worked, has it, in that area?
Well, Salford are going to have an opportunity to add some extra points here because Mark Sneed has called for the kicking tee, and this will make it a 3-score game should Sneed be successful.
You'd be amazed if he misses this, wouldn't you? He doesn't miss these usually, does he? Does Mark Sneed?
Are you trying for a commentator's curse there?
There'll be a daylight between the teams after this one, I think.
7 second half minutes have been played. Still 12-0 as it was at half time. Minchella has come out to speak to the referee, and Sneed will place the ball on the kicking tee. And the Hull Kingston Rovers interchanges warm-up down to our left. And interestingly enough, Slaughter's just had a run up and down. He's wearing a bench coat. George King isn't.
Well, he's 18th man, isn't he? So he's got to stay relatively warm, because if there's a head injury, he can comes into the 17, doesn't he? So that's usually the way it goes.
And we have not seen George King yet, have we?
No, not at all.
So Sneed is poised over this ball. 10 metres in from the left-hand side, 15 out, it's on its way, and he doesn't make a mistake, and it's 14-0 to Salford with 32 minutes of this game to go. Mark Sneed with 2 conversions and a penalty. The try scorers Cross and Hankinson.
Yeah, nothing's really changed, Richard, has it? Rovers still scribbling with ball in hand. On the latest occasion, it was Tanganoa that comes up with the error. You know, Rovers have got to respect possession, Richard. It's as simple as that, especially the possession down in the Salford half, because so far in this game they haven't.
Vuniyawa with the carry there. Sneed with the catch, passing it to him there. And he gets the ball again. It's along the line. And Salford are tackled by Mikey Lewis, and Batchelor, in fact, does the defending there on Mark Sneed. Here comes Shorrocks. Shorrocks will bring the ball out of his 30. The defender Batchelor with Minchella there. He stood up, and now he's playing the ball to Borough. And Borough will look for right along the line there. Gets it to Cust. Cust in turn finds Watkins. And Watkins is stopped by Tanganoa. Cust again, up to halfway. Gobbled up by Sam Luckley. 3 metres into the Hull Kingston Rovers half. Lewis is having a tug of the leg there, is Lewis.
Be careful, Lewis.
Yeah,
very lucky.
Sneed. Oh, he's taking Sneed late as well. Referee spotted it. Ball is bounced, that's going to come back for a penalty. And Lewis has lost his head a little bit there, hasn't he? Just 2 things, tug of the leg, late on Sneed, and Mikey Lewis, just a bit of ill discipline.
Yeah, petulance. Petulance for Mikey Lewis. He's got to look at himself there, because he's put his team under massive pressure. As I've said to you, okay, I've got to score, as in tries next in this game. And that's just put them in all kinds of trouble, because Max Steele just popped this one without a shadow of a doubt. And it puts Rovers in a really difficult position. He's got to get that under wraps as Mikey Lewis. He's got to get that part of his game in order.
There's no danger of a 10-minute job here, is there? No.
I don't think so.
No. Just having another look at it. It's not the slide at Lee that infamously was much discussed last season, but yeah, just a little bit of a rush of blood to the head there from Mikey Lewis. Could have been a penalty at the ruck, and then it was a penalty with Sneed.
But this is what Salford have done, Richard, isn't it? They have actually frustrated OKR. You know, they've put OKR in a really difficult position. They've put them in a position now where they've got to come up with something. OKR have got to come up with the scores, which puts you under pressure to begin with. To come up with big plays, which usually are quite high percentage execution plays, which, you know, in these sort of conditions you don't want to have to do. But okay, I've got to come up with something in this game.
Sneed with the ball on the kicking tee, 30 out, right in front of the uprights. He's worked his way centrally in from those 2 conversions to the last penalty, and this one is from bang in front. And Sneed adds the 2 points there. 2 conversions, 2 penalties, 16 points to 0. Mark Sneed with a personal points tally of 8.
George King enters the field of play. Jesse Sue comes off for a rest. Let's see if George King can just calm everything down out there, because OKR are looking like a team that's lost its head at this moment in time and need to get some composure in them.
Well, half an hour to go, so there's still plenty of time in the game, but Salford haven't been troubled by Hull Kingston Rovers in the opening 50 minutes, really.
No, not at all. I mean, okay, I've had plenty of opportunity, Richard, but never really looked like scoring, if I'm honest. So, plenty of work to do.
Jesse Sue is the man who's made way. Oh, there's a break here. Cust gets it to Watkins. He's got McDonald outside him. Swats Gildart away initially, but then Gildart makes the tackle. McDonald was crying out for the ball there on the right edge. Cust has it again. Salford looking to finish this off here. Sneed will pass the ball to Atkin. Atkin gets tackled there as the ball goes past from Opacek, but the ball is kept alive, and Salford there will pick and go through Stone up towards the 20. And Hull Kingston Rovers are back on their own 10-metre line at the moment. Here is Borough. Borough looks to the right, sees Sneed. Sneed finds Shorrocks, or is it right? It's right. And Wright is tackled in front of the goalpost, 15 out. Now Burrow to Sneed. Hangs it high again, bit deep that maybe. And this time, it's an opportunity. Oh, there might be a sin bid here.
It's going to be a sin bid.
Yeah, Burgess was running back, and that's silly. Cross is silly there. He's going to spend 10 minutes in the bin because he's grabbed hold of Burgess, going for a quick tap, and this is absolutely right.
Yeah, in the position his team's in, that's a silly decision, and he might have yeah, he's gone for 10. Gone for 10, but silly decision from the winger. No reason to do that. No, it's opening under complete control here, and that's just a daft decision.
Yeah. So Hull Kingston Rovers will play against 12 for 10 minutes. No, he said against 10 for 12 minutes there. The Rugby League spoonerism, I believe that would be. As Ryan Hull plays the ball inside the 30. Mikey Lewis with a good scuttle up to and out of the 40. Watkins is the defender. Here's King. King runs at another King, Bunny Iowa. And he'll be playing the ball on the halfway line. Trying to get out there. A little bit of wrestle as Tanganoa bounces around in among defenders. That's a good run there from Tanganoa. That's the best job of work from Tanganoa in this game so far. Up towards the 30. Parcell will pass the ball to Minchella. Running out towards the right-hand side. Wright misses the tackle, gets it on the second attempt, but good meters here from Hull Kingston Rovers. Here is Matt Parcell looking to bring George King in again, is he? King runs hard. King still going. George King to within a metre of the goal line. And the Salford defence enclose around him. Parcell again will look this time. Whitbread's on, he's replaced Luckley. Tyrone Mays passes, patted down there by Salford, and it will be 6 more to Hull Kingston Rovers.
Yeah, it seems to be their play tonight at Salford, doesn't it? Just getting amongst Rovers, stop them from playing any way, any means necessary. Okay, I've got to stay composed here though, Richard. As I said, they've got to score next set, goes without saying. But they've got to keep Salford under pressure and not, come away with errors, because we've seen enough of them tonight to last us a lifetime.
Ben Helliwell comes on to replace King Vuniyayiwa. We've only seen Wright and Vuniyayiwa so far. Helliwell is the third interchange to be used by Salford. Morgan, the 18th man, comes into play as well due to the fact Briley pulled out in the warm-up and Atkin moved off the bench to start. Parcell gets the ball after Gildart's run. Here comes Whitbread. Whitbread to within 3 metres of the line. Hull Kingston Rovers very much in need of a score here. 16-0 down. Here is Parcell to Lewis. Lewis manages to find the ball to Hiku! And Petter Hiku jumps in the corner. And it's the first score of the evening for the visitors. Hull Kingston Rovers register their first points. Salford Red Devils 16. Hull Kingston Rovers for Petter Hiku with the try.
Yeah, it's better from OKR. It's an out to the right edge, and Petter Hiku's there. Bit of a show and go, wasn't it? Don't forget Salford skinny on that edge. They've got the way from that edge, so they're all at sea anyway. That's the edge. Rovers have got to attack if you're smart. Petter Hiku's able to squeeze himself. Joe's got to try in the corner. That's OKR for some points.
Well, Litton is not on the pitch at the moment, so this is going to be Batchelor, isn't it? Trying to kick this from the right edge touchline. He was practicing quite a lot beforehand. Litton came out first and was doing the kicking, but Batchelor had a good time kicking the ball from the tee as well. But this is a tough one, isn't it, when you're not the first choice kicker? And Batchelor will try and make 4.6. Difficult one. Touchline conversion, right edge in front of the Hull Kingston Rovers supporters. The whistles come from the Red Devils fans around us, and Batchelor will take his time on this. Clock ticking down to 24 minutes remaining. Kick's on its way, and I wonder, no, it's just gone away and died at the end there. Arc to the left and dropped a little bit short, if anything. So it's Hull Kingston Rovers 4, Salford Red Devils 16.
Well, let's see if that can just calms a few nerves. And OKR and just, gets them in a better frame of mind to be able to, get some structures and some processes that they've been practicing all week for this game. And there's plenty of time, as we've said, Richard, you can rack up plenty of points in the game of rugby league in a very short space of time, so we'll see what I can do in the next 23 minutes or so.
Sneed with the restart collected by Lewis. Here comes Whitbread. Runs into a wall of red-shirted defenders though, and they push him backwards. Watkins and the newly introduced Helliwell then. He's involved again, is Helliwell. Running from marker to tackle Ryan Hall with Callum Watkins in tow. Now it's Gildart. Gildart will take the ball up to and out of his own 20. Again, Watkins involved in a defensive manner. Here comes George King. King there will carry the ball towards the 40. Matt Parcell will go himself this time, and Parcell is stopped by Helliwell and Watkins on the halfway line. Rovers on the last. Minchella at dummy half, looking for Lewis. And Lewis will hang that ball high. Good spiralling bomb this. Atkin doesn't want to know. It's bounced backwards. It's collected by Minchella. Can he get that ball away? Tanganoa does. Here's Lewis, kicks it through. Kicks it again. Still going Mikey Lewis. Oh, he's tackled off the ball there. It's a penalty try, I think. Shane Wright there takes Lewis off the ball, and the referee will check here. He's sending the Salford defenders away, but Wright there has tackled Lewis without the ball. You can't do that. And
it's all about the travel of the ball, Richard, isn't it? Mikey Lewis got to the ball before it went over the dead end goal line. Not sure because we didn't see the travel of the ball, but we'll have a look in a minute on the big screen, I'm sure.
Well, drama here. Salford down to 12. Silly sin binning from Cross, which I would imagine will make the coach.
Could be another something in here, Richard.
Well, there will be, yeah. One would think. Checking the onside offside, checking there's no infringements, I think, in the runners. Nobody shepherding or anything.
Need to get Jez Lund back on the field. Need to kick her again.
To kick. Yeah. That's not a criticism of Parcell though, is it?
No, not at all.
I'm not bringing Parcell off.
Parcell's good.
Yeah. I would have to bring somebody else off to get Litton back on, but I think you're right.
Bit of opportunity stuff from Mikey Lewis though. Look, if this comes off,
yeah,
there's Roberts back in this game, and some real opportunity stuff from Mikey Lewis. Nothing.
Parcell is coming off.
He's only one set though.
Yeah. What's the decision? No try. And the decision is going to be what? Well,
10 minutes, isn't it? Surely.
Referee is calling the Salford player over, and
so what we'll go back to here because it doesn't look like having a penalty.
There's obviously an obstruction, I think, in the build-up. Offside. So Hulkow were offside in the build-up, so therefore that was the first infringement. So the off-the-ball tackle by Wright is
null
and void, yeah. As the ball is kicked into the stands in front of us there by Mark Sneed. Hankinson will throw it in for McDonald to tap. And now it's in the hands of McDonald. He will take the ball up towards halfway. Here comes Brad Singleton. Singleton is stopped 3 metres in the Hull Kingston Rovers half. As Burrow will pass the ball to the left-hand side, and Salford will make steady progress up towards the Hull Kingston Rovers 40. Here's Sneed to Singleton. Singleton there runs into the defensive line, around about 30 metres out from the Hull Kingston Rovers goal line. Who'll react better to what's just happened as Tim Lafai is tackled inside the 30. Now it's a Mark Sneed kick. Oh, referee has spotted something here.
Played it, Richard.
Incorrect play the ball.
Yeah, I think so.
Incorrect play the ball. Well, we thought we were going to get a bit of excitement there, and nothing forthcoming really, but offside's offside, isn't it? And if the chasers were within the 10, which I think that was perhaps what it was, then you don't run the tape on, do you? As Litton will pass the ball here to Whitbread, and Whitbread will take it up toward, in fact, he'll be pushed backwards This is what Hull Kingston Rovers were doing to Salford in the first half, having a taste of their own medicine there, driven back by Sneed and Helliwell as well for Salford. Now King is tackled between the 30 and the 40. That was right on defensive duties. Minchella looks for May. Hiku along the line. Nicely done. Upper check out to Burgess. Burgess there running in field. Still going. Burgess. Joe Burgess up towards the 20. That's better from Burgess. And then he's tackled 20 metres out. Defending done there by Hankinson, who coming off the left wing. Here's May. Delays the pass. Puts the kick in. Didn't need to. And that's knocked on, isn't it, by Atkins to his teammate? No,
it's a poor option for Tyrone, mate. Really poor option. Had to go back to the same edge, Richard. Had to go back to the same edge where Salford are down a man at this moment in time. But yeah, I've got it all wrong there, Tyrone. They got the numbers all wrong.
Atkin will pass the ball in field, and Nene McDonald will carry the ball out towards his own 20. Borough this time will pass the ball to the left, and it's taken forward by the recently reintroduced Orban. Back on. Is he? No, it's Sam Stone. I'm getting me 7s and me 1s mixed up there. It's the number 11 shirt, not the 17 shirt. As Borough will put the ball towards Sneed. Kick is charged down. Well by Batchelor. And Batchelor jumps on it, and that's a big play there by Batchelor. And the ball is turned over 20 metres from the Salford line. Oppercheck with a dummy, he'll take the ball in field. Hull Kingston Rovers with a chance here. 18.5 minutes to go, 16-4, the Robins trail. Whitbread carries the ball into the Salford 20. And he's rolled onto his back there. As Lytton will pass the ball to May. May finds Hiku. Hiku bounces off the defender, comes back in. Better from Pepe Hiku there. He takes the ball to within 4 or 5 metres of the goal line. He's got a player on his back. The ball has come out, and that's given us a knock on. Chris Atkin was on Pepe Hiku's back. Hiku there didn't keep control of the ball, and he's pretty cross about the decision.
Yeah, just cannot play the ball, Richard. I mean, I know it's tough sometimes, but just cannot play the ball.
Someone's been in the bin here. So he's descent into the bin. So he's yellow carded Hiku, and that must be dissent. So that rather like cross was stupid. Pepe Hiku, idiotic sin bin. And the referee's looking for someone else, isn't he? Tyrone May's told.
It doesn't matter how disappointing you think the decision is, Richard. You know, you've just got to accept it, haven't you? I mean, it was interference from Chris Atkin, there's no doubts about that. But you just cannot play the ball. You've got to. Again, another really poor mistake, a real bad error from Hull KR, you know, in an area where, you know, there was ground for attack.
Well, both players who scored the first tries for their team tonight have been sin-binned. 17.5 minutes to go. 12 against 12 for a short time. But if Rover's job was difficult, it's been made even more so. 5,036, including 1,200 from Hull Kingston Rovers here tonight, as Salford have got the ball and they're taking it up towards the halfway line, and that is Orban Rod, who has come back on to replace Shane Wright. Here's Singleton. Singleton will take the carry up towards the 40. Lytton and Minchella busy themselves around his ball-carrying arm as they make the tackle. Now, here's Helliwell to Sneed. Sneed along the line to Atkin. Atkin is tackled by a combination of May and Whitbread. Now it's in the hands of Helliwell again. Runs at King. King is pushed backwards there, and Lytton has to aid and abet in defence. Salford looking good here as Sneed will loft that ball high. Burgess comes to take, and Burgess does take it on that occasion, and Hull Kingston Rovers will start their set inside the 10.
Yeah, the window of opportunity is getting smaller and smaller for the Robins, Richard, isn't it? They've got to come up with something, got to pause the try, but Salford hunted them down and doing incredibly well, Salford defensively, and really the desire and the commitment and
You know, the character from Salford tonight has been incredible. The hook out, you know, they're really struggling to get out their own end now.
Lewis will pass the ball to Ryan Hull. Dean Hadley is going to come on to replace Whitbread. And there's a penalty there for
help, Rich.
Hull Kingston Rovers.
So you're looking for. Need every little bit of help we can get at the moment. Hook out to get back up the field.
Lewis will kick the ball into touch. And there will be a tap on the halfway line. And Gildart taps and goes. Runs up towards Cade Cust, and he's tackled there by 3 or 4 Salford defenders in the end. It's raining again now in this part of the northwest. As Lewis passes the ball here to Hadley. Hadley is stopped. Defending done by Ormonrod. And Helliwell also involved. Minchella to May to Lewis. Lewis to Tanganoa. Great run this. Tanganoa has support. Here's Jez Litton! And Litton is in! Litton is in! Well played, Kalepi Tanganoa. Jez Litton grounds the ball, and Hull Kingston Rovers are going down swinging if they are going down. 16-8 with a kick to come. Jez Litton scores the Robins' second try.
Yeah, great short ball, giving Mikey Lewis to Tanganoa. Tanganoa through the hole, got lots of leg power. Tanganoa, great leg speed as well, takes himself away from the defence. Just has to draw the fullback, doesn't it? To be fair, I think he probably could have run over him, but he draws the defender and gives it to Little on the inside. Little always willing, you know, support player on that inside, and just able to get to the line before he's brought down. So, yeah, we've got a quarter of an hour to go. We've got a game on.
Indeed, Litton with a big kick here to take it back to 1 score if he can make this. Tanganoa there doing what he did in the previous rounds. He's got not his finest snowball over great run.
Yeah, look, he's struggled with his hands tonight, there's no doubt about that, but some of the balls have been difficult for him to take. They have been thrown straight, I mean, real like crash balls at him. He's got to take that one when it counted.
Litton is poised over this. 12 against 12, but Cross will be back on shortly, won't he? As Litton's kick is good, and it's Salford Red Devils 16, Hull Kingston Rovers 10.
Yeah, they're making a fist of it, Richard, the fighting back. It hasn't been great from OKR by any means tonight. I think they'll be the first to admit that, but they've scrapped their way back into this one. There's 6 points in it now. Yes, they are down to 12, and as you've said, Salford are going to be back up to 13 soon.
They are now. He's back on.
Okay, I'm just going to keep grafting away and let's see what comes of it in this next 13 minutes and 19 seconds.
16-10. 6 points is the Red Devils lead. You're listening to BBC Radio Humberside. And that restart there, jumps up like a bag of snakes there, that piece of the pitch. And Ryan Hull does very, very well to grab hold of that. And he's lost the ball on the floor, but it's been stolen from him illegally.
If that's been stolen, that's a silly play from Salford if that has been stolen. I mean, there's always hands in at the ruck, and to be fair, it's a 50-50 call from the ref, Richard. And this is what, again, one of those grey areas that nobody really likes. But, you know, Rover's got another helping hand coming out their own end here.
Well, Mr. Angry behind us has just pointed out that Salford are their own worst enemies, and they've let Hull Kingston Rovers back in the game. And I know you're the expert summarised, but I have to agree with his analysis there, Nick. As George King takes the ball up towards the Salford 30. Here is Litton. Litton to Minchella. Now it's Hadley taking that ball forwards. And the Hull Kingston Rovers fans are loud again. The Rovers players have got that belief again. It did drop off just for a bit. Tyrone May to George King. And King is in between 3 red-shirted defenders there. 15 metres from the line. Litton looks for his options, sees May to Lewis. Lewis stops and sticks his way towards Opacek. He will pass the ball back in towards James Batchelor. Here is the last tackle. Litton will fling this ball to May. Crossfield kick coming, perhaps no. Minchella to Lewis. He's patted that backwards as Lewis manages to get the ball there to Gildart. That's been knocked down, I think, by Salford. I don't know whether the referee's seen it, and this might be a Salford ball. Let's see. Did Gildart's pleading the case, and he's Salford play the ball?
Really scruffy again, really scruffy from O'Car. Not able to fulfil the last play option. I mean, there was a kick option there that didn't take it. They went for a pass option, ball goes to floor. I mean, it's not a bad place to turn over again, Richard, as I say. But we're obviously down to 12 men now, you've got to understand. And Salford look to go to the edge, don't they?
Yeah, as Hankinson carries that ball out of the 10. Physio is on, just checking on Ormond. As Lafai cuts back in field. Hadley, Lytton, the defenders. Lytton was swatted away there, and then Lytton goes in for another go. And now Salford are in, and there's a bit of a skirmish here, and there could be another issue here.
I think the Lytton thinks that he punched him in the face. He defended him clean in the face, Richard. No, I don't know if that goes down as a headshot or not.
Well,
but Lytton was not happy about it, and he's gone in for a little bit of revenge, I think we'd call it.
Well, the fire there runs to Hadley, and then, is he for Hadley?
Yeah, he smashed him right in the face, Richard. The referee's, and Lytton not too happy about it, believe me.
And then Lytton comes and...
not happy at all.
No. Is that an illegal tackle from Lytton?
I don't know. But he's took an elbow step to the throat, Rich. I don't know, what do you want? I don't know what you expect players to do. Referee's got to pick up on things, Rich.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to...
If they don't, the players take it into their own mind, you see. This is the thing, you see.
Is that illegal from Lytton? That's the question I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think they're both illegal, Richard. Yeah. I think they're both. Tit for tat isn't great, but I think there's both.
Are we going to see cards here?
Both sets of speckers are shouting off, so I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
Well, once again, I think the beady eyes of Aaron Moore have been called into action to have a look at this. And the two sets of players have been separated. It's sort of bubbled but never really boiled over. There has been a couple of nasty bits in this game. Referee is going to, if he calls the two captains in, will he? He's called in Callum Watkins and he's sent Jez Lytton away. So Mitchella is called in, so the two skippers are in, being spoken to. And what do you think he's going to give Nick?
Do you know, Richard?
Both will need.
I wish it was the game was so cut and dry that I actually knew what the referee was going to do, but who knows these days? It's difficult to tell at any time, isn't it?
Referee gives a penalty to Salford for a high tackle and leaves them both on.
Yeah, I don't think he definitely caught one in the throat with the elbow, whether it was intentional or not. It's hard to know, but to go back for a little bit of afters is a bit silly on the part of Jez Lytton for sure. There's no doubts about that, but I don't know what you expect players to do sometimes when the referee just doesn't roll on something. It's difficult.
Unless it was a fen nick on chest and they've had a look, and they get a closer view than us. Lafai will tap and he will take the ball up. No, the referee blows up, says we're not ready yet. So Salford will go again. They lead 16-10. 10.5 minutes to go. Lafai will go again. He'll run towards Batchelor and May. And he stopped just outside the 30. Now it's in the hands of Borough. Borough to Sneed. Sneed finds Ormonrod. Ormonrod runs up Lytton and King, and Tangano is involved in the defence as well. Difficult to put down is Ormonrod. He'll be playing this ball inside the 30. Now Cust to Watkins. Watkins gets his legs coached from under him by Dean Hadley. Now, Mark Sneed, take the one, comes the shout from the fans round us. If they can slot a one-pointer over, it makes it a two-score game again, doesn't it? Sneed is in the pocket, he's going to go for this, and Sneed kicks the drop goal. Sneed kicks the drop goal. Salford leads 17-10 with under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, to be fair, he's had quite a few opportunities to go for that as Mark Sneed and never really taken them. But on that occasion, absolutely nails it. Absolutely nails it. Puts Rovers again massively under the cosh, doesn't it? Just that one pointer changes the outcome of the game.
King comes off, Sue comes on. That is the last interchange for Hull Kingston Rovers. Still down to 12 at the moment. Petticoat is on the Watt bike. away to our left, keeping warm. He'll be able to come back on for the final 8 minutes or so. The conditioner's just going to get him to have a little bit of a warm-up on the sideline as well. As Singleton is tackled there by a decent sized hit there from Bachelor. Borough to Watkins. Watkins will be stopped inside the 30. Hankinson finds Cust, man of the match coming. Yeah, no surprise, Mark Sneed. Sneed gets the home man of the match. I think he might get the telly man of the match as well. As Salford through Helliwell bring the ball up towards the 40. Tanganoa and Jesse Sue combine in defence. And here is Sneed. Sneed will stick that kick high. Lewis is underneath it. He's dropped it backwards. And he will bring the ball back towards the 20. And the kick chase has pinned him down there. That was an enthusiastic kick chase from the Red Devils. Pettico is about to come back on as Burgess brings the ball up towards the 30. And he's tackled there by a combination of Callum Watkins and Brad Singleton. Lytton looks for Hall. Hall up towards and over that 30-metre line. But the yards are harder to come by now for Hull Kingston Rovers than they were at many points in the first half. Tyrone May gets the ball away there and it's carried forward by Opacek. Here's Lytton to Sue. He's got quite a lot of strapping on his left arm as Jesse Sue. And he will be stopped just outside the Salford 40. This is the last. Interchange for Salford coming as well. Lewis hangs that high, end over end. Atkin comes to claim. He's knocked on. He's knocked on as Chris Atkin. So Hull Kingston Rovers will have an opportunity here, and they want to pack this scrum down as quickly as possible. Salford look as though they're going to make a double interchange, and Wright and Shorrocks are going to come back on. And Salford are doing that now.
Stopped the clock very early there. The referee, Roberts Pack didn't even get down before. He stopped even before then.
7 minutes, 7 seconds on the clock. Shorrocks is on. The second interchange is waiting. And Helliwell has come off for Salford. So Hull Kingston Rovers know they need to score twice here. 17-10. The Red Devils lead. 7 minutes to go. As Mikey Lewis ducks and dives his way up towards the 10-metre line. Cade Cust and Callum Watkins defend. Gildart to Lytton. Here comes Tanganoa. Tanganoa is hauled down inside the 10. Jez Lytton has got options both sides. Picks out Minchella. Minchella to May. Here comes back on. And he gets the ball, but he's immediately tackled.
Telegraphed, isn't it? Telegraphed that play, isn't it? You know.
Here's Lytton. Looks to his right. Sees Minchella again. Minchella runs along the 10. Cuts back towards the middle. Lytton will look for a teammate here. Jesse Sue on the right. On the left it's Tyrone May. May to Tanganoa, running that diagonal. Tanganoa will be stopped though. There's plenty of bodies in defence there for Salford. And Lytton will look here for Jesse Sue perhaps. No, it's gone to Minchella. May there with the dummy. That's Opacek. The ball is stopped there by the Salford defenders. And it's a turnover 2 metres short of the goal line.
Yeah, great defence again from Salford, wasn't it? You know, you've got to take your hat to it, to credit where credit's due. Salford's defence has been a match for OKR's attack tonight, there's no doubts about that. So yeah, there'll be, I mean, Paul Roll will be absolutely over the moon with the effort from the Salford players tonight. And, you know, Rovers had lots of opportunity, unfortunately their attack hasn't really been up to it tonight, but there's still 5 minutes or so on the clock. We'll see where we end up. But yeah, it's difficult to see the top points going anywhere but Salford tonight.
Ormond Rod is replaced by Wright. Salford still have an interchange up the sleeve, and they've got possession of the ball and possession of the lead. 17-10 in the Red Devils' advantage at the moment. Into the final 5 minutes, and Borough will pass the ball here to Shorrocks. Shorrocks is stopped by the Robins defence in centre field, just outside the 40. Borough will wait for the ball to be played. Shorrocks gets up slowly. The Red Devils don't need to win the game twice. Now Sneed will drill that ball down the sideline, and I think Burgess will indeed let the ball run dead. So it will be a Hull Kingston Rovers possession, but they're back on the 20-metre line.
Yeah, 17 points to 10 here. 2 tries apiece. Unfortunately, Mike Sneed slotted 2 goals and 2 penalties and a drop goal. So Rovers just the 1 goal, so that's your difference for you. And that's why Mike Sneed has got the whole man of the match. But yeah, as I've said,
he's been good though,
yeah, he absolutely has. We haven't seen the best of OKR tonight, without a shadow of a doubt, that goes without saying. But they'll learn lessons, Richard. They'll learn lessons tonight about themselves and about, you know, the way to go about what you do. You know, because this has been a tough outing for Rovers tonight against Salford.
May to Hiku. Hiku will carry the ball into the Salford half. Into the final 4 minutes we go. It's BBC Radio Humberside on this Saturday evening. Full commentary of Hull FC against London Broncos tomorrow. We're live from 2 from the MKM Stadium. Alan Hunt and myself here this afternoon as Lytton will pass the ball to Minchella. He finds Jesse Sue. Sue will take the ball up towards the 30. Jez Lytton is in here. This is the last. Mikey Lewis comes into the line. He'll put that ball high. May's a chaser. Hankinson comes and takes that really smartly. And that's a big tackle on him from Mikey Lewis because Hankinson was nearly away. Good play, Chris Hankinson.
Yeah, cracking play. I mean, a melee of players, and he comes out clean, doesn't he? Comes out clean with a catch. And they're the players, Richard, they're the players that win and lose your games, aren't they? Just come up with a massive play there, Hankinson.
Lafai with a carry, Nene McDonald with a good one before that. Lytton was the defender. Here is Cust in a dummy half, and he will pass the ball towards the right-hand side where McDonald goes again. It's a good strong carry from the Salford number 3. Cust will pass the ball to Chris Atkin. Atkin will run towards Jez Lytton. He's tackled inside the 40. 2.5 minutes to go. Salford fans celebrating as Mark Sneed will drill this ball towards the sideline. It's another good kick, and it again will be Hull Kingston Rovers possession, but this will be the final flurry for Hull Kingston Rovers to try and register a try.
Yeah, they've got a long way to go, Richard. Long way to go. Unfortunately, I think that the clock's going to beat them tonight without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, in a lot of areas in this game tonight, OKR can't do some damage to themselves. They haven't fulfilled obligations as far as completing the sets are concerned and putting Salford under the pressure that they should have done. You know, they've put up a lot of ball, but to be fair, that's been the kind of the tail of the tape for OKR this season so far. They've come away with results built on hard work and great defence, but they still haven't got their attack, you know, ticking the way they'd like it. So we're still waiting to see that.
Here is Tanganoa taking the ball up towards halfway, and Lewis has dropped the ball. Went for the offload there, Tanganoa. Lewis has dropped the ball, and Salford will probably finish the game in possession as McDonald takes it back into the Hull Kingston Rovers half. We're hoping to get reaction for you as quickly as possible. Danny Ward is scheduled to come to us. He always has been, just so we could try and get the reaction on as quickly as possible. As Kai Morgan gets on just for the final few seconds here. Amir Burrow has been good around the line for Salford, and Chris Atkin will take that ball up towards the 20. Morgan will get in for a touch. He'll go for an unscurry himself, runs at Minchella, and he's tackled inside the Hull Kingston Rovers 30. Sneed now, he'll look for Singleton. Singleton up towards the 20. Jez Lytton does the defending with Jesse Sue. Morgan will look to his right and Sneed at his left. It will be Mark Sneed's direction in which he goes. Sneed would like some more points. He's tackled on the 10 by Jesse Sue for Hull Kingston Rovers. 30 seconds remain. Nene McDonald and Chris Hankinson are screaming for it this way. The ball goes the other, and Atkin is caught by Batchelor, and that's the turnover. And Hull Kingston Rovers may very well have a... Well, Tyrone May just moving Chris Atkin away there. And May will pass the ball to Lytton. Crossfield kick coming here. Hall versus Hankinson. Hankinson touches that into touch, but there'll be no time to do anything else. And Salford have their win. And it's a deserved win as well. They've been the better sides. They've taken their chances and they've limited Hull Kingston Rovers' chances. 12-0 at half-time to the Red Devils. 17-10 at full-time. Tries coming from Dion Cross and Chris Hankinson. Mark Sneed's had a night. 2 conversions, 2 penalties and a drop goal. Pettigill scored a try for Hull KR, as has Jez Litton. Hiku spent some time in the sin bin though, and Rovers disappointing on the road in round 3. They've been beaten by 17 points to 10.
Yeah, look, Salford a bit more controlled, I think, of the two teams. When they needed to complete, they completed. Rovers put them under a lot of pressure. Rovers had a lot of possession, Richard, because Salford's discipline was all a bit all at sea, so Rovers had a lot of possession, but still just not able to get that attack where it needs to be. If it had been, they'd have been in contention, without a shadow of a doubt, but just not where it needs to be in order to get these sort of games over the line. And a much deserved victory for the Salford team, and built on a massive shift of defence. Because as I said, Rovers had a lot of possession, but yeah, just all the credit goes to Salford tonight, Richard. And Rovers are left to have a look at where the deficiencies lie. And unfortunately, I think it's more offence than it is defence at this moment in time.
Just expand on that.
I just think they're putting too much ball down, Richard. They're putting way too much ball down at this moment in time, taking their own options. They've gone short on a number of occasions tonight where the ball at the back was better. There was way too many defenders on the crash ball, if you like. It's just options, Richard. It's just polishing things up. I thought a few players was maybe not where they have been as well. Previous weeks, Tyrone May, one of them. Minchella, another one. Not his usual age, is what you usually see. Tangano's put a lot of ball down tonight. There's reasons, Richard, isn't there? But nothing to dig too deep about, nothing to get too despondent about. You can easily bounce back, next week in this one, and they'll learn a lot about, themselves tonight, Richard, without a shadow of a doubt, on where they need to get better. I don't think it's that much different to what we've seen, to be honest. I just think Salford was just a little bit better than the opposition that they've played against so far this season.
Quick reaction, more than welcome, by the way. You can tweet at Humberside Sport. You can call 08000 665 959. Text 81333. Start your message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp us as well, of course, as Hull Kingston Rovers players go and take the applause from the travelling fans, and Mark Sneed's got to go and do the interview in front of the Rovers fans on their way out. You can't write a great choice, isn't it? You can't write it. Well, he's got his little kids with him as well, hasn't he? So he's been a worthy man of the match for Sneed.
Yeah, he just controls things, Richard, doesn't he? His kicking game's always on point. As I've said, he's won the game tonight with his goal kicks. He's won the game with his goal kicks and his drop goal. It's 2 tries apiece here, apart from Max Lead, isn't it? So, and even Rovers have been as scruffy as you like, they've still scored 2 tries in this game. They've still matched what Salford have done, and that's probably Salford's best performance of the season. So, as I said to you, it's not anything to get too despondent about. It's disappointing, there's no doubts about that. If Rovers had been as good as they can be and they got beat, then I'd have been more worried. But they're not. They aren't as good as they can be. They've been off tonight, and they've come away with a narrow defeat. So, unfortunately, that's sport. If you're not where you need to be, sometimes you get knocked off, don't you? And Rovers have been knocked off tonight, but they'll bounce back next week.
Well, some changes were made with regards to the squad, with regards to the players. That'll be a talking point. Dan's been on. He says awful refereeing. KR didn't really turn up, but can't do anything with that standard of decision making. Did you pick up on that inside the stadium, Nick?
I think referees are referees, Richard. They miss things, unfortunately. That's sport. That's just not rugby league, that's sport. Referees, umpires, miss things. It's human error. I think that result tonight was within Rovers. So to blame the referee, I'm not sure. I'm not going to blame the referee for for me, I think Rovers was capable of getting that result tonight. They was just deficient in certain areas.
Salford as well, and obviously we're looking at it from a Hull Kingston Rovers point of view, but I'm mindful we'd be cooing if it was the boot on the other foot. Briley pulling out late, Atkin going into full-back. He's not a full-back, he can play there, doing well. The pack, which probably on paper doesn't look to have the beating of the Rovers. I mean, there's lots of positives for Paul Rowley to be looking at tonight, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, as we've said, Richard, on the way here, it builds a siege mentality, Paul Rowley. It builds us against them mentality. It's, we don't spend as much money on anybody else. We get, you know, we don't get any funding. We don't get this. We don't get that. And that's how he builds the mentality and the desire and the determination within this squad of players. And it was evident tonight, without a shadow of a doubt, wasn't it, in spades, to be honest with you? Because as I've said to you, Rovers had over enough opportunities to get this result tonight. Yes, there wasn't great. The attack is still not where it wants to be, but Salford's desire defensively to put bodies in front of OKR time after time after time, and was the reason why they've come out on top tonight.
And we'll take a call, shall we, Nick? Sorry, I missed that name there. Bailey, good evening.
Good evening, mate.
Hello, what did you make of that?
You know, it's still very clunky. But if we want anything from this season, we need to be winning games like this. We need to be beating teams like these at their ground. I don't know what to make of it. We're still clunky. We've not looked great all season.
When you say teams like these, are you being a bit guilty of underrating Salford there? They're a decent team and they have been for quite a few seasons now.
No, of course not. I'm not underestimating Salford, but Salford are part of this middling pack where we have been for the last few years of where, you know, you don't know whether they're going to break into the top 6 or finish 9th, 8th, 7th, you know, just below. So we need to get these 2 points away at teams like these, you know, to prove our credentials. But all season we've looked clunky and we're running with what I would class as 2 standoffs. We don't have a true traditional number 7 that marshals us on the park. In my opinion, if we have Abdul Lewis or Abdul and May, we win this game. You know, like Salford had 3 tonight, and when Salford, you know, smart game management, School kicked to 1 pointer, and he kicked us the best of his last 15 minutes. If we have a true number 7, we could have grinded this out as far as we've looked.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis. Have you been at the game, Bailey?
I have.
What did you make of the refereeing? Because we've had a few comments about it. We didn't really think the referee decided the match, but what's your point of view on it?
No, I don't think he decided the game either. At the end of the day, as far as Rovers have looked in that attacking third, we had enough chances to grind this game out. The only thing I'm questioning is that yellow card to Peter Hiku when we were on the front foot. I mean, he sinned in, I think, from where I was going, like he sinned in for him mounting off.
It was dissent one, yeah. Yeah, it was dissent. Yeah.
But no one else has been sinned in for dissent this year, not from what I've seen. And it looked to have just killed us and gave, at the end of the day, Rovers gave themselves too much to do, being 12-0 down at half-time. We had enough field position in that first half to have scored points, but we didn't. At the end of the day, you cannot blame Rovers. You cannot blame the referee in this defeat. Rovers haven't done enough again.
Just a final question for you, Bailey. There was a few team changes. Eccles didn't play, Burgess did. Staunton, despite looking pretty good last week, didn't get a go. Were those team changes right or wrong? And I realise we're judging in hindsight here, but what do you think?
That aside, on paper, 3 games, I was looking forward to it. Joe Burgess had a point to prove against Salford, obviously because they released him. And that bench was massive. The Salford pack in comparison to ours wasn't as big. But they played the positions well and they took the limited opportunities they had in the first half, they took them. And they capitalised. And Rovers can only rue their chances. And Rovers can only beat themselves up about this game. But we're only 3 games in. It's a long season.
Safe journey home, Bailey. Thank you for talking to us on BBC Radio Humberside. You can call 08000 6659559. Text 81333. Put RH at the start of your message. You can WhatsApp as well if you want to get in touch. We'll bring you some reaction before we finish our programme here this evening. Very considered there from someone who's been at the game, and you know, we're 10 minutes after the hooter. I thought he made some really good points.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, he's got a point. He's got a point. We have, especially with the halfback situation. I mean, after a game like that, it's easy, isn't it, to kind of say that we haven't really got any structure, anybody really marshalling people around. I think Tyrone May is the man to do that. I don't think he did it tonight. He did it last week. But Rovers are still, I mean, again, he's dead right. Rovers are still nowhere near where they need to be as far as the fluency and the completions, especially in that final third. There's a lot of opportunity going in. It's not just in this game, but in the previous two games that Rovers have got to start and they've got to post them points, which have got to capitalise on those opportunities, and they just haven't. Even in the two wins they've had, they haven't done it in those games either. I reckon they had about the same amount of opportunities in this game as they've had in the previous ones. So it isn't getting any better, and it's going to start. It's going to start and be a real issue for the coach, for Willie Peters. You know, if Rovers keep getting knocked off because of that. Because
well, Ben Reynolds has been brought in there. I mean, listen, it's one game.
Is he the same kind of player as what we're talking about?
Well, I mean, it's one defeat, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm panicking. As I said, if you look at it, in the call light of day, Rovers wasn't great tonight. They've scored 2 tries apiece with a team that probably played as well as they're going to play all season. And they got beat on goal kicks by one of the best goal kicks in the league. So
I think you always rate Salford there, Nick.
Yeah?
I think that if you're telling me that's Salford's best performance of the year.
Yeah.
Really?
Absolutely. Well, I'm touching games, I think I'm doing alright.
Oh, I thought you meant that's the best they're going to play all year.
No, I said that.
The best that they've played all year.
I think that's as good as what you'll get from Salford all year.
Really?
On a par with that, yeah. Do you think Salford will play better than that this year?
I think they've got more in it.
I think that's as good as Salford will this year. I really do. So I don't think it's too much to worry about as far as Rovers are concerned.
When you look at when you sort of look at the possession that Rovers had in the first half, I think I mentioned, I could be wrong, but I think I mentioned I would think statistically Rovers were probably in front on a number of things, except on the scoreboard.
Yeah, penalties, field position, possession, yardage. I think they beat Salford in near enough every area apart from the scoreboard. It's as simple as that, but that's what desire and commitment and character gets you, isn't it? Because as I said, Salford was on the back foot for a lot of that game, but come up with great decisions. There was a lot of them was desperate, patting the ball down on a number of occasions. If they hadn't done, Rovers would have been through on a couple of occasions. They had the outside on Salford. Salford come up with desperate plays, which was necessary at the time, and they've gotten the result because of that, Richard. And that, again, you know, all you can ask for from your players is effort and desire and commitment, and that's exactly what they've given Paul Roller tonight, and that's the reason they got the result.
We were talking about players' positives for Rovers, and it kind of got distracted and derailed from that. Just revisit that for me, Nick. Who did sort of show up? Who did sort of leave with the head held high tonight?
Always difficult on a loss, Richard, isn't it? This kind of thing. I thought for his first outing, I thought Sam Luckley carried really well, really strong. To be fair, I thought all the big men carried really well. Salford was really tough. I thought they did really well to knock some of our players back. It's the first time I've seen Charlie Whitbread not back on his heels tonight. But yeah, I thought a lot of the players did okay. It's just that final product wasn't there, Richard. I thought they built really well. I thought they got themselves in good field position. It's just that final product, that final third isn't there at this moment in time, and Rovers have got to get that. They've got to find that, you know, to get these results. Because as we said, they had enough possession, field position tonight to get that result, but that final third was just scruffy again tonight.
I thought, despite being in a beaten pack, Hadley showed up, and I also thought that Matt Parcell did all right.
Yeah, as I've said, I don't think anybody did anything wrong tonight. I don't think anybody shamed themselves. They've just got to tidy up that final third, Richard, and the result would have been there, I think.
One of the points that Bailey made was he mentioned Jordan Abdul. Now, Jordan Abdul has gone to Catalans for whatever reason. He's going to be at Catalans this season. So, what's the solution? You can't have Jordan Abdul. What do? Do you ask Lewis to play a different way? Do you ask Mate, or do you just accept it's game 3?
Look, I don't think that... We're talking about players that didn't maybe excel tonight. Tyrone May is one of those.
Yeah.
Tanganoa is probably one of those. Tyrone May is probably more important than Tanganoa, because Tyrone May is the person we're looking at to marshal this team, to run them around the ground. Michael Lewis is not going to do that, unfortunately. He just isn't. I don't think he's even got it in his skill set at this moment in time. It's something that's still got to come for him. So Tyrone May is the man that's got to do that. He didn't do that tonight. He didn't do that tonight like he did it last week. Even though Rovers was still scruffy last week, they still had more of a calming kind of thing on the game, didn't he? You know, I'm missing the word, but you know, he was in control of the game, let's say. Whereas tonight, I didn't feel like he was. I felt like he was trying too hard, but sort of put them under that sort of pressure where you got to. I said in the game, you know, when you get put under this sort of pressure, you've got to start and try things that you usually wouldn't want to. And that was where Rovers was tonight. But I thought Tyrone May could be better than what he is tonight, and I think he is the player that can run this team around the park. He did it for Catalans last season, and I think he can do it for OKR this season. Just tonight, he just wasn't that great at it tonight, that's all.
Do you know, it's not a case of can he do it on a wet and win United in Salford. It's not a bit of that, was it, for him? You know, what particularly conducive conditions for a sort of virtuoso half performance?
Yeah, I don't think it is for anyone at this moment in time, Richard. You know, I don't think the tracks are running that great. I think there's a lot of moisture out there. There's going to be errors, isn't there? It isn't conducive to expansive rugby league, is it? You know, we're waiting for those months to come out. I think OKR, you know, will be better. I think most teams will be better when we get those drives out.
I suppose in a way that we're arguing against ourselves a little bit there, because Mark Sneyd did control things on this pitch, but perhaps that's just showing how good he is at doing exactly that.
He is, but I don't think Salford had the amount of field position that Rovers had. So what Max Sneyd had to do was a little bit simpler than what Rovers was trying to do, because Rovers had a lot of field position. Just couldn't come up with the goods, just still really, really scruffy in what they're trying to do. Max Sneyd just kicked for field position, made sure that Salford was getting through the sets of 6 and getting a good chase on the back of his kicks.
Excellent stuff. More from Nick Pinkney on the way very, very soon indeed. If we just pop those headphones on to Danny, if you'd be so good. Danny Ward, the assistant coach, joins us live on BBC Radio Humberside. Hard lines there, Danny. Where was that one and lost?
I think we failed to play the conditions well first half. The pitch was pretty wet and slippery, and we spoke about a game plan. I don't think we executed that well first half, and Salford did that better. And there's discipline hurt us tonight. I think we've been really good, and we spoke about that all year, and I think the first few games we have been, but discipline let us down. You know, we had sin bins and a couple of penalties which cost us some points, but yeah, a couple of errors, and we always knew it was going to be a tight game, and I think then by margins at this level, a couple of errors, a couple of penalties, swung that momentum in Salford's favour, and they took advantage.
4 changes made going into that. Danny, was that all just choice, or any of those enforced?
Just choice, really. I think, you know, like Sam Luckley was back, which was fantastic. He gave the boys a boost, so he jumped in there this week, which was good to have him back. And, you know, pretty much full strength really, so he was confident going into the game, and having them changes in, thought would bring some energy, but, you know, it's fortunate it didn't go away tonight.
I suppose that's where you want to be when you can say players like Matty Stewart and Niall Evans can feel unlucky that they're left out.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want a good, you know, it's a long season, and you want a strong squad, and them boys have been really disappointed this week, which is what you want, and they've been working hard in training and fighting for a position next week, and you know that you want that healthy competition, people fighting for places, people wanting to go out and perform, and not just on game day in training, and that's what them boys have been doing. There is some lads who have been unfortunate to miss out, but you know, who knows next week.
It was a hard night for the halves, conditions you've already alluded to. It's game 3, but how difficult is it to get those combinations going when it's 2 new halves playing together?
good players though. I think we should have, you know, they're quality players, and I think we, not just the Arsenal, we've got fantastic squad and some good players, and we should have adapted a little bit better tonight. You know, I know it takes time to build some combinations. We've got some new players, and yeah, especially on the edges, you know, with people like Ollie and Tyrone who are coming in, but we've had a good pre-season. We've spent plenty of time getting used to combinations, but that's you know, pretty exciting seeing them boys out there plenty of that. But I think, you know, the other side of it, just the basic errors and discipline as tonight, and we should have been better than that as a squad, as a playing group.
There was a coaches meeting this week on the officiating. There was a players meeting. How did you think it went in these 80 minutes?
Yeah, as I've been doing, you know, I think, yeah, there was still teams and players getting used to the new rule changes, which have been enforced. You know, the referees have got a lot on the plate trying to enforce all the new rules as well, and especially when, you know, the frustrations of the crowd and getting on the backs and players, and I think it's been a very difficult job for the referees this year, dealing with a lot of new changes coming in at the same time rather than one or two. But you know, it's the new game as we're getting to know it, and you know, I think as long as you get consistency, that's all I ever ask for as a coach. You want to see that consistency with penalties, with disciplinary panels and things like that, and that's what they're on top of.
Can you just clarify, was Petter a dissent?
Yes, I think it was dissent was Petter, yeah. So again, that's disappointing, but I think that showed our frustrations at time. We give a couple of penalties for dissent. Kate got pinned, and I think Budgie gave a penalty for dissent down in the corner. So that's something that's not good. You know, we can't lose his head like that and start getting at the referee. So that just shows how frustrated we was tonight, that we weren't quite on his game.
Any injuries, Danny?
I think we're pretty good. I think that came through pretty healthy. The boys, it's been a tough slog, good old-fashioned play, winter rugby straight down the middle and quite physical tonight. So there'll be some sore bodies, and we've got a short turnaround to Warrington next week. So, but no injuries as I know. But we'll just have to recover well and look after the bodies this weekend, and good to go. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Danny Ward speaking to us live on BBC Radio Humberside there, giving his reaction to a defeat for Hull Kingston Rovers tonight here at Salford by 17 points to 10. Quick final word then from Nick. Pretty much summing up what you said, what Bailey, who'd been at the game, our fans said. Everybody seems to be analysing the defeat in the same way.
Yeah, as I said, I think, you know, it only has to be one area of your game what's a little bit deficient. We know where Rovers has been overstated, but you know, we know that they've got more to do, and I think there's more to come from them with ball in hand. We know that, and we know where they're not, where they want to be, and we know where they're going to get to. I mean, that'll come with a drier track, of course, but it will for everyone else as well. So it's pointless over-analysing it too much. It's the third game of the season. They've started well. They've got 2 wins and a loss, and this one tonight was. I mean, it's a couple of goal kicks and a drop goal, isn't it? You know, it's not worth, you know, getting too despondent about it. They've got a short turnaround, so they can bounce back next week against Warrington at home, and I'm sure that we'll see, you know, a better performance from Hull next week. And you know, it's as I've said, you know, I'm pretty sure there's more to come from this team, Richard. So no dramas.
Of course, full commentary on that next Thursday night. We'll be live from 7 o'clock in the build-up in Sports Talk from 6. Your next live rugby league is tomorrow, 2 o'clock. We start at the MKM Stadium as Hull FC host London Broncos. Quick word, Nick, that's a chance, isn't it, for the Black and Whites to open their account for 2024?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I ain't seen much of London, I've got to say, so I'm not sure exactly what the opposition is. So I'm looking forward to the game, I'm looking forward to watching it, but I think the Black and Whites will be too strong for them, I really do. I know they haven't started too well, but I still think that Hull I'll have too much for London tomorrow, so yeah, I'm back on the Black and Whites to get one over the line now.
Join Alan Hunt and myself tomorrow on BBC Radio Humberside. As far as tonight goes, Salford Red Devils have run out by 17 points to 10, the winners in this Super League Round 3 encounter at the Salford Community Stadium. Dion Cross and Chris Hankinson with the Red Devils tries. Mark Sneed converting them both, kicking 2 penalties and a drop goal as well in a man-of-the-match performance. Petter Hiku scored a try for Rovers and spent 10 minutes in the bin. Jez Litton also crossed for 4 points and managed to convert 2. But a defeat for the Robins, the first of 2024, It's finished here 17-10. BBC Introducing is on the way from 8 o'clock tonight. Let's join up then with BBC Upload through until 8 o'clock with Hannah Sackville-Bryant.